Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. City. My Baba is a farmer. Chapter 71. Baba, go out later, you have to remember to buy food for the kitten, otherwise it will be hungry at night. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Lu Shen looked at Lu Qing, who was standing in front of her with big bright eyes, and said with a small face very seriously. Okay, Xingxin, Baba knows, he will buy food for him when he goes out, don't worry. Lu Qing carried Lu Shen's school bag with a kitten and nodded patiently and answered. Row. Lu Shen smiled and said with satisfaction, then let's go, Baba. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied, then Baba is gone, I'll pick you up after school later. Said, Lu Qing carried the school bag and walked outside the kindergarten, while Lu Shen walked inside the kindergarten, preparing to go back to continue the class. At this moment, Lu Qing stepped over the gate of the kindergarten, and heard Lu Shen shouting from behind, Baba, Baba, wait, wait. What's the matter, heart? Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately stopped, turned around, looked at Lu Shen, who was trotting all the way, looked at her with some doubts and asked. Baba, I just forgot to say, you still have to remember to buy me a school bag. Lu Shen, who ran over, pointed to the school bag in Lu Qing's hand, and reminded crisply. Originally, this school bag could still be used, but Lu Qing saw that Lu Shen had brought a kitten and it was not suitable for her to bring books and stationery, so she took her school bag away. This also caused Lu Shen to have no school bag at all now. Okay, Baba, when I buy food for the kitten later, I'll buy you a school bag together. After Lu Shen's reminder, Lu Qing wanted to take Lu Shen's school bag away by himself, so he agreed to come down. Then what style of school bag do you want to buy, Xingxin? Lu Qing then asked. Yeah, Baba, I want a pink bag with Hello Kitty on it. Lu Shen thought for a while and replied. Well, no problem. When Lu Qing heard it, he wrote it down and said. Immediately, after confirming that there was nothing to forget, Lu Shen continued to walk to her classroom in the kindergarten, while Lu Qing strode out of the door. As for Yuan Baba and Yu Mama, like Lu Qing, they all agreed to adopt these kittens at home, but Yuan Baba and Yu Mama still have work to do, so just after talking in the office, they mentioned it. Kitten hurried away. Lu Qing checked the time and called Guo back, saying that he would not be going back to xianju restaurant today, and Guo readily agreed. Immediately, Lu Qing carried a school bag with a kitten in it, walked to the parking lot on the side of the road, opened the door and got in the car, ready to go to the mother and baby shop to buy some milk powder to feed the kitten, who was not yet full moon and eyes open. After searching on his mobile phone, Lu Qing found a maternity and baby products store closest to him, and immediately started the car and drove to the store. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Qing followed the navigation to the door of the maternity and baby products store, found a parking spot, parked the car, turned off the engine, opened the door and got out of the car, carrying a school bag with kittens, and headed to the maternity and baby store. Walk in. Lu Qing brought the kitten in because he didn't know what milk powder to buy for it. After all, there are so many types of milk powder. Welcome, welcome. As soon as Lu Qing entered the store, a young female clerk of 18 or 19 years old greeted her with a smile on her face. Hello, little girl, I want to buy some milk powder. Lu Qing looked at the young female clerk in front of her and said her purpose straight to the point. Okay, brother, how old is your baby? I'll recommend which milk powder you should buy. When the young female clerk heard this, she smiled and looked at Lu Qing. When Lu Qing heard it, she knew that she had not made it clear, and the young female clerk had misunderstood, so she changed her words apologetically. I'm really sorry, little girl, I didn't make it clear, I didn't come to buy milk powder for people, but buy it milk powder. Having said that, Lu Qing quickly opened the zipper of the school bag in his hand and showed it to the young female clerk in front of him. Ah, brother, your little milk cat, who is not a full month, can't drink the milk powder in the store at all, otherwise it will have diarrhea. The young female clerk looked into the school bag and said with experience, I used to feed a kitten about the same size as you, and I bought it with milk powder for babies, but after eating it, I fed it diarrhea every day, and it will be gone in a few days. Yes, when Lu Qing heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was true at the time, bro, this little milk cat must be fed goat milk powder for cats. The young female clerk answered with certainty. Thank you, little sister, I really don't know if you don't tell me. Seeing the serious look on the young female clerk, Lu Qing thanked her with a smile on her face. Hey, you're welcome, brother. When the young female clerk heard this, she quickly waved her hand. After listening to the young female clerk, Lu Qing immediately left the mother and baby shop. You're stupid, girl, why are you talking to him so much? If he wants to buy milk powder, just give him milk powder. You don't care what others drink, it's still the cat's drink. Look, the boiled duck just flew away. And fortunately the boss is not in the store, otherwise he will definitely scold you when he sees it. After seeing Lu Qing carrying the kitten away, and listening to the conversation between the two, the older middle-aged woman walked up to the young female clerk and pointed at her head. When the young female clerk heard this, she immediately stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Sister Luo, I just forgot. Be careful in the future, said a middle-aged woman named Sister Luo. That's true, this little kitten must be fed goat milk powder for cats. Lu Qing, who left the mother and baby shop and came to the car, listened to the words of the young female clerk just now, took out her mobile phone and checked, and found that everything the young female clerk said was true. It turns out that the pet store sells goat milk powder for cats. Then, Lu Qing checked again, there is goat milk powder for cats, and found that this ordinary pet store sells it. Immediately, Lu Qing hurriedly searched for a nearby pet store, and found that the nearest one was only one street away from him, and it was just around the corner. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly drove over. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Qing arrived at the pet store located on the map, parked the car, opened the door and got off, and walked in with a school bag. Hello, boss, I want to buy this little guy's goat milk powder. Do you have it here? At this time, the pet store was deserted, except for an old man in his 60s who was sitting on a chair in front of the store, drinking tea and looking at the newspaper in his hand. There was no one in the pet store. Seeing this, Lu Qing said. The old man glanced at the little milk cat in Lu Qing's school bag, put down the newspaper in his hand, stood up and asked, I have goat milk powder here, young man, how many cans do you want to buy? 1 can is enough. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied. Because Lu Qing just checked, this little cat can eat fish and cat food after the full moon, so there is no need to buy a lot of goat milk powder to feed it. By the way, add a feeding bottle and a cat litter, boss. Lu Qing continued. Because it is convenient to feed the kitten with a feeding bottle, and the cat litter is convenient for the kitten to rest, after all, it is not enough to keep it in the school bag all the time. Okay, I'll get it for you. When the old man heard this, he nodded. Immediately, the old man put the goat milk powder, milk bottle, and cat litter that Lu Qing needed in a bag, and said, young man, come and pay for it here. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing followed the old man to the cashier, and then scanned the QR code to pay. Thanks, boss. After buying the goods, Lu Qing thanked him with a smile on his face, and then picked up the things and prepared to leave. Hey, boss, what kind of flower are you? It's so pretty. Just as Lu Qing was carrying something and was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly found that there was a pot of beautifully blooming flowers on the right side of the cashier, and he couldn't help but admire. While talking, prepare to touch. Young man, don't do it. When Laozi saw this, he was taken aback and said, this pot of flowers is very precious, but you can't touch it. Having said that, the old man quickly and carefully picked it up and put it on the table behind him, and no one was allowed to touch it. When Lu Qing heard the old man's loud reminder, he was startled, and the hand he stretched out instantly retracted. Then he heard the old man say that the flowers are very expensive, and seeing him bring this pot of flowers is more important than his own grandson. Be careful, so Lu Qing took interest and asked with a smile, Boss, Nuos, you said that your potted flowers are very precious, how much is it? Laozi didn't speak, but used his thumb and index finger to compare an 8 to Lu Qing. Seeing this, Lu Qing guessed, 800. When Laozi heard this, he glared at Lu Qing and said angrily, 800. HMPH, 800 can't even buy a single leaf of it. To tell you the truth, I bought this pot of flowers for 80,000 yuan. The old man finally said the truth. Hey, 80,000 yuan. 80,000 yuan for a pot of flowers. Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly gasped, stared at the potted flower with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief. Because the flower in front of me in Lu Qing's opinion, is just a good-looking flower, and nothing else is special. I didn't expect the price to be so high, so the shoes were taken aback. Of course. The old man nodded and said with certainty. What kind of flower is it? It's so expensive. Lu Qing looked at the old man and asked, because after talking for a long time, Lu Qing still didn't know the name of the flower in front of him. As soon as the old man heard this, he immediately replied with a sonorous force. Orchid, orchid, this pot is an orchid. When Lu Qing heard this, she stared blankly at the table in front of her. The pot had slender green leaves and small white flowers blooming, and she couldn't believe it. Because of orchids, Lu Qing had only heard about them, but had never seen them before. He never thought that the beautiful flower in front of him was orchids. What surprised Lu Qing even more was that the price of this orchid was so expensive. Haha, boy, this is the orchid. Seeing Lu Qing's surprised look, the old man smiled and said with certainty. Boss, is this orchid so expensive? Lu Qing began to humbly ask for advice. Expensive? Boy, let me tell you, my pot of orchids is cheap. When the old man heard this, he glared at Lu Qing and said. This orchid of good quality is expensive. There are hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions. Do you think my 80,000 yuan is expensive? The old man continued. Hundreds of thousands, and thousands of thousands. When Lu Qing heard the price that the old man said, he stuttered and swallowed involuntarily. Because the price is too high and too scary, especially for Lu Qing, who wants to break his head, he can't think that such a small pot of flowers can be worth tens of millions. Must be planted. Afterwards, Lu Qing thought a little excitedly. After all, he had space in his pocket, so he could grow some orchids and sell them. Especially at such an expensive price, it would be a waste of space not to plant them. Boss, where is this orchid for sale? After planning to plant orchids, Lu Qing asked anxiously to find out the source of the orchids. Young man, don't get excited, I just told you about these high-priced orchids, and I made you anxious like this. When the old man saw Lu Qing who was excited in front of him, he quickly comforted him. Ah, what do you mean? When Lu Qing heard it, she didn't understand. Young man, you don't think all orchids are so expensive, do you? The old man did not answer Lu Qing, but looked at Lu Qing and asked back. When Lu Qing heard this, he was a little dumbfounded and nodded. Seeing Lu Qing nod, the old man looked at him like an idiot, and said angrily, if you think so, then you are very wrong. If you think that the price of this orchid is so expensive, naturally there are orchids that are cheaper than the price of cabbage. Not all orchids are so expensive. The old man then added. Why? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked in confusion. Because this orchid is also priced according to its appearance, such as the shape of the petals of the orchid, the fragrance of the orchid, the color of the orchid, the strangeness of the orchid, and the overall shape of the orchid, etc. to price it. If you think that there are orchids with outstanding appearance, there are naturally orchids with crooked melons and jujubes, so the price is high and low. When the old man saw that there were no customers in his pet store, he explained it in detail to Lu Qing in front of him. Oh, that was indeed taught, old man. After listening to the detailed explanation of the old man in front of him, Lu Qing said respectfully and changed the title from boss to old man. Oh, you're welcome, boy. When the old man heard this, he waved his hand with a smile on his face. After all, it was the first time that he had chatted with a novice like Lu Qing for so long. Then the old man sells this orchid there. Lu Qing continued to ask, after all, there is room to carry, and it is impossible to try it without raising it. You still want to feed? The old man looked at Lu Qing in front of him and said, don't look at it, what season is it now? It's hot every day. For a novice like you, it's not so easy to feed orchids. I know, old man, I haven't heard so much from you just now, and it sounds good, so I want to buy 2 pots of orchids and try to grow them myself. Lu Qing smiled and answered lightly. That's it, it's okay, whatever you want. If you want to buy orchids, those flower shops in the flower and bird market sell them at a low price. As for the ones with good appearance and high prices, you have to look for them slowly. When the old man saw that Lu Qing insisted on buying orchids, he did not discourage him, but told Lu Qing in detail that there were some for sale there. A flower shop. Hearing the old man's answer, Lu Qing muttered. Huh, why did I forget the leisurely flower shop? Isn't there a lot of potted flowers there? Maybe there are orchids for sale there. Just when Lu Qing was thinking, he suddenly thought of the leisure flower shop where he had bought so many seeds and saplings. Thinking of this, Lu Qing decided to visit now. So Lu Qing looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Goodbye, Father, I am really sorry for taking so much of your time. Then I will leave first. Thank you for saying so much today." "Fine," the old man said lightly. Immediately, after Lu Qing finished speaking, he left the pet store with a bag of things, walked to the parking spot on the side of the road, and opened the door to get in the car. Now go to the leisurely flower shop to have a look, and then go to the kindergarten to pick up the heart, just right. Arriving in the car, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone, checked the time, and found that after driving to the leisurely flower shop, he went to the kindergarten to pick up Lu Shen from school. The time was just right. So Lu Qing put down his mobile phone and hurriedly started the car and drove to the leisurely flower shop. Speeding all the way, it took Lu Qing more than 20 minutes to drive to the entrance of the leisurely flower shop, and Wang Tian, the owner of the flower shop with sharp ears, heard Lu Qing, the big gold owner, driving over, and hurriedly came out to greet him. "Brother Lu, what are you going to buy today?" When Wang Tian saw Lu Qing coming, he greeted him with enthusiasm as if he saw the god of wealth. After all, the seeds and saplings purchased by Lu Qing from him are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. How is it possible not to regard Lu Qing as his god of wealth? "Boss Wang, when I came here today, I actually wanted to ask, do you have orchids for sale here?" When Lu Qing heard it, he replied, "Orchid." Hearing Lu Qing's question, Wang Tian showed an embarrassed look on his face and replied, "I have some here, but only a few pots." "Where?" When Lu Qing heard this, his eyes lit up and he asked in surprise. "Hey, right under your feet." Wang Tian was a little embarrassed, and pointed to a few green potted plants at Lu Qing's feet. "What, are they orchids?" Following the direction of Wang Tian's finger, Lu Qing looked down, his eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. "I saw a few pots of green plants that grew sparsely at Lu Qing's feet, with only a few leaves left, and they were scorched by the sun. Is this really an orchid?" Lu Qing looked at the orchid under his feet and reconfirmed in disbelief. "Yes, Brother Lu." Wang Tian smiled shyly and replied. It turned out that this orchid was originally a delicate thing. After Wang Tian bought it back, he took care of it for a few days. He couldn't stand it. Thinking that the price was not expensive, he put it aside and let it grow freely. Unexpectedly, in the past month or two, the orchid has changed beyond recognition, as if it was about to die, so Wang Tian was so embarrassed when he heard Lu Qing's question just now. "How about this, Brother Lu, I'll order some fresh orchids for you today, you can come and get them tomorrow, or I'll deliver them to you tomorrow." Seeing Lu Qing's expression, Wang Tian continued. No, Boss Wang." Hearing this, Lu Qing hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. "Just these few pots, I want them all." Although these few pots of orchids that were almost unrecognizable, compared to the orchids I just saw at the pet store, they were indeed a little appalling. But since it was confirmed that they were all orchids, Lu Qing planned to buy them all. After all, there was room for him, so how could he plant them? Of course, the more important reason is that Lu Qing also intends to plant it first to try it out. "Then let's go, Boss Wang." Afterwards, after paying the money, Lu Qing quickly carried a few pots of orchids into the car, greeted Wang Tian, and drove away. "By the way, I have to buy a book bag for Xingxin." On the way, Lu Qing, who was leaving the flower shop, was driving to the kindergarten to pick up Lu Shen from school, and suddenly remembered that the school bag Lu Shen had told him to buy for her had not yet been bought. So Lu Qing hurriedly found a bag store, bought a new school bag at Lu Shen's request, and then continued to drive to the kindergarten to pick up Lu Shen. Gallop all the way. Lu Qing drove to the kindergarten, just when Lu Shen was out of school, and immediately Lu Qing parked the car, opened the door and got off, and walked towards the gate of the kindergarten. Baba. Lu Qing came to the gate of the kindergarten with the new school bag bought for Lu Shen, and within 2 minutes, saw Lu Shen running out with her textbook and stationery box in hand, and greeted Lu Qing happily. "Come on, Xingxin, put everything in." Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly opened the zipper of the new school bag and faced Lu Xindao in front of him. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded. Then I put the textbook box in my hand and put it into the new school bag. Let's go, Xingxin, let's go home. After seeing that everything was put away, Lu Qing said. Lu Xin nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin's hand, walked to the parking place, opened the door and got in the car, started the car and went home. Evening, empty full moon highlight. Inside the autumn villa. Baba, is Xiaomi full? Lu Xin held a small stool and sat in front of the cat litter, holding a bottle of goat milk powder that Lu Qing had mixed for the kitten. While feeding the kitten in the litter, she raised her head and asked Lu Qing who was beside her. Qing. As for Xiao Mi, it was Lu Zingang's name for this new member. When Lu Qing heard it, he took a closer look and found that Xiaomi's stomach was full and he didn't continue to drink milk, so he replied, "You can pull it, Xingxin, Xiaomi is full, no need to feed." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing responded and put away the bottle. As for Xiaobai and Xiaohe, they lied to the side honestly and looked at Xiaomi in the cat house. Okay, Xingxin, it's not too early, it's time for you to go to bed. After feeding Xiao Mi, Lu Qing saw that it was early 9 o'clock and said to Lu Xin who was beside him. Okay, Baba. As soon as Lu Xin heard this, he obediently agreed, and after saying good night to Xiaobai, Xiaohe, and Xiaomi, he went downstairs to get ready to sleep. Good night, Baba. On the second floor, in his bedroom, Lu Xin said to Lu Qing who was sitting beside the bed after laying down on the bed. Good night, Xingxin. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Then he turned off the lights and left Lu Xin's room. After leaving Lu Xin's room, Lu Qing did not sleep, but went downstairs to the garage, planning to plant a few pots of orchids bought this afternoon. Enter. After arriving at the garage, Lu Qing picked up a few pots of orchids in the car, and when he thought about it, he went into the portable space and planted them. I saw that under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, a few pots of orchids were planted in just one breath. Seeing that there were only a few leaves and a few shriveled orchids left, Lu Qing looked forward to it. I wonder what tomorrow will be like. The next day, early in the morning. The distant sky just showed a fish belly white. Lu Qing, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and woke up. After waking up, Lu Qing did not stay in bed, but lifted the quilt, got up, picked up his clothes and trousers and put them on. I don't know what happened to those orchids. After putting on the clothes and pants, Lu Qing remembered a few orchids that were planted in the space last night. Enter. Thinking of this, Lu Qing thought about it, and hurriedly got into the space and checked it. These are the orchids I planted yesterday. After entering the portable space, Lu Qing stared blankly at the few orchids in front of him, looking at it in disbelief. If the appearance of the orchids yesterday is completely different from the orchid raised by the old man in the pet store, then the appearance of the orchids in front of us is also unrecognizable, compared with yesterday. I saw the orchids in front of me were all 30 centimeters long, green leaves with broad thumbs, and beautiful golden flowers with 9 petals in full bloom. And the orchid in front of me, in terms of the overall shape, I don't know if it grows in space, it has become bigger and more lush, and its shape is more beautiful. Not only that, but you can also smell the faint fragrance of orchids. This is a complete makeover. Looking at the orchid in front of him, Lu Qing couldn't help sighing. Because compared with yesterday, the orchid in front of me has undergone earth-shaking changes, as if one is in the sky and the other is in the ground. I don't know how much these orchids can sell for. After squatting down and carefully looking at the beautiful orchids in front of him, Lu Qing thought to himself. Why don't you take it directly to the flower and bird market to sell it later? After thinking for a while, Lu Qing decided immediately. After all, Lu Qing planted this orchid for sale, and it was useless to keep it. After watching the orchid, Lu Qing began to prepare the vegetables and poultry meat that Shen xianju needed today. I saw that under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, within a few breaths, the vegetable seeds turned into green vegetables, and the pigs, chickens and ducks were directly slaughtered and cleaned up. After preparing the vegetables and poultry meat that Shen xianju needed today, he fed some bait to the red and white koi and 3 other koi in the pool, and Lu Qing then exited the space. In the bedroom, after Lu Qing came out of the space, he quickly changed into his running clothes and trousers, and then went to Lu Xin's room next door to have a look. He found that Lu Xin was still sleeping, and immediately went downstairs with confidence, ready to go for a run. Let's go, Xiaobai Xiaohe, let's start running. Coming downstairs, Lu Qing looked at Xiaobai and Xiaogang, who were surrounded by happy faces. Putting on running shoes, Lu Qing went out with Xiaobai and Xiaohei and started jogging along the route of yesterday's running. Time passes. After half an hour, after running a lap, after nearly 10 kilometers, Lu Qing took Xiaobai and Xiaohei back to the house again, then got into the bathroom and rinsed. After taking a comfortable bath and changing into clean clothes, Lu Qing came to the kitchen to make breakfast. A busy meal. The time has come to 7 in the morning, and at this time Lu Qing has already made breakfast and is coming to Lu Xin's room to wake her up to eat. Baba. Hearing Lu Qing's cry, Lu Xin opened her eyes, woke up, saw Lu Qing beside the bed, and shouted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded, and said softly, "Get up, Xingxin." Okay. Lu Xin nodded and said yes. Immediately get up. Hey, your clothes. Seeing Lu Xin get up, Lu Qing hurriedly handed her the clothes and pants on the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Xin took the clothes and trousers handed over by Lu Qing and put them on by herself. After putting on his clothes and pants, Lu Xin went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Let's go, Xingxin, let's go down for breakfast. Afterwards, after combing Lu Xin's hair, Lu Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Xin followed Lu Qing downstairs and came to the dining table for breakfast. Baba, Xiaomi, did you feed it just now? Lu Xin took a mouthful of polenta and asked Lu Qing, who was beside him. Hey, Baba fed him when he was just cooking this polenta. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers 0. Lu Qing nodded and replied. That's good. Lu Xin listened, nodded and said yes. Seeing Lord Lu Xinxiao's appearance, Lu Qing couldn't help laughing and said, "Come on, Xingxin, eat the xiaolongbao that I just bought after going out for a long walk." With that said, Lu Qing pushed the plate containing the xiaolongbao to Lu Xin's body. Upon hearing this, Lu Xin obediently picked up a small dragon bun, put it in his bowl, and ate it. After 10 minutes, let's go, Xingxin, Baba will take you to kindergarten. After having breakfast, Lu Qing looked at the time and faced Lu Xindao beside him. Right now, Baba, I'll go back my school bag. .00. When Lu Xin heard this, she hurried upstairs to her backpack. Let's go, Baba. After backing her school bag, Lu Xin ran downstairs and said in front of Lu Qing. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin out, walked to the garage, opened the door and got in the car, then started the car and drove to Lu Xin's kindergarten. After 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove to the kindergarten. Come down. After parking the car, Lu Qing carried Lu Xin down and said, Baba, goodbye. Seeing Yuan and Yuyu at the entrance of the kindergarten, Lu Xin hurriedly said a word and quickly chased after them. Run slowly, don't fall. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly reminded from behind. Later, seeing Lu Xin, Yuan and Yuyu walking into the kindergarten laughing together, Lu Qing turned around, opened the door and got in the car, started the car and drove towards xianju. 10 in the morning. Inside the xianju, after preparing the vegetables and poultry for lunch, Lu Qing said to Guo Guodao, Grasshopper, I'll go out now, and I'll be back in the 11th half. What are you doing out? When Guo heard this, he asked with some doubts. And Lu Qing's answer is simple. Sell flowers. Selling flowers. What kind of flowers are you selling? Guo looked at Lu Qing's figure, who left in a hurry after answering. There were some monks with 2 feet in length, confused. Chongming Road Flower and Bird Market. After Lu Qing and Guo said hello, they came to the gate of xianju, in front of the micro card parked on the roadside, then opened the door and got in the car, then took out their mobile phones and searched for the nearest flower and bird market nearby. Got one. That's you. Looking at the map carefully, it showed that the distance to Lu Qing was only less than 6 kilometers, so Lu Qing hurriedly started the car, followed the navigation, and drove to the flower and bird market on Chongming Road. As for Lu Qing's purpose of going to the flower and bird market, there is only one purpose, and that is to sell the orchids planted in the space. This is what Lu Qing decided this morning. I saw that there was a cardboard box in the co-pilot seat on the right of Lu Qing, and the pots of bright flowers in the cardboard box were not what those pots of orchids were. Lu Qing just took it out of the space when no one was paying attention. After all, heard the old man from the pet shop said yesterday that these orchids are very squeamish. Lu Qing was worried about taking them out early, for fear that they would get sunburned. Immediately, Lu Qing galloped all the way, and drove the car to the flower and bird market on Chongming Road at a high speed. Arrive. After spending nearly 20 minutes, Lu Qing saw the huge signboard of the flower and bird market and knew that he had reached his destination, and he couldn't help showing a gratified smile on his face. Immediately, he parked the car in the parking space by the roadside in front of the flower and bird market. Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car. Then he came to the passenger side, opened the door, and took down the box with orchids on the seat. After closing the door, Lu Qing walked into the flower and bird market holding the box, seeing colorful flowers everywhere, and seeing all kinds of pet birds in the bird cage. He couldn't help sighing, it's really a veritable flower and bird market. Then Lu Qing stepped up and walked inside, because the inside of the market is where individuals trade flowers and birds, and there are shops outside. Qi Shubai is an old man who likes to grow flowers, especially orchids, such as this chunlin, gladiolus, mullein, hanlin, hilin and other familiar orchid varieties, all of which are kept in his family. And it is precisely because he likes orchids that old master Qi Shubai's eyes are notoriously picky, and ordinary orchids can't get into his eyes at all. But despite this, Mr. Qi Shubai still went to the flower and bird market every day to take a look and stroll around to see if he could find some orchids of outstanding quality. Morning, Mr. Qi. Good morning, old man. Morning. Since he has been in this flower and bird market for so many years and his eyesight is outstanding, in this flower and bird market, Mr. Qi Shubai can be regarded as a person. Not only did he just come to the market, he was greeted everywhere by voices. Good morning. Hearing others say hello to him, the old man Qi Shubai naturally responded with a smile on his face, and after walking for a few minutes, the old man Qi Shubai came to the free trading place in the flower and bird market. This place is not large, only a few hundred square meters, but at this time, people are coming and going, lively and noisy. I saw everyone gathered in twos and threes, looking at the flowers sold by some individual sellers. When the old man Qi Shubai came here, he put his hands behind his back and lowered his head, looking at the orchids they were selling in front of the stalls of the individual sellers. Exclamation mark. At present, the old man Qi Shubai only looks at orchids. As for other potted flowers, the old man Qi Shubai does not look at all. The shape of the petals of this orchid is too common, no. The old man Qi Shubai carefully looked at the orchid in front of him, then shook his head, and then went to another booth to check the orchid. This orchid is okay, but the current number is too large, so it can't be done. Coming to the second booth, Mr. Qi Shubai found that the pot of orchids in front of him was good in all aspects, but the number of surviving orchids was too large, and it was boring to keep them, so Mr. Qi Shubai shook his head and went to see below. The charm, leaf posture, flower posture, and color of this orchid don't match at all, and the whole is not harmonious, no. When he came to the third booth, Mr. Qi Shubai saw the problem of the orchid in front of him right away, shook his head, and got up to look at the next one. These orchids in the back are similar to the orchids seen by the old man Qi Shubai. Either the petals are not good looking, the color is too ordinary, or the number of categories is too large, and the old man Qi Shubai shook his head. It's okay, it's time to go back. When I looked at all the orchids that were placed within a few hundred square meters in front of me, as usual, I found nothing in the end. Master Qi Shubai planned to return home. Immediately, the old man Qi Shubai walked outside the market, and just halfway there, he saw a young man wearing a t-shirt, casual pants, casual shoes, with broken hair, walking in with a cardboard box in his arms, and he was with Qi. The old man Shubai passed by. He seems to be holding an orchid in his arms. When the two met, the old man Qi Shubai glanced at the orchid in the cardboard box that the young man was holding in his arms, and recalled. But I feel like I haven't seen the color of this orchid before. The old man Qi Shubai thought that the orchid held by the young man was special, so he didn't have any doubts. Wait a minute, boy. The boy with the box, wait a minute. After thinking about it for a while, the bright old man Qi Shubai immediately called out to the young man who was walking inside. This young man is none other than Lu Qing, who just got off the car, packed orchids in a cardboard box, and walked into the flower and bird market. Ha, someone called me. Lu Qing, who was walking forward, didn't pay attention, but when he heard the young man with a suitcase, Lu Qing looked at it, as if he was the only one, so he couldn't help but stop. Lu Qing turned around and looked at the old man in his early 50s and 60s who was dressed as a neighbor, and asked with some doubts. Uncle, what are you looking for from me? Hiss. However, Mr. Qi Shubai didn't answer Lu Qing's question, but walked quickly to Lu Qing's body, then widened his eyes, looked at the few orchids in the box Lu Qing was holding, and took a deep breath. Haha, I'll just say it's an orchid I haven't seen. Bending down to examine the orchid in Lu Qing's arms carefully, Mr. Qi Shubai raised his head, stood up straight, and laughed, looking very excited. Uncle, do you know about orchids too? Seeing that the old man Qi Shubai was just fiddling with the orchid carefully, and now he was laughing with excitement, Lu Qing asked uncertainly. That's natural. When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, he replied. Then what do you think of these orchids? As soon as Lu Qing heard this, seeing that the old man Qi Shubai understood this, he was happy and asked quickly. After all, Lu Qing planned to sell these orchids, but he was not sure what kind of orchids were in front of him. Good, very good, excellent. Mr. Qi Shubai heard Lu Qing's question and said 3 in a row. Uncle, how much do you think you can sell it for? Mr. Qi Shubai said 3 good things in a row, so Lu Qing didn't know how to set the price, so he asked bluntly. The price is hard to say. When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, he pondered and said. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked in confusion. Yes, boy, there is no specific price for this orchid. Master Qi Shubai explained. Especially this kind of good-looking orchid has to be priced from its own variety, petals, fragrance, color, surprise, quantity, shape, etc. Because the orchid pays attention to its charm, leaf posture, flower posture, color unity, and overall coordination. If these can be perfect, then it is naturally valuable. Of course, if I didn't say what I just said, and it looks crooked and cracked, then the price of cabbage is definitely not as good, so I said that this orchid is not good for pricing. Lu Qing nodded as he listened, feeling that the old man in front of him was almost the same as what the old man in the pet store said yesterday. Okay, thank you for your answer. After listening to the detailed answer from the old man, Lu Qing thanked him with a smile on his face. You are welcome. When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, he smiled and waved his hand. Then I'll go first, Uncle . After thanking him, Lu Qing held the orchid in the box, turned around and continued to walk inside. Hey, boy, wait, what are you doing? Seeing that Lu Qing was about to leave, Mr. Qi Shubai quickly stopped him and asked with some doubts. I'm going to sell these orchids, Uncle. Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly stopped, turned his head, looked at the old man Qi Shubai in front of him, and replied. You want to sell? When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, his expression brightened, his eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. Yes, I came to this flower and bird market to sell them. Lu Qing nodded and answered truthfully. Haha, boy, so, since you plan to sell it, why don't you sell it to me? When Mr. Qi Shubai heard that Lu Qing was really going to sell, he immediately said happily. Uncle, are you going to buy these orchids from me? When Lu Qing heard the words of Mr. Qi Shubai, he asked in disbelief. Yeah, boy, I really want to buy your orchid. Seeing that Lu Qing didn't believe it, Mr. Qi Shubai hurriedly explained. I come to this flower and bird market every day to have a look. I came here to buy orchids, and there are many orchids in my house. If you don't believe me, I can take you back to see. No, Uncle, I mean it's too coincidental. I came across one on the way and sold this orchid, I can't believe it. When Lu Qing heard the explanation from Mr. Qi Shubai, he hurriedly said with a smile. Hey, what's the matter? There are very coincidences that happen every day in this world. When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, he said indifferently. Yeah, hearing this, Lu Qing said with a smile on his face. Seeing that Lu Qing had no objection, the old man Qi Shubai continued. Young man, anyway, I really want to buy these orchids in your hands, and the price, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense, I will definitely give you a price. Satisfied price. Of course, if you are worried, you can go inside and ask and discuss the price. The old man Qi Shubai added. Haha, Uncle, although this is the first time we meet, but after all, we have such a good relationship with each other, so I can trust you." When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile, "Well, let's go, lad, come to my house and talk. After all, it's not a problem for us to stand here all the time." Seeing that Lu Qing agreed, Mr. Qi Shubai hurriedly invited him. "My house is not far, just go out the gate of this flower and bird market, and walk 2 streets to the left in a small alley, it's less than 10 minutes from here." Mr. Qi Shubai continued, "Okay, then let's go." Lu Qing heard that the distance was not far, and immediately agreed. Immediately, Mr. Qi Shubai led the way, while Lu Qing followed him with an orchid. After walking 2 streets, I came to an alley that is unique to the magic capital. After walking a few hundred meters, the old man Qi Shubai took him to a big iron gate, stopped and said, "Here." When Lu Qing heard this, he stopped and looked carefully at the big iron gate and the high courtyard wall in front of him. Immediately, Lu Qing saw that Mr. Qi Shubai pressed the doorbell, and the doorbell was visible to the left and right of the big iron gate. In less than a minute, he saw the big iron gate open. "Come on, come in, boy." After seeing the door of his house being opened, the old man Qi Shubai invited him with a smile. "Okay." Lu Qing nodded and said yes. "By the way, uncle, my name is Lu Qing, you can be Xiao Lu." Lu Qing continued. "Okay." Hearing Lu Qing's self-introduction, Mr. Qi Shubai ordered and introduced himself. "My surname is Qi and my name is Qi Shubai." Immediately, Lu Qing followed Qi Shubai into the big iron gate. "Hello, auntie." After entering, Lu Qing saw a middle-aged woman standing behind the big iron gate, thinking that she should be the wife of Mr. Qi Shubai, so he quickly greeted respectfully. "Hello, Xiao Lu, let's go inside and talk." After the old man Qi Shubai introduced his wife to the side, he quickly responded with a smile. Lu Qing nodded, then turned around, ready to follow Mr. Qi Shubai inside. However, Lu Qing turned around and was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him, only to see flowers in front of Lu Qing's eyes. The densely blooming flowers were like a sea of flowers. "This is too beautiful." After a pause, Lu Qing, who had regained his senses, exclaimed in admiration. "The outside looked tattered, but I didn't expect that the inside of the courtyard was like another world," which shocked Lu Qing too much. Qi Shubai's yard is similar to that of Lu Xin's master, the great painter Liang. The only difference is that Liang has more literary and artistic atmosphere, while Qi Shubai is a world of flowers. Walking into the house, Lu Qing found flowers everywhere. "Sit down, Xiao Lu." Nuos. After coming to the house, Mr. Qi Shubai invited him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing found a chair and sat down. Then, after seeing Lu Qing sitting down, the old man Qi Shubai said, "Lu, I told you the price of this orchid just now, so considering your few orchids, I plan to buy them for 1 million. Pack it all up." Of course, this price is not casual, as I told you just now, I quoted this price after careful consideration. The old man Qi Shubai continued. Seeing that Mr. Qi Shubai had so many flowers here, Lu Qing knew that he was a master of flowers and plants and would not lie. Moreover, the offer from Mr. Qi Shubai exceeded Lu Xin's expectations, so he nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, uncle, I trust you, so I will give it at the price you said." After transferring the account, and after a few words of greetings, Lu Qing got up and left, while the old man Qi Shubai took him to the big iron gate. Lu Qing stepped over the big iron gate with one foot, then turned his head and looked in front of him. The old man Qi Shubai said a little embarrassedly, "Uncle, can I order the seeds of your flowers? The very expensive ones." "Thank you, uncle, then I'll go first." Outside the big iron gate, Lu Qing moved the last pot of flowers to his microcard and put them away, clapped the ashes on his hands, and thanked Mr. Qi Shubai, who was standing beside him with a smile on his face. I saw that dozens of pots of flowers were placed on Lu Qing's microcard, although half of these flowers were almost dead. But Lu Qing was still very happy, because the good ones were given to Lu Qing by Mr. Qi Shubai, while the bad ones were what Mr. Qi Shubai planned not to, and Lu Qing wanted to come. It turned out that Lu Qing saw that Mr. Qi Shubai had built such a beautiful place here, and he also wanted to follow the gourd and draw a scoop to make his autumn villa into this kind of place where birds and flowers are fragrant. That's why when I left at the end, I asked Mr. Qi Shubai for these flower seeds. Unexpectedly, Mr. Qi Shubai readily agreed. Not only did he give Lu Qing a lot of flower seeds, he also gave Lu Qing dozens of pots of flowers. And these bad flowers are what Lu Qing saw when he was carrying the flowers and put them on his micro card. After all, there is space in his pocket. Lu Qing felt that these bad flowers would also be rescued, so he asked for them all. Thanks for this scene. Haha, you're welcome, Xiao Lu. When the old man Qi Shubai heard this, he smiled and waved his hand, saying it was okay. Immediately, Lu Qing waved at the old man Qi Shubai, and started the car to leave, preparing to return to xianju. After all, it was almost 11 o'clock, and it was time for a busy day in xianju. However, on the way back, Lu Qing planned to find a place where no one was monitoring, and put all the dozens of pots of flowers in the car into the portable space. After all, it's August, it's midsummer, and the weather is extremely hot. If you put these flowers in the car and expose them to the sun, Lu Qing is afraid that they will die from the sun, so she decides to put them in a safe space. Lu Qing drove around for a long time, and finally found a quiet, uninhabited, unmonitored trail, and then drove the car in and stopped. After making sure that no one was seen around, Lu Qing quickly put these dozens of pots of flowers into the portable space, and then drove the car to continue to xianju. Time disappears little by little. Inside the fairy house, Lu Qing saw that the time had come to early 4 in the afternoon, and there was nearly an hour before Lu Xin's kindergarten was dismissed. So after saying hello to Guo Guo, Lu Qing drove away from xianju and went to the kindergarten to pick up Lu Xin from school. Gallop all the way. After more than 40 minutes, Lu Qing drove his car to the kindergarten, and immediately found a place to park the car. Then Lu Qing opened the door and got off the car, walked to the door of the kindergarten, and waited for Lu Xin to finish school. Chaj. At 5:15, the school bell of the kindergarten rang, followed by the cheerful voices of the children. Baba. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Lu Xin and her classmates Jian's good friends Yuanyuan and Yuyu, chatting and laughing together, walked out of the kindergarten and saw Lu Qing, who was waiting at the door. Heart. Lu Qing also saw Lu Xin and responded with a smile. Immediately, Lu Xin walked up to Lu Qing with a smile and grabbed his trouser legs, while Lu Qing smiled and touched Lu Xin and said, "Let's go, say goodbye to your classmates, let's go home." Hearing this, Lu Xin nodded, then smiled at Yuanyuan and Yuyu, and waved, "Yuanyuan, Yuyu, we'll see you tomorrow." Lu Qing also said goodbye to Yuanyuan's Baba and Yuyu's Mama, and then took Lu Xin to the parking lot on the side of the road. Go up. Before arriving at the wake-up, he opened the car door. Lu Qing carried Lu Xin into the car, closed the door, then came to the main driver on the side, opened the door and got in the car, then started the car and drove home. On the way, Lu Xin, who was talking and laughing, suddenly asked, Baba, grandparents, and aunts, when will they come to us? Why, do you miss them? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked with a smile. Okay. Lu Xin nodded happily, then wrinkled his nose and whispered, didn't you say last time that grandparents, and aunts would come? It's been a long time, and they haven't come yet. Lu Qing thought about it for a while, and felt that my parents and sisters would be coming in the next few days, so he smiled and comforted, it should be soon, Xingxin, or we will go home later, and make a video call to ask them. Good. When Lu Xin heard this, Xiaolian said happily. Evening. The sky has darkened. Inside the autumn villa, Lu Qing is busy with dinner in the kitchen. Lu Xin is outside in front of the cat litter, feeding Xiao Mi with the prepared goat milk powder, while Xiao Bai and Xiao He are lying on the side, watching Lu Xin, Xiao Mi, Xiao Tai swing non-stop. Baba, Xiaomi has opened her eyes, and her eyes have 2 colors. Lu Xin, who was feeding Xiao Mi, suddenly found that Xiao Mi had opened her eyes, and hurried into the kitchen, looking at Lu Qing, who was busy in surprise. Yes, when Lu Qing heard it, he stirred the dishes in the pot, then added some water, covered the pot, and continued to simmer. Then he followed Lu Xin to the cat's nest and checked it carefully. Really, squatting in front of the cat litter, Lu Qing noticed that Xiao Mi had indeed opened her eyes, and one of her eyes was blue and the other was yellow. Baba, why does Xiaomi's eyes have 2 colors? Like Lu Qing, Lu Xin, who was squatting in front of the cat litter, asked with some doubts. Lu Qing thought for a while and replied, it's caused by their genetic mutation. Oh, Lu Shen nodded knowingly. Let's go, Xingxin, the dishes in the pot will be ready soon, let's go eat. After reading Xiao Mi, Lu Qing immediately stood up and said. Lu Shen nodded and said yes. Immediately followed Lu Qing to the dining room, ready to eat dinner. Night. At 9 o'clock, the sky and night stars are rare. Lu Shen's bedroom. After Lu Qing told Lu Shen a story, he found that Lu Shen had fallen asleep beside him. Immediately, Lu Qing covered Lu Shen with the quilt, set the air conditioner to sleep mode, turned off the lights, and left Lu Shen's room lightly. After leaving Lu Shen's room, Lu Qing did not go to bed, but planned to plant the flowers and flower seeds that he brought back from Mr. Qi Shubai today. Enter. Immediately, Lu Qing's thoughts moved, and he got into the space, took out the flowers, and started to get busy. Time passed by, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Wow, it's all done at last. When the last flower was planted, Lu Qing, who had been busy for nearly 5 hours, finally finished planting all the flowers. He could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and showed a relieved smile. Haha, I don't know what my reaction will be when Xingxin wakes up tomorrow morning and sees this. Thinking of Lu Shen's expression when he saw this small yard with green grass and flowers in full bloom, the smile on Lu Qing's face smiled happily. Immediately, Lu Qing entered the room to wash and rest. Is it almost 2:30 in the morning? After coming out of the bathroom, Lu Qing checked the time and immediately turned off the lights to sleep. At this time, from Lu Qing's mobile phone, a notification sound of WeChat message came. After hearing the notification sound, Lu Qing quickly picked up the phone, opened WeChat and found that it was a WeChat message sent by his old sister Lu Ling. Brother, my parents and I have already boarded the high-speed train, remember to bring our little cute niece to pick us up tomorrow. The next day, 12 o'clock noon, inside the autumn villa. Baba, Baba, hurry up, Baba. Lu Shen's little hand banged on the door of the bathroom, and shouted loudly to Lu Qing who was inside, Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, they are coming soon, we have to hurry up and pick them up. Okay, Xingxin, don't rush, Baba will come out soon. When Lu Qing in the bathroom heard it, he answered quickly. Then there was the sound of a toilet flushing. Immediately, Lu Qing opened the door and walked out, looking at Lu Shen at the door, and said somewhat, let's go, my little ancestor. It turned out that this morning, Lu Qing told Lu Shen that after grandparents and aunts would go to the magic capital today, the little girl didn't even go to the kindergarten today, and was clamoring to go to the train station to pick them up. In desperation, Lu Qing could only agree, and immediately called Lu Shen's head teacher, Mr. Tutu, to explain the matter and ask for leave. But last night, the old sister Lu Ling sent the ticket information of the high-speed rail, and Lu Qing checked it. They had to take the high-speed rail for 12 hours to reach the magic capital. And their departure time is 2 a.m. this morning, which means they will not arrive until 2 p.m. today, so Lu Qing is not panic, it is still early anyway. After all, it only takes an hour to drive to the train station from home, and the weather is so hot that there is no point in waiting too early, so Lu Qing ran to the bathroom and squatted up after lunch. Then I thought that Lu Qing was not in a hurry, but Lu Shen was in a hurry, arguing that he was going to the train station and waited, but he didn't hear Lu Qing's reply, and the little face said happily, let's go, Baba, let's go pick up our grandparents and aunts. While talking, Lu Shen jumped out of the door of the house and walked towards the garage, while Xiaobai and Xiaohei followed by shaking their heads and pouting. Lu Qing quickly called them back and said, Xiaobai and Xiaohei are back. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei heard it, their ears stood up and they stood there, then they lay their ears on their backs, and could only wag their tails to return to the room. After all, dogs are not allowed in the train station. After explaining to the two little guys, Lu Qing walked out of the door of the house, closed the door, followed Lu Shen and walked towards the garage. Go up, Xingxin. After arriving at the garage, Lu Qing opened the door of the co-pilot of Wuling Hongguang, which was exchanged with Guoguo when Lu Qing went to Shen xianju to deliver food this morning. After seeing Lu Shen get in the car and fasten his seatbelt, Lu Qing came to the main driver on the other side to open the door and get on the car, then started the car, drove out of the garage, and drove to the train station. The train station that Lu Qing's parents and sister took the high-speed train to is the magic capital Hongqiao Station. Following the navigation, they galloped all the way. It took Lu Qing an hour to drive to the magic capital Hongqiao station. Immediately drove the car to the underground garage of the train station and parked it. Lu Qing said to Lu Shen, who was beside him, Shen, we're here, get off. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded vigorously. Holding Lu Shen's little hand, Lu Qing took the elevator upstairs, followed the road signs to the exit of the high-speed rail, and waited for the parents, mother and sister to get off the high-speed rail. Okay, Xingxin, let's wait here for our grandparents and aunts to arrive. After arriving at the exit, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and checked the time, and found that the high-speed train that mom, dad and sister were on would arrive at the station in half an hour, so he faced Lu Xindao beside him, and sat down. Waited on the chair. Time passed by minute by minute. There are less than 10 minutes before the high-speed train arrives at the station. Lu Shen in the chair is eating the chocolate in his hand. This Lu Qing just went to the supermarket next to him to buy it, because the train station is really hot at this time, and there are some chocolates on the other side. He asked anxiously, Baba, when will the high-speed train that grandparents and aunts take arrive? We have been waiting for a long time. Hey, whoever told you to insist on urging Baba to come so early? Look, don't wait. Lu Qing smiled and scratched lightly. Lu Shen's little nose joked. Xingxin, don't worry, the high-speed train that grandparents and aunts are on will arrive at the station soon, and they will arrive when you finish eating the ice cream in your hand. Really? When Lu Shen, who was taking a small bite of the chocolate, couldn't help but light up, he asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. With a smile on his face, Lu Qing answered with certainty. Hearing Lu Qing's answer, I saw Lu Shen, who was eating the ice cream in small gulps, immediately ate it in big mouthfuls, and saw that he finished the ice cream in less than 2 minutes, and then Lu Shen stared at her big watery eyes. Looking at Lu Qing, he asked dumbly, Baba, look, I've finished eating the ice cream, and my grandparents and aunts still haven't arrived. Seeing this, Lu Qing burst into laughter. You are such a clever little devil. While speaking, Lu Qing threw the ice cream stick in Lu Shen's hand into the trash can beside him. At this moment, the radio in the train station rang out that the high-speed train that Lu Qing's parents and sisters were riding was about to arrive at the station. Let's go, Xingxin, my grandparents and aunts are coming soon, let's go over and wait. After hearing the sound of the high-speed train arriving at the station, Lu Qing hurriedly stood up from the chair, held Lu Shen's hand, and walked to the exit to the side to wait. After waiting for another 2 minutes, the high-speed train that Lu Qing's parents and sisters took finally arrived at the station, and immediately saw a tide of passengers walking out of the station. Lu Qing and Lu Shen, their father and daughter, were staring at the crowd at the exit. The sharp-eyed Lu Shen was the first to see the grandparents and aunts pushing their suitcases out of the crowd, and immediately shook Lu Qing excitedly. Baba, I saw my grandparents and aunts, they're there. During the conversation, Lu Shen let go of Lu Qing's hand, and the little face smiled happily and ran up quickly, sweetly greeted, Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt and Aunt. And Lu Qing followed Lu Shen's gaze and saw his parents and sister who were pushing a bunch of suitcases out, and immediately followed behind Lu Shen and walked over. Hey, Grandpa and Grandma's heart and soul, little baby. When Lu Qing's parents and sister saw Lu Shen running towards them, she stopped and hugged Lu Shen, and said very distressedly, Dad, Mom, old sister. Lu Qing, who followed closely behind, came to his parents, mother and sister and greeted them happily. Well, son. When Lu Qing's parents heard this, they smiled and nodded, while Lu Ling, a slim-looking old girl who tied her hair into a ponytail with a hair tie, responded happily, Brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded. By the way, Mom and Dad, why don't you come by plane? Didn't I tell you to take a plane? Lu Qing asked with some doubts. Lu's father and Lu's mother didn't answer, and the old girl on the side said first, Hey, it's not that someone said that he wanted to take such luggage, and then brought you so many special products from the family under the pretense that it is inconvenient to take a plane and can't take it. I got to such a thing, so I took the high-speed train to come here. Actually, they are afraid of death and say it is not safe to fly. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers 0. Finally, Lu Ling came to Lu Qing's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. After all, Airplanes are the safest means of transportation in the world. You talk too much. When Lu Qing's father heard this, he gave Lu Ling a stern look, because that person was him, and Lu Ling stuck out his tongue indifferently. Okay, let's go, Mom and Dad, we've been standing here for so long, it's time to go home. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly smiled. Having said that, Lu Qing took the suitcase and pushed it up, and the family walked to the underground garage. Immediately, he came to the underground garage, where he parked. Lu Qing took all the luggage into the car, and even his parents and sisters got into the car, closed the sliding door, and then came to the main driver to open the door and get in the car, saying, "Okay, let's go home." Go home, Grandpa, Grandma, let's go home. Lu Shen, who was hugged by Lu's mother in the postmate position, was very happy and echoed, making the family laugh. While talking, Lu Qing started the car, slowly left the parking space, left the underground garage, and drove home. Along the way, there was Lu Shen, a small talker, talking about kindergarten for a while, and family affairs for a while. The car drove halfway, and Father Lu in the back seat suddenly opened his mouth and said worriedly, "Son, have you prepared a room for us? Don't carry your luggage around to look for a hotel for a while, that's inconvenient. And don't worry, I'm here with your mother. One is to send your sister over to sign up for her school start, and the other is to see how you and your darling granddaughter are doing. Anyway, stay for a few days and leave, it will never delay you work and messing with you." Father Lu continued, "Dad, what are you doing? You must have a house to live in when you come here. What kind of hotel are you staying in? Don't worry. Besides, Lu Shen and I will go home at the end of each year for the new year. I've only come here once, so I'm sure I'll have to stay longer." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied slowly, "Your mother and I think it's not easy for you to work in such a big city with Lu Shen alone, so I don't want to cause you trouble." Father Lu explained, "Dad, and Mom, don't worry, you really didn't delay and trouble me. I'm just saying, didn't I transfer you such a large sum of money last time? Do you think your son is under pressure?" Lu Qing listened and said with relief, "Right, speaking of." Hearing Lu Qing mention this, Father Lu wanted to talk about this matter, but Lu Qing interrupted him as soon as he said a few words. "Dad, let's go home and talk about this again, now we're talking while driving. Be distracted." When Father Lu heard this, he nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing drove the car all the way to go home. Half an hour later, Lu Qing drove back to the villa area where he lived, came to the front of his own yard, and parked the driveway. "Okay, let's go home, parents, old sister." After speaking, Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, and Lu Ling, who was in the car, also got out of the car after seeing this. When they saw that the home Lu Qing said was a green grass with the sound of birds and flowers, just like a big villa in a fairy tale, the three of them all opened their mouths, eyes widened, and looked at the person in front of them in shock. Big house. This is what Lu Qing called home. Go in, what are you all doing here? After Lu Qing opened the courtyard door of the villa, he turned around and walked to the front of the car. He picked up his luggage and prepared to carry it to the house. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of his parents, mother and sister, he couldn't help asking, "Brother, am I dreaming? Is this really the house you bought?" Hearing Lu Qing's voice, Lu Ling, the first old girl who came back to her senses, looked at Lu Qing and asked in surprise, "Son, is this big house really not rented by you?" At this time, Father Lu also came back to his senses, looked at Lu Qing, and asked with doubts, "Son, did you do something?" On the side, Mother Lu said suspiciously, looking at Lu Qing up and down. "Ouch, what are you talking about, Mom and Dad?" Hearing the different questions and expressions of the father, mother and sister in front of him, a wry smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. "I really bought this house, I bought it with real money, I promise you. And if you don't believe it, there is a house purchase contract and a real estate certificate in the house, and I can show it to you when I go in later." Lu Qing went on to add, I'm going to live in a big villa tonight. Ha 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 ha." Seeing Lu Qing's determined appearance, the old girl Lu Ling was the first to believe in Lu Qing, and immediately ran into the yard with a frantic cry. Baba, what is Aunt doing? I want to play too." Lu Shen next to him looked at Lu Ling dancing in the yard with big watery eyes, and asked with some doubts. Especially watching. 903, To Lu Ling's madness, Lu Shen also wanted to join in. Haha, you go. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Immediately upon hearing this, Lu Shen ran over happily and took various selfie photos with Lu Ling. Let's go, Mom and Dad, let's go to the house, it's so hot outside. At this time, Lu Qing turned his head and said to his parents. Okay, the advanced room is talking. When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard this, they nodded and agreed. After all, it is not appropriate to stand outside all the time. Immediately, Lu Qing carried 2 large suitcases in front, and Lu's father and Lu's mother carried 2 travel bags in the back, followed Lu Qing into the yard and walked into the house. Wow, brother, your house is too big. After Lu Qing opened the door, the old girl Lu Ling was the first to enter. When she saw the spacious and bright living room in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Yeah, brother, you also have 2 puppies. Will they bite? Just as Lu Ling was looking around, she suddenly saw 2 puppies rushing towards her, and she took 2 steps back in fright. Auntie, Xiaobai and Xiaohei are very good, they won't bite, just call them by their names. Before Lu Qing spoke, Lu Shen, who was beside him, explained crisply, and while he was speaking, he bent down and touched the heads of the 2 little guys. Yes, old girl, don't be afraid of this, as long as they are familiar with you, they won't bite. Lu Qing agrees to echo Dao. Then everyone entered the house together. Especially Lu's mother, and old sister Lu Ling. After entering the house, it was like Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden for the first time. Her eyes widened, and she carefully looked at the house in front of her. And Lu Ling exclaimed exaggeratedly while watching, nothing more than that this house is too big, too beautiful, too luxuriously decorated and so on. Mom and Dad, old girl, have you been on the high-speed train for more than 10 hours, are you hungry? I'll make something to fill your stomach first, and let's make a sumptuous meal in the evening to celebrate our family reunion. After moving all the luggage into the house, Lu Qing asked the 3 people beside him. I've been hungry for a long time, brother, I'm not used to the food on this high-speed train, and I didn't eat breakfast. Hearing this, Lu Ling touched his hungry stomach and raised his hand first. Well, then let's get 2 poached eggs, I'm tired all the way, and I can't eat the rest. Father Lu nodded and said. Then let me do it, son, where's the kitchen? When Lu's mother heard this, she looked at Lu Qing and asked. Mom, let me do it, you have been sitting on the high-speed train for so long, you should take a break, and by the way, see if your son's craftsmanship has improved. When Lu Qing heard this, of course she didn't want her mother to travel thousands of miles. She just got into the house and didn't have time to catch her breath and started to get busy again, so she said to her mother who was beside her. Fine. When Mother Lu heard this, she nodded and agreed. Immediately arranged for the parents, mother and sister to rest on the sofa and watch TV, Lu Qing came to the kitchen on his own, opened the refrigerator, took out the eggs, and started to get busy. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing cooked 2 poached eggs for the parents and sister alone, and then scooped the poached eggs into a bowl and brought them to the table, while shouting to the parents and the old sister in the living room. Okay, Mom and Dad, old girl, the poached eggs are ready, come and eat. When the 3 people in the living room heard this, they got up and sat down at the table in the dining room, picked up chopsticks and started eating. Wow, brother, I haven't seen you for more than half a year, you are good at cooking, you make this poached egg as delicious as my mother's. Lu Ling, who came to sit down at the dining table, picked up a poached egg, took a bite and ate it, gave Lu Qing a thumbs up and praised. Haha, old girl, you are such a clever little ghost. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled happily. On the side, Father Lu nodded in agreement when he heard his daughter say this. When Lu's mother heard this, she immediately smiled. A few minutes later, Lu Ling, who was full of food and drink, wiped the sweat on his forehead, looked at Lu Qing and asked, Brother, where is the bathroom? I want to take a shower, after sitting on the high-speed train for so long. In addition, the weather is so hot, and the whole body is sticky, so uncomfortable. Let's go, I'll take you there, your room is upstairs, just make the bed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and replied. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Ling upstairs to take a shower, looked at the room she lived in, and took out the new sheets and pillows that she bought earlier, and made the bed. After arriving on the second floor, Lu Qing opened the bedroom prepared for the old girl Lu Ling and said, Hey, old girl, this room will be your bedroom from now on, but the sheets are still covered, but don't worry, brother. I buy them all in your favorite color. What a big room. Lu Ling on the side heard this, looked inside, and couldn't help but admire. Thank you, bro, I like this room, haha. After looking at it, Lu Ling thanked Lu Qing happily. Silly girl, thank you, you are my sister, these are what my brother should do. Hearing this, Lu Qing touched Lu Ling's head and smiled. Come in and wash, old girl, there is a separate bathroom in your room, new towels, shower gel, shampoo, all inside. Lu Qing went on to say. When Lu Ling heard this, she nodded happily and said, then I'll go down and get my change of clothes. Saying that, he went downstairs. Lu Qing, on the other hand, took out the sheets, quilts, pillows, etc. bought a few days ago from the closet on the side, and made the bed for Lu Ling. At this moment, Lu's father and Lu's mother came up with Lu Shen. Baba, I'll help you put on a quilt. After coming to the room, Lu Shen saw that Lu Qing was putting on the quilt, and couldn't help but light up and said with a smile on his face. Because it turned out that the quilt was basically completed by Lu Shen and Lu Qing together. Come on, you take this horn. When Lu Qing heard it, she smiled and agreed, and while she was talking, she put a corner of the quilt in Lu Shen's hand and told her to take it. When Lu's mother and Lu's father saw this, they also came to help. In just 2 minutes, a few people made Lu Ling's bed, and at this time Lu Ling came upstairs with a change of clothes. Mom and Dad, let's go, your room is next door, I'll show you, and make the bed by the way. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately brought Lu's father and Lu's mother to the next room. Although the several bedrooms upstairs are all about the same size, this room is the largest in comparison, which I specially reserved for you. After opening the door, Lu Qing introduced to the parents beside him. A really big room. Upon hearing this, Mother Lu came to the room and looked at it carefully. Seeing that the room was indeed spacious and bright, she couldn't help but nodded. Immediately, Lu Shen and the others made the bed out of the room. After making the bed, Lu Qing said, Mom and Dad, you two have been on the high-speed train for more than 10 hours, and you are tired all the way. You can take a bath, make up sleep, and refresh your spirits. Okay, anyway, I didn't sleep well last night. Now that I'm full, I really want to sleep for a while. When Father Lu heard this, he replied. Mother Lu nodded in agreement. After all, this high-speed train is not as comfortable as the bed at home. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Shen out of the parents' room. Baba, I want to play with my aunt. After coming out of Lu's father and mother's room, Lu Shen, who was beside him, said. Go. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. It's time for dinner too. After coming downstairs, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and found that it was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He immediately took it to the kitchen and prepared the dishes for the evening. Enter. Seeing his father, mother, sister Lu Shen and the others were upstairs, Lu Qing thought aloud, entered the space and started to get busy. Time passed by minute. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening. It's time for dinner. In the kitchen, Lu Qing and his mother worked hard for more than an hour, and finally made dinner. When the last plate was brought to the table, Lu Qing faced Lu Shen, Lu Ling and Lu's father, who were watching the bears in the living room. He shouted, It's dinner, father, sister, Xingxin, come here quickly. I saw that there were 7 or 8 dishes on the table at this time, and half of them were big and hard dishes, such as this large plate of chicken with green peppers, fish with pickled cabbage, and small fried rabbits. As for the rest, Lu Qing did it. Wow, Grandma's cooking is delicious. When he came to the dining room, Lu Shen, who asked about the taste, praised. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, Xingxin, why isn't this dish made by Baba? Because I saw Grandma doing it just now, Baba, you're just fighting. When Lu Shen heard this, he answered honestly. Then everyone sat down at the table and ate. Wow, Mom, something is wrong, how do the dishes you made today taste so much better than those made at home? Lu Ling ate several good dishes made by her mother, and felt that every dish was extremely delicious. She couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. That's the dish your brother bought. It's so fresh. When Mother Lu heard this, she replied with a faint smile. As soon as Lu Qing heard it, he looked at Lu Ling and said, "Sister, if this dish is delicious, you should eat more." Lu Ling nodded in response. After all, Lu Qing's family finally reunited, and then everyone toasted together, and then continued to eat with laughter. After the middle of the meal, Lu Shen looked at Lu Qing and said in a low voice, "Brother, I'm going to sign up for the school the day after tomorrow. Can we go to Disney tomorrow? I saw something very beautiful online, I want to see it down." Disney. When Lu Qing heard it, he was stunned for a moment, feeling very familiar, as if someone had said it in his ear. Disney. When Lu Shen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, shaking Lu Qing's hand excitedly and said, "Go, Baba, let's go to Disney. I heard Yu and Yuan say, there is fun, go up there. I asked you to go, but you didn't answer." Hearing what Lu Shen said, Lu Qing finally knew who had mentioned Disney in her ears, because she was none other than her daughter Lu Shen. It turns out that after Lu Shen's classmate Yuan and Yu went to play, they told Lu Shen that Disney is very big and there are many interesting places in it, so Lu Shen pestered Lu Qing to go to Disney after school, and talked several times in a row. Sky. However, because Lu Qing delivered takeout every day at that time, there was no time at all, so this matter was finally settled. After hearing this, Lu Qing thought about it, and she has nothing to do tomorrow, and since the old girl worked so hard to get into the best university in the magic capital, her own brother should also say something, so she nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, let's do it tomorrow." Go to Disney. Yeah, let's go to Disney tomorrow. When Lu Ling and Lu Shen saw that Lu Qing agreed to come down, they jumped up happily, and the two danced there. After dinner, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and saw that it was only early 7 o'clock. He also thought that the day after tomorrow, the old sister Lu Ling was going to start school to sign up for school. It seemed that his own brother didn't say anything except to transfer her 50,000 yuan. After a while, he asked Lu Ling, who was beside him, "Sister, do you want to buy some new clothes? Or changing your phone?" Lu Qing saw that Lu Ling's phone was still the same, and continued. Think. When Lu Ling heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded back without hesitation. "Then why are you still here? Let's go." Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled. Let's go shopping for new clothes." Hearing that Baba was going to buy new clothes and a new mobile phone for her aunt, Lu Shen naturally wanted to follow her, only to see her little face with a happy smile on her face, walking in front of her. Followed by Lu Qing, Lu Ling, Lu's father and Lu's mother, there was nothing to do anyway, so all the Lu Qing family went together. Get in the car. After arriving at the garage, Lu Qing opened the car door and called Mom, and Sister, and Lu Shen to get in the car. It is good. When Lu Ling heard it, he said yes with a smile, opened the passenger door and sat up, while Lu's father and mother took Lu Shen to the back seat of the car. Let's go. After seeing that everyone got in the car and sat down, Lu Qing came to the main cab, opened the door and got in the car, then started the car and drove to the mall. The place where Lu Qing intends to take her old sister Lu Ling to buy clothes and get a new mobile phone is the last time she took Lu Shen to buy clothes, the World Trade Center, because it is the largest and most prosperous shopping mall in the area where Lu Qing is located. Speeding all the way, Lu Qing followed the navigation and took half an hour to reach the entrance of the World Trade Center shopping mall, and then stopped at a parking space. But this time, Lu Qing's luck was not as good as last time. After watching for a long time, there was no empty parking space on the side of the road. In desperation, Lu Qing could only drive to the underground garage. Come down, we're here. After entering the underground garage and parking the car firmly, Lu Qing looked at everyone in the car with a smile on his face. After speaking, Lu Qing opened the door first and got out of the car, then came to the side to open the sliding door, and let the parents and Lu Shen who were sitting in the back get down. As for the old sister Lu Ling who was sitting in the co-pilot, she opened the door herself. Come on, let's go over there and take the elevator upstairs into the mall. After seeing everyone getting out of the car, Lu Qing followed the signs of the underground garage, saw the elevator going upstairs, and immediately led everyone to the elevator location. Mom and Dad, go in with your heart. When he came to the elevator, Lu Qing pressed the up sign and waited for a few minutes before the elevator came. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing called everyone in, and then pressed the button on the first floor of the mall. Wow, brother, there are so many people in your mall. The elevator door opened, and Lu Ling was the first to come out. Seeing the hustle and bustle of the shopping mall in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. Yes, that's why I brought you here. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. Let's go, old girl, there is an Apple mobile phone store in front. Let's go over and buy you a mobile phone, and then go upstairs to buy clothes. Lu Qing pointed to the sign of the huge Apple store not far away, facing Lu Lingdao beside him. Okay. When Lu Ling heard this, he smiled and said yes. Immediately, Lu Qing and Lu Ling walked in the front, and Lu's father and Lu's mother walked behind holding a Lu Xin's hand and walked to the Apple mobile phone store. Welcome. When Lu Qing's family walked into the Apple store, a young female salesperson greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, little sister, what is your Apple's latest mobile phone? Can you show us the displayed machine? Seeing the young female sales clerk in front of her, Lu Qing asked. Of course you can, brother, the latest iPhone 11 of our iPhone is the machine on the demo table next to you. The young female sales clerk answered with a smile and pointed at the machine on the table beside Lu Qing. Is this what it is? Immediately, Lu Qing's family gathered around the table to watch, even Lu Shen was no exception. Because she was clamoring to see a new mobile phone, Lu Qing took a demo machine and put it on her mobile phone. Baba, this phone is so clear, it's much clearer than yours. Although Lu Shen was only in her early 3 years, she was very familiar with the operation of mobile phones, but she couldn't help sighing when she saw what was captured by the camera on the mobile phone. When Lu Qing heard it, he agreed and agreed. After all, my mobile phone has been used for almost 2 years, and it is no longer as fast as these mobile phones that are updated very quickly. Our iPhone 11 has 3 sizes. Brother, you can compare and take a look, if you like the big screen, or you like the smaller screen. At this time, a young female sales clerk introduced. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, then picked up mobile phones of different sizes to compare. After watching it for a few minutes, Lu Qing put down the demo machine in his hand and asked Lu Ling, who was beside him, Mother, have you made your choice? Do you want to buy that version? After hearing this, Lu Ling nodded and replied, Brother, I have chosen, this is the Apple 11, the size is just right, and it is very convenient to carry. I think this 11 is just fine, the other 2 versions are too big and heavy. When Lu Qing heard it, he agreed. Mom, Dad, what do you think of this phone? Immediately, Lu Qing turned around and asked the parents who were looking at the phone on the other side. Very good, much better than my current phone. When Father Lu heard this, he put down his phone and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, and then said to the young female sales clerk on the side, Little girl, then you can get us the 4 best versions of 11. Son, my dad's and I's cell phones can still be used, so we don't have to waste money and buy them for us. When Mother Lu heard this, she quickly refused. Although she knew that Lu Qing was rich now, Lu's mother still felt that she couldn't spend money casually, because she just saw the price of mobile phones, and the cheapest mobile phones start at 5,000. Mom, my mobile phone is a product from 2 years ago, and it has long been out of date. Your mobile phone is older than mine, so it should be replaced. When Lu Qing heard it, he explained. Immediately unable to refuse, Lu Qing exchanged a phone of the same model for her parents and sister and herself, and then bought a laptop and a tablet for her sister Lu Ling. As for Lu Shen, at first he was clamoring for a phone and a computer. Later, at the recommendation of a young female sales clerk, Lu Qing bought Lu Shen an Apple Watch, and the little guy calmed down. After paying the money, with the help of the female sales clerk, I registered everyone's mobile phone account, downloaded all the required software, and after the information of the old mobile phone was synchronized to the new mobile phone, Lu Qing said to everyone, Let's go. Come on, let's go upstairs to buy clothes. Immediately, Lu Qing walked upstairs with his parents and sister Lu Shen. At the same time, inside a luxuriously decorated villa in Xishan. Mama, I want to go to sleep with Sister Xingxin tonight. The little jelly with 2 cute pigtails on her head said pitifully while shaking Lin Qing's hand. Little jelly, listen to Mama, you see it's getting late, let's not go to Sister Xingxin, okay? When Lin Qing heard this, although he was a little helpless, he still smiled and comforted softly. Because Lin Qing didn't know what was going on, just after dinner today, little Jelly suddenly clamored for Lu Xin's side and wanted to sleep with Lu Xin. However, after all, he only went to Lu Xin's place last week, and he went again this week. Lin Qing felt really embarrassed to trouble Lu Qing to help him stare, so he refused little Jelly's request. Then I thought that Xiao Jelly was so persevering and wanted to go to Lu Xin's side. No, since the meal was finished, she had been begging for Lin Qing for almost an hour, so Lin Qing's face changed. There will be a hint of helplessness. Mama, I just want to go to Sister Xingxin, let's go. When little Jelly heard it, she pestered Lin Qing and said coquettishly. Time passed by minute. Another half an hour passed. Mama, let's go, okay, I just want to go to Sister Xingxin's place to play. Lin Qing, who was still persistently clinging to little Jelly, sent her to Lu Xin's place. Hey, I really lost to you, Mama agrees. Seeing little Jelly being so persistent, Lin Qing could only sigh and agree. Really, when little Jelly heard this, she stopped making a fuss in an instant, but her eyes lit up, and she asked in disbelief. Really, Mama calls Uncle Lu Qing now. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded affirmatively. Saying that, Lin Qing picked up his mobile phone, flipped to Lu Qing's number, and dialed it. And inside the World Trade Center shopping mall. After buying clothes for her old sister Lu Ling, and 2 more clothes for her parents, Lu Xin and herself, Lu Qing said, let's go, everything has been bought, we should go home too. Having said that, Lu Qing's family walked towards the elevator, preparing to go downstairs and drive home. At this moment, the phone ringing in Lu Qing's trouser pocket suddenly remembered. Lin Qing called. When Lu Qing heard the ringing, he stopped and quickly took out his mobile phone to see that it was Lin Qing who was calling, and immediately connected the call. It's just that Lu Qing didn't speak when he heard Lin Qing on the other end of the phone say. Lu Qing, little Jelly is coming to play with Xingxin now. Haha, then bring the little Jelly over here, we just finished shopping at the World Trade Center, and we are going back now. After listening to Lin Qing's detailed description on the other end of the phone, Lu Qing replied with a smile on his face. After all, little Jelly is as cute as Lu Xin, and she is very free here, so Lu Qing agreed with her mouth after listening to it. Immediately hung up the phone, Lu Qing turned his head and looked at Lu Xin who was being held by his parents with a smile and said, Xin, later, little sister Jelly will come over to play, and sleep with you at night. When Lu Xin, whose little head was looking around, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, really? Baba, is little Jelly's sister really coming? Of course it's true. Just now, your Aunt Lin Qing called and said that little Jelly misses Sister Xingxin, and she wanted to come over after arguing at home for more than an hour. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Yeah, little Jelly's sister is coming over, happy, haha. After seeing Lu Qing's affirmative answer, Lu Xin's little face smiled brightly. Because Lu Xin also likes this little Jelly sister very much. Since the last time, she has not seen her little Jelly again for more than a week. To be honest, Lu Xin misses her a lot. Who is this little Jelly? Mother Lu listened to the conversation between her son and granddaughter in front of her, and she could not help but be a little confused. Grandma, little Jelly is a sister. When Lu Xin heard this, he quickly replied. A younger sister who is prettier and cuter than me. Lu Xin thought about it for a while, and then emphasized it crisply. When Mother Lu heard this, her face became even more puzzled. Seeing the expression on his mother's face, Lu Qing couldn't help but explain with a smile. Mom, the thing is, little Jelly is actually the name of a child less than 2 years old. On the day of the last video call with you and Dad, I brought Lu Xin to this mall to buy her clothes. Suddenly, an accident happened to little Jelly, and I happened to save her. Mama from little Jelly at the back is Lin Qing, who found me in order to thank me, and then Lu Xin and little Jelly got to know each other like this, and their relationship is still so good. Immediately, Lu Qing began to explain in detail, and after finishing speaking, Lu Qing looked at his mother and said, "That's the way it is, mother. That's what it is, it's incredible." After listening to Lu's mother, she couldn't help sighing. Brother, listen to what you said, you and little Jelly, as well as that sister Lin Qing have a lot of fate, eh? After listening to it, the old sister Lu Ling on the side said with a smile. In the end, Lu Ling raised an eyebrow at Lu Qing, which means you understand. What do you mean by that? Sister. Hearing Lu Ling's words, it was a little strange. Lu Qing didn't understand and asked aloud. When Mother Lu heard her daughter's words, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly asked, Son, when Lin Qing and little Jelly come here, are they mother and daughter every time? Yeah, what's wrong? When Lu Qing heard this, although he was a little confused, he nodded and replied. Nothing. Mother Lu replied with a smile, but the smile on her face was even brighter than before. Let's go, son, let's go back quickly, we've been standing here talking for so long, maybe Lin Qing and little Jelly are already standing at our door waiting for us. Mother Lu then urged. Didn't you say you didn't visit enough? Do you still want to take a look? Why have you suddenly changed your attention now? When Father Lu heard it, he was a little puzzled. What do you know? When Mother Lu heard Father Lu reveal the bottom, she glared at him fiercely. Let's go back quickly, it's really not good for people to wait. Lu Qing listened to what Lu's mother said and continued. After all, it takes nearly an hour to drive back from the mall, and Lu Qing doesn't know where Lin Qing and Xiao Jelly live, and how far their home is from where they live, so I think it's better to go back first. When my parents, my mother, my sister, and Lu Xin heard this, they could not help but quicken their steps, walked to the elevator, and prepared to go down to the underground garage to drive back. Then let's go back. Lu Qing's family quickly walked to the underground garage, opened the door to get in the car at the parking place, and when everyone was seated, Lu Qing reminded. Baba, can you drive a little? Maybe the little Jelly sister has already arrived. In the back row, Lu Xin, who was sitting between Lu's father and Lu's mother, urged anxiously. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, Look at you in a hurry, Heart, don't worry, Baba will definitely pay attention to the time. After speaking, Lu Qing started the car, drove out of the parking space, and drove outside. After arriving on the main road, Lu Qing's car picked up speed, and then hurried home. Just 10 minutes away from home, Lu Qing's phone suddenly rang. Lu Qing picked it up and saw that it was Lin Qing who was calling, and quickly connected the channel. Hey, Lin Qing, we have 10 minutes left, home. Have you already gone downstairs where I live? When she heard Lin Qing on the other end of the phone saying that she had brought little Jelly to the downstairs of the house she used to rent, Lu Qing couldn't help being surprised. Immediately, he slapped his forehead violently, and a wry smile appeared on Lu Qing's face, because he himself forgot to tell Lin Qing and the others that she and Lu Xin had moved. Thinking of this, Lu Qing quickly said apologetically, Lin Qing, I'm really sorry, but I forgot to tell you, Xingxin and I have moved and changed to a new place. I'll send you the address right away. Our new home is far away. It's less than 4 kilometers from there now. Okay, see you later. After apologizing, he said another sentence. Lu Qing hung up the phone, and then quickly sent the address of the villa to Lin Qing. Immediately after the message, Lu Qing put down the phone, concentrated on driving, and continued to drive home. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove back to the gate of the villa area. In the distance, Lu Qing saw a luxurious practice car parked at the gate of the villa area. A handsome figure seemed to be talking to the security guard at the gate. Lu Qing took a closer look and saw that the beautiful figure in front was not Lin Qing. It turned out that Lin Qing followed the address given by Lu Qing and navigated here, only to find out that it was actually a villa area. For fear that he had made a mistake, Lin Qing got out of the car and asked the security guard if there was a resident surnamed Lu in the villa area. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly drove the car over, rolled down the window and shouted, Lin Qing. You're back. Lin Qing, who was about to call Lu Qing, immediately turned around, saw Lu Qing, and smiled. Mr. Lu. When the security guard of the community security room saw Lu Qing, he quickly greeted him. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, and then said to the security guard in the security room, Hello, the lady in front of me is my friend, please let her car in. Okay, Mr. Lu. The security guard in the security room immediately responded. Immediately, the security guards opened the fence blocking the door. Let's go, Lin Qing, get in the car, let's go in and talk. Seeing this, Lu Qing said to Lin Qing in front of him. Okay. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded, then opened the door and got in the car, started the car, and followed behind Lu Qing's car. Less than 2 minutes, Lu Qing drove the car and brought Lin Qing behind to stop in front of the courtyard of his villa. Okay, get out of the car. After parking the car, Lu Qing said to everyone in the car. Afterwards, everyone got off the bus one by one. As for Lu Xin, of course, she was in a hurry, because she had just heard Lin Qing's voice, indicating that little Jelly was also here. She wanted to say hello to them at the door, but it was the one behind the Wuling van. The car window couldn't be opened at all, so Lu Xin could only sit in the car and worry. Little Jelly's sister. After getting off the car, Lu Xin hurriedly drove to the back of Lin Qing, and then saw the little Jelly who had just got off the car, and said hello happily. Sister Xingxin. When little Jelly heard this, she quickly came to Lu Xin and said with a smile on her face. "Huh, who are these?" At this time, Lin Qing, who was following the little Jelly, saw Lu Qing's father and mother, Lu Ling, who got off the car, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It's just that Lu Qing, who was in front of him, hadn't opened his mouth yet. When Lu Xin heard it, he ran fast and introduced them one by one. Aunt Lin, this is my aunt." When standing beside Lu Ling, Lu Xin introduced. Sister Lin, hello. When Lu Ling heard this, he greeted Lin Qing with a smile on his face. Hello, little girl. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded towards Lu Ling. At this time, Lu Xin came to Lu's mother's side and said, "This is my grandma." Then he went to Father Lu's side and said, "This is my grandfather." Lu's mother and Lu's father were very happy to see Lin Qing in front of him and said, "Hello, Zhaolin." As soon as Lin Qing heard this, he quickly and respectfully responded, "Hello, auntie, uncle." "Come on, let's go in and sit, Zhaolin." Mother Lu was very happy to invite. "Let's go, little Jelly sister, I'll take you to see Xiaomi, she's so good." Immediately, Lu Xin, who came to Lu Qing and took the key, held little Jelly's sister's hand, opened the gate of the yard, ran to the house to open the door, and took little Jelly to see Xiaomi. Father Lu, Mother Lu, and older sister Lu Ling, carrying the things they just bought, followed the two little guys and walked into the house. As for Lu Qing and Lin Qing, they were the last. Especially when he saw Lin Qing's eyes scrutinizing himself intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Qing looked at himself and couldn't help but said, "Lin Qing, do I have flowers on my body?" When Lin Qing heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I don't know if there are flowers, but I think you are very powerful. It's only been over a week, and you moved from an old and dilapidated small house to such a big villa. I said why you don't want the 5 million thank you fee. It turns out that you are so rich, you have hidden it deep enough. Is it because I didn't ask you to move the house that day, you really plan to live there with your heart?" Lin Qing held his hands, looked at Lu Qing beside him with a smile, and joked. "It doesn't make sense there." When Lu Qing heard this, although his face was a little embarrassed, he still explained, "I really didn't save little Jelly because of money, I just happened to pass by that day, and if we have money, we can't spend it lavishly. Hello, if you have 10 or 8 sons in the future, and one of them buys a set and a car for them in the magic capital, how much will it cost, so let's save it if we can." Lu Qing joked. "I bother." When Lin Qing heard this, his face turned red, and then he said in a small voice, 10 or 8 sons. If you marry a wife together, you will completely marry a fertility tool and go home. I didn't expect that, Lu Qing, you are this one kind of people. Haha, don't take it seriously, Lin Qing, it's actually a joke, I think it's good to have Lu Xin now. Seeing Lin Qing's expression, Lu Qing touched the back of his head and laughed. Then the two walked into the house talking and laughing. Do it. Before coming to the sofa in the living room, Lu Qing invited. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded and sat down. What would you like to drink? After seeing Lin Qing sit down, Lu Qing asked. I'm not thirsty now, thanks. When Lin Qing heard this, he smiled and shook his head. At this time, little Jelly came over with a smile on her face and said, Mama, look, this is a little Mi adopted by Sister Xingxin, she is so cute, and her eyes have 2 colors, so pretty. Well, it's really nice. When Lin Qing heard this, he took a closer look and found that Xiao Mi, who was not much bigger than a mouse, was indeed very well behaved, and he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. However, little Jelly, you see that this little girl is so small, it should not be full moon yet. You can't hold it like this all the time, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Lin Qing then reminded. Okay, I'll put Xiaomi in its nest now. When little jelly heard it, she was very well behaved and sensible. Saying that, the little jelly hurried away, ready to put the little girl in her hand back into its nest. You also have a cat. Lin Qing, who turned around at this time, looked at Lu Qing next to him and said, I remember that you only fed 2 dogs, why do you have such a small cat now? Actually, this cat was not adopted by me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing explained. It was Lu Shen and her 2 classmates who found out that the big cat was gone, so seeing the kitten was pitiful, the 3 of them adopted a kitten and went home. What? When Lin Qing heard this, he was a little unbelievable at first, and then he looked at Lu Shen who was having a good time with little jelly, and said with admiration, I can't believe that such a small child like Lu Shen is so loving. Yes, in fact, Xiaobai and Xiaohei in the family were also adopted by her. When Lu Qing heard it, he agreed and agreed. Afterwards, after chatting a few more times, Lin Qing saw that the time was about the same, and immediately got up and left. Mama, Sister Xingxin said, we are going to play at Disneyland tomorrow, there are a lot of fun places and a lot of delicious things. At this moment, I heard Lu Shen said that he wanted to play at Disney tomorrow, and heard Lu Shen listed a lot of fun and delicious things in Disney. Of course, these were all heard by Lu Shen from his classmates, and after little jelly heard it, his eyes were straightened, he hurried to Lin Qing and said excitedly and happily. And Mama, can you go together tomorrow? Sister Xingxin just said that it would be fun if adults go together. Okay, Mama. Little jelly shook Lin Qing's hand and begged. What, are you guys going to Disney tomorrow? When Lin Qing heard this, he looked at Lu Qing and said. Lu Qing listened, nodded and replied. It's my old sister who wants to go. This is not the best university for her to go to, and my brother has nothing to say, and she will start the school the day after tomorrow to register, so she said today that she wanted to go to Disney tomorrow, so I said yes. It is so. After Lin Qing heard it, he understood. Mama, let's go to Disney tomorrow, shall we? And little jelly looked at Lin Qing with big watery eyes, full of pleading. Little jelly, be obedient, okay. Mama still has work tomorrow. You and Sister Xingxin and the others will play together, okay? After all, the company still has a lot to deal with tomorrow, and Lin Qing has no time at all, so he can only comfort little jelly with a smile on his face. No, Mama only knows how to work every day, and doesn't play with little jelly. When little jelly heard this, she immediately shook her head and replied. What? Lin Qing's heart was shocked by what little jelly said. Little jelly, who was only under 2 years old, knew so much. Mama, let's go together. Seeing this, little jelly began to burst into tears. Oh, little jelly, don't cry, Mama accompanies you, Mama accompanies you. Seeing Xiao Jello's expression, Lin Qing couldn't help but soften his heart, and hurriedly hugged Xiao Jello in his arms and comforted him. After all, Xiao Guo begged to come to Lu Shen to play today. After begging for so long, she never cried. It means that Lin Qing works every day, and Xiao Jelly still has opinions. Real. When little jelly heard this, she raised her head from Lin Qing's arms and asked in disbelief. Really, Mama will go with you and Sister Xingxin tomorrow. Lin Qing replied affirmatively. Seeing this, little jelly burst into laughter and said happily, Mama, you are so kind. Okay, little jelly, just stay with Sister Xingxin and the others, Mama go back to make arrangements, then change her clothes, and come back tomorrow morning to meet with us, let's go to Disney together. Seeing that little jelly had calmed down, Lin Qing got up and said, preparing to leave and go home. When little jelly heard this, little head asked inexplicably, Mama, why don't you live here tonight? Because this is not our home, Mama's clothes are all at home. Lin Qing looked at the small activity in front of him and replied with a smile. But don't you just change your clothes when you go out, Mama? Little jelly looked at Lin Qing's clothes before going out, and asked with some doubts. It turned out that it was summer and it was extremely hot. After returning home from get-off work, Lin Qing, who was dressed in formal clothes, took a shower and changed into his refreshing home clothes. He sent a little jelly over at the back, and changed into very casual clothes. That's right, Xiao Lin, you're running back and forth, it's too much trouble and a waste of time, you might as well rest at our house tonight, there is an empty bedroom upstairs, the sheets, quilts, pillows and everything are brand new. It was at this moment that after hearing it from the distant mother Lu, she came over and warmly invited Dao Dian. What's so embarrassing, Auntie? After hearing this, Lin Qing said a little embarrassedly, my car is outside, and it will take more than an hour to drive back. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Xiaolin, you can stay tonight, everyone just leaves for Disney tomorrow morning. Mother Lu chased after the victory, her tone full of sincerity. And the little jelly was also beside him, constantly begging for more oil and vinegar. In the end, after talking for a long time, Lin Qing could only reluctantly nodded and agreed under the bombardment of the old and young. Okay, I'll stay here tonight. Chapter 81. Son, why are you still standing here? Xiaolin agrees to stay here tonight. Go up and take out the sheets, quilts, pillows, etc. in that room, and make the bed. Mother Lu saw that Lu Qing, who was beside him, was in a daze, and couldn't help but reminded aloud. Oh well, I'll go upstairs and do it right away. Hearing Mother Lu's reminder, Lu Qing came back to her senses and nodded hurriedly to say yes. After speaking, Lu went upstairs. The reason why Lu Qing was stunned there was mainly because of her mother's enthusiasm. It was so abnormal that Lu Qing was stunned. Then let me go upstairs with you. Seeing this, Lin Qing said quickly. Immediately followed behind Lu Qing. Seeing Lin Qing and Lu Qing go upstairs together, Mother Lu showed a satisfied smile on her face. And when little Jelly saw that Lin Qing had settled down, she ran to see Sister Xingxin with a smile on her face. Come in, this room is yours. After going up to the second floor, Lu Qing led Lin Qing to her room, opened the door and introduced. Your house is quite big. Lin Qingmei looked at her eyes and said. It's not that you reminded me that night that the house I used to live in was old and dilapidated, so I simply chose a bigger house. When Lu Qing heard it, he explained. While talking, Lu Qing came to the closet, opened the door, took out the brand new sheets, quilt covers, and pillows, ready to make the bed. I really don't understand you. Why do you have to be so low-key, obviously rich, but treat yourself like an African refugee? Lin Qing listened to Lu Qing's answer, glanced at him, and said helplessly. Hey, it's mainly because I get used to the original life every day, and even if I have money, I can't change the original way of life. Lu Qing sighed. After all, when I was at the beginning of the month, I was still a takeaway rider who ran upstairs and downstairs every day, and then I suddenly got a carry-on space to have the money behind. But it turns out that the circle that I have been in contact with is so large and that I have suffered so much. It is impossible to become a nouveau riche just because I have money, a luxury house and a luxury car. So when Lu Qing has money, he basically maintains the status quo, but he doesn't have to get up every day to worry about making a living. While speaking, Lu Qing lifted the sheet he took out and put it on the bed. Seeing this, Lin Qing hurriedly bent down and helped Lu Qing to spread out the sheets. Hey, what did you think of just now? What did you say? It's just a feeling. Lu Qing listened and smiled, revealing her white teeth. While the two were talking, laid the sheets, and then Lu Qing and Lin Qing began to put on the quilt. After putting the quilt into the quilt cover, Lu Qing asked Lin Qing who was beside him, you are so busy every day, have you ever considered taking a good rest and relaxing? Hearing this, Lin Qing was startled, and then said, Lu Qing, like you said just now, if you are used to this kind of life every day, you won't relax so easily. Ha ha. When Lu Qing heard this, he immediately laughed happily. After only a few minutes, the two of them made the bed. Lu Qing took a look and said with satisfaction, okay, we're done. Then you can rest. Looking at the time, Lu Qing found that it was already early 9 o'clock, and then said, I'll go and call those two little guys up and put them to bed. Okay. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded and said, go and call them. I'll make a few calls first to arrange the company's affairs tomorrow, and then I'll come to you. Ro. Lu Qing listened and replied. Then he pointed to the room next door and said, Lu Xin's room is right next to it. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing exited the room and went downstairs to find Lu Xin and Xiao Jello upstairs to rest and sleep. When they came downstairs, Lu Qing soon saw Lu Xin and Xiao Jello who were having fun with Xiao Bai and Xiao He, only to see Lu Xin and Xiao Jello being amused by Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Seeing this, Lu Qing reminded aloud, Xingxin, and little Jelly, it's not too late, let's go, it's time for the two of you to go upstairs to take a shower and sleep. Well, good, Baba. When Lu Shen heard this, he replied wisely and sensible. Immediately, Lu Shen smiled and said to the little jelly beside him, let's go, little jelly sister, let's go upstairs to wash the fragrance and go to sleep. Well, Sister Xingxin, the little jelly answered happily when she heard it. Immediately, Lu Shen and Xiao Jello went upstairs holding hands and walked to their room, while Lu Qing followed in front of them, and Xiao Bai and Xiao He were shaking their heads and running at the front. Xingxin, just stay in your room, I'll call Grandma to bathe you both. After coming to Lu Shen's bedroom, Lu Qing looked at the two with a smile. When Lu Shen and little jelly heard it, they nodded their heads in unison. Seeing this, Lu Qing was about to leave Lu Shen's room, and was about to ask his mother to bathe them. I saw that Lu Qing had just walked to the door, and Lin Qing was also about to enter the room. Lu Qing looked at her and said, Lin Qing, everything in your company has been arranged. Well, it's all arranged. When Lin Qing heard this, he replied, where are you going now? Seeing that Lu Qing was about to leave the house, Lin Qing asked with some doubts. Didn't I call these two little guys up from downstairs? I'm going to call my mother to come over and bathe them, and then go to bed and rest. Lu Qing explained with a smile. Don't bother auntie, I'll just come. When Lin Qing heard this, he said quickly. All right then. Lu Qing nodded and agreed. Come on, I'll take you to the bathroom. Lu Qing continued. Because Lu Shen's bedroom does not have a bathroom, the two little guys have to go to the bathroom next to them to take a bath. Lin Qing nodded. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly found Lu Shen's clean clothes. As for little jelly, because she was clamoring to come to Lu Shen's place to sleep tonight, Lin Qing also brought her clean clothes. Let's go. After finding the clothes, Lu Qing led Lin Qing, Lu Shen, and Xiao Jelly to the bathroom beside him. This is the bathroom. Arriving at the door of the bathroom, Lu Qing faced Lin Qingdao beside him. Okay. Lin Qing nodded and said, I'll call you after I wash them both. After speaking, Lin Qing took Lu Shen and little jelly into the bathroom, then closed the door and gave the two little guys a bath. I'm going to take a shower too. After thinking about it, Lu Qing decided. After all, I went to the train station to pick up my parents and my sister this afternoon. After taking so much luggage and driving for a long time, I was sweating all over. Immediately, Lu Qing returned to his room, got into the bathroom and started cleaning. After half an hour, Lu Shen's bedroom. Lu Qing put down the hair dryer in his hand and said to Lu Shen who was in front of him, okay, Shen, your hair has been dried, just like little sister Jelly, go to bed and sleep. When little Jelly, who had dried her hair first on the bed, heard it, she immediately said happily, come on, Sister Xingxin, let's go to bed. When Lu Shen heard this, he replied with a smile. Saying that, he quickly climbed onto the bed, got into the bed, and lay side by side with little Jelly. As for Lin Qing, after bathing Lu Shen and little Jelly, he handed them over to Lu Qing, told him to dry their hair, and then went back to his room to take a bath. Okay, Xingxin, there are still small activities, and your head has been dried, so you can go to sleep. Looking at the two people lying on the bed, Lu Qing smiled. Baba, I want to hear a story from you, we are sleeping. Lu Shen looked at Lu Qing with big watery eyes. Well, I want to hear it too, Mama hasn't told me stories much. The little Jelly on the side echoed the milky voice. Okay then. Seeing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Immediately, he came to the bed and sat down, tightened the quilt for the two little guys, then leaned back against the head of the bed, thought for a moment and said, then tell the two of you a story you've never heard before. Good. When Lu Shen and little Jelly on the bed heard it, they immediately said happily. At this time, Lin Qing, who had gone back to the room to take a shower, walked in, looked at the happy expression of the little guy lying on the bed, and couldn't help asking Chaj, in doubt, what happened to them? So happy. Hearing this, Lu Qing explained with a smile, I'm about to tell them stories, so I'm so excited. Yes. When Lin Qing heard this, he immediately became interested and said with a smile, I want to hear it too. Mama, come and sit here. Seeing this, little Jelly happily called Lin Qing to the other side of the bed. When Lin Qing heard this, he walked over and sat down. Only Lu Shen and Little Jelly were lying on the bed, while Lu Qing and Lin Qing were sitting on the left and right sides of the bed. After seeing Lin Qing sitting down, Lu Qing cleared his throat and said, "Okay, if I start talking. What I'm going to talk about today is the story of the 3 little white rabbits." Lu Qing continued, "Once upon a time, there lived 3 cute little white rabbits in the forest. They were Rabbit Baba, Rabbit Mama, and Bunny. One day Bunny." Immediately, Lu Qing began to speak emotionally, while Little Jelly and Lu Shen listened attentively with their big bright eyes. Lin Qing on the other side, like them, leaned on the head of the bed and listened with a smile on their faces. Lu Qing tells stories. It's just that before the story of Lu Qing was finished, he saw that Lu Shen and Little Jelly had closed their eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Lu Qing looked at Lin Qing, put his index finger to his mouth and made a silent motion. After Lin Qing saw it, he nodded and expressed his understanding. Immediately, they gently pulled down the quilt for Lu Shen and Little Jelly on the bed, and turned the room air conditioner to sleep mode. Lu Qing and Lin Qing then turned off the lights and left the room lightly. "I didn't expect you to be so good at telling stories." After coming outside, the smiling Lin Qing looked at Lu Qing in front of him and said, "And very attentive and caring." Lin Qing praised with a smile, "He is indeed a good dad." Hearing this, Lu Qing had a look that couldn't bear to look back on the past, and explained, "Actually, I found these stories on the internet, and then memorized them, because I couldn't sleep every day in the middle of the night, so I couldn't sleep either, so I found a story for her to listen to as a lullaby." Ha ha. When Lin Qing heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing. Because she did not expect Lu Qing to tell Lu Shen stories for this reason, and she memorized the stories she found on the internet and told Lu Shen. "I don't know. When Lu Shen grows up in the future, I don't know if I should be moved when I hear this reason. Or I want to cry." Ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Qing also smiled. Afterwards, they exchanged a few words. Lin Qing looked at Lu Qing and said, "Okay, Lu Qing, it's not too late, let's rest early, after all, we have to go to Disney tomorrow." "Good." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, "You should rest early too." Taking Lin Qing to the door of her room, Lu Qing smiled and said, "Good night." "Good night," Lin Qing replied. At this time, in the bedroom of Lu's father and Lu's mother. "Oh, what are you doing? You don't sleep in the middle of the night." Father Lu, who was dozing on the bed, felt that Mother Lu was tossing and turning beside him, making him unable to fall asleep, so he could not help complaining. "Old Lu, do you think that Xiaolin can be our daughter-in-law?" Mother Lu on the bed opened her eyes and said aloud, "What, you want Xiaolin to be our daughter-in-law? You are crazy. The children are so old, it's not like you haven't seen it." When Father Lu heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that Mother Lu's idea was too crazy. "What's wrong with this? It's not like you don't know, our son is confused and has a good granddaughter with someone else, and now the other party doesn't even know the figure. Seeing that his son will be 27, don't you worry." Upon hearing this, Mother Lu explained, "You didn't look carefully. You didn't notice that this little jelly's nose and eyes didn't look like this Xiaolin at all." "Ah, you mean." When Father Lu heard this, he was taken aback and couldn't believe it. "But in the blink of an eye, I realized that the gap between my son and Xiaolin was too great, and he couldn't help but sighed and said, 'Hey, let's forget it. Did you see the car that Xiaolin drove over tonight? It is of great value. $1 million luxury car, and I asked my son to find out. This Xiaolin is still the boss of a big company. Look at our son, he wants money, no one, and he was born with mud legs. Let's not be too ambitious, Toad. I want to eat swan meat, because the gap is too big." When Lu's mother heard this, she said unhappily, "I said, Lao Lu, how can you increase other people's ambition and destroy your own prestige? Who said that our family has no money? I still have 5 million transferred from my son, plus it turned out that there are hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. You are saying that you have seen my son's house today, and we have also read the house purchase contract. This house cost nearly 100 million yuan to buy. Who dares to say that we have no money?" It turned out that after entering the house this afternoon, some uneasy father and mother asked Lu Qing to show them the purchase contract and the real estate certificate. When they saw that the house in front of them cost nearly 100 million to buy, they almost fainted. You know, this is something they can't even think about. And they knew Lu Qing and told them that he had won the lottery, but how much he won, Lu Qing didn't say, neither did Lu Qing's father and Lu's mother ask, but after seeing the amount in the house purchase contract, they could be sure that Lu Qing won the lottery. They got more money than they thought. You were right. Hearing what Mother Lu said, Father Lu thought about it and agreed. Then do you think our son and Xiaolin can do this? Father Lu said suspiciously. When Mother Lu heard this, she said with certainty. It can be done. The next day, early morning. It was just dawn. Inside the room, Lu Qing, who was lying on the bed, woke up, then reached out and picked up the phone on the bedside, and found that it was just 5 o'clock. I wake up at this point every day, and I can't be shaken. After seeing this time, Lu Qing knew that he had developed this schedule, so he couldn't help muttering. Every day before, the reason why Lu Qing got up so early was mainly to prepare the vegetables and poultry meat that Shen xianju needed, and then deliver it early. As for today, there is no need for Lu Qing to enter the space to prepare the vegetables and poultry meat. Because yesterday I thought that my parents and sisters were coming, so I directly sent the amount of nearly 2.5 days at one time. But despite this, Lu Qing still did not continue to sleep. He lifted the quilt without any hesitation, turned over and got up, then picked up the sports t-shirt and sweatpants on the bedside table and put them on himself, then opened the door, ready to go downstairs and start running. Hey, Xiaobai and Xiaohei, both of you know that I'm going for a run every morning. Now, instead of sleeping in my own nest downstairs, I sleep directly in front of my room. After opening the door, Lu Qing saw Xiaobai and Xiaohei lying on the doorstep of his room, guarding their sleep, and couldn't help smiling at them. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei saw Lu Qing open the door and come out, they immediately stood up, shook their heads and swayed their tails around Lu Qing's feet, and ran around. However, Lu Qing didn't have time for them to play. Instead, he went straight to Lu Xin's room next door, opened the door to check, and found that Lu Xin and Little Jelly were sleeping staggeringly, and they didn't even know where the quilt went. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but shook his head with a smile on his face, then came to the bed, straightened their crooked bodies, and gently pulled the quilt beside them to cover them. After everything was covered, Lu Qing exited Lu Xin's room. Come on, let's go out and start running. When they came outside, Lu Qing faced Xiaobai and Xiaohei Dao, then went downstairs, opened the door of the house, walked outside, and started to run. Lu Qing's running route is the same as the one he ran a few days ago, and the speed has not changed. It took 40 minutes to finish a lap of 10 kilometers and then go home. Come on, you eat. After returning home, he made some space for Xiaobai and Xiaohei, and then Lu Qing went upstairs to his room and got into the bathroom to take a shower. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Qing, who was refreshed after taking a shower, came out of the bathroom and sighed comfortably. Time to make breakfast. After putting on clean clothes and drying her hair, Lu Qing took out the time to check and found that it was 6 o'clock in the morning, so she was ready to go downstairs to make breakfast. As for the others in the room, who were still sleeping, Lu Qing didn't plan to ask them to get up to help, but went downstairs to the kitchen on his own, and started to get busy. Do you get up this early every day? Just when Lu Qing was in full swing, Lin Qing didn't know when to get up and go downstairs, then came to the kitchen and looked at Lu Qing around the stove. Ah, are you awake? Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Lin Qingdao in front of him. Isn't it? I just made these things, and the movement was so loud that it disturbed you. Lu Qing then said a little embarrassedly. I saw Lin Qing's cheeks without makeup at this time, looking more delicate and moving, and a bit more like a family woman. No, my work and rest time is like this. When Lin Qing heard this, he quickly waved his hand, indicating that Lu Qing did not disturb him. You still cook breakfast, ? Lin Qing looked back, Lu Qing was tinkering with breakfast behind him, and continued with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and replied, not only breakfast, but also lunch and dinner. When you are free that day, come to me with a little jelly, and I will let you taste my craft. It is good. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded with a smile and said yes. Yeah, my breakfast will be ready soon. You go upstairs to sort it out first, I'll go upstairs to call Xiao Jelly and Lu Xin to get up after this breakfast is ready. Lu Qing looked at Lin Qingdao who was not wearing fendai in front of him. Good. As soon as Lin Qing heard this, he remembered that he ran down without putting on makeup, his face flushed, he nodded quickly and said yes, and then walked upstairs. Watching Lin Qing leave, Lu Qing turned around and continued to work on breakfast. After a few minutes, the breakfast was finally ready, and a satisfied expression appeared on Lu Qing's face. It's time to wake them up and eat. After breakfast was ready, Lu Qing went upstairs and told everyone to get up, wash and eat. When they came upstairs, Lu Qing first called his mother and father, then came to the old sister's room to wake her up, and finally came to Lu Xin's room to wake up Lu Xin and little Jelly. After all, one of these two little guys was in his early 3 years, and the other was less than 2 years old. It was impossible for no one to stare, so Lu Qing was the last one to come to their room. Lu Shushu. Hearing Lu Qing shouting, the sleepy little Jelly opened her eyes first and woke up, looked at Lu Qing in front of her, and shouted kindly. Baba. Later, Lu Xin also woke up, looked at Lu Qing in front of him, and shouted happily. Seeing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile, Xingxin, and little Jelly, it's time to get up, the meal is ready, and after breakfast, we're going to go to Disney. If we don't get up, Disney I won't be able to go today. Get up, Baba. Hearing this, Lu Xin said anxiously, and then a carp turned over and quickly got up from the bed. I'm up too. Seeing this, little Jelly followed Lu Xinyi's gourd painting and climbed up. After seeing Lu Xin get out of bed, Lu Qing hurriedly handed her the clothes prepared by the side and said, Hey, Xingxin, please dress yourself obediently, and I will help little Jelly's sister. After all, the little Jelly is only less than 2 years old, and it is impossible to wear clothes without the help of adults. Immediately, Lu Qing took the little Jelly off the bed, picked up the clothes and pants, and put them on one by one. When the clothes and pants were all put on, Lu Qing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, little Jelly, let's get dressed, let's brush our teeth and wash our face. Lu Xin, who was beside him, also put on his clothes and trousers. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin and little Jelly to the bathroom and told them to brush their teeth. As for washing their faces, Lu Qing helped them wash them. Let's go back to the room, Baba help you comb your hair. After washing his face and putting the towel on, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Xin and Xiao Jelly in front of him. It is good. When Lu Xin and little Jelly heard it, little face smiled happily and answered in unison. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin and Xiao Guo back to the room and combed their hair. Come on, sit down, little Jelly. Back in the room, Lu Qing took out a small stool, told Xiao Jelly to sit down, and brushed her hair first. Good. When little Jelly heard it, she replied in a milky voice, and then she obediently came to the small stool and sat down. And Lu Qing sat on a stool slightly higher than little Jelly and carefully combed her hair. After returning to the room, Lin Qing, who had done her makeup, came out of the room and came to Lu Xin's room. Just when she saw the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but smile as she watched Lu Qing carefully combing little Jelly's hair. I saw that Lu Qing's hair was neatly combed. In a few minutes, Lu Qing's originally messy hair was combed out by Lu Qing, and then a beautiful and lovely ball head was tied to the little Jelly. Okay, little Jelly, the hair has been groomed. Looking at little Jelly's hairstyle, Lu Qing smiled and said with satisfaction. Wow, Baba, I also want to comb the hair of little Jelly's sister, it looks good. Lu Xin, who was on the side, saw what little Jelly had found, and hurriedly begged. Clap clap. When Lin Qing, who was standing at the door, saw this, he burst into applause, saying that Lu Qing was really well groomed. When did you come here? Hearing the applause, Lu Qing turned around and saw Lin Qing standing at the door. I was here when you first started jelly combing your hair, but you combed too carefully and didn't pay attention. When Lin Qing heard this, he smiled. Yes. After listening to Lin Qing's answer, Lu Qing couldn't help laughing. Mummy. And when little Jelly saw Lin Qing standing at the door, she hurried over, grabbed her trouser legs, looked up at Lin Qing, and asked happily, Mama, does my hair look good? Seeing this, Lin Qing replied affirmatively, it's very beautiful. When little Jelly heard this, her face smiled even more happily. Immediately, Lu Qing combed Lu Xin's hair again, and in a few minutes, he tied Lu Xin with a ball head that was as cute and beautiful as little Jelly. Come on. Let's go down to breakfast. After seeing Lu Xin's hair being combed, Lu Qing stood up and looked at little Jelly and Lu Xin in the room, as well as Lin Qingdao. Go, little activity sister, let's go down together. When Lu Xin heard this, she came to little Jelly's sister and happily pulled her away. Immediately, Xiao Jello and Lu Xin were in front, Lu Qing and Lin Qing in the back, and went downstairs. When they came downstairs, Lu Qing found that his parents, mother and sister were also up, and quickly called them to go to the dining room to have breakfast together. Wow, brother, you are too good to cook so much breakfast by yourself. When he came to the dining room, Lu Ling looked at the porridge, fried eggs, xiaolongbao, and side dishes on the table, and couldn't help but exclaimed. When Lu's father and Lu's mother saw it, a relieved expression appeared on his face. Ha ha. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and said, what's so amazing about this? Okay, let's sit down and eat. Lu Qing went on to say. When everyone heard it, they all pulled out their chairs and sat down. Wow, Lu Shushu, the porridge is delicious. It's much better than the porridge made by Grandma Huang at home. After sitting down, the little Jelly took a mouthful of the porridge in the bowl in front of her and said with admiration. As for Grandma Huang, it was the housekeeper hired by Lin Qing to take care of little Jelly. When Lin Qing heard this, he hurriedly took a mouthful of the porridge in the bowl, his eyes lit up, he nodded in agreement, and then took the second and third mouthfuls. As for the mother, and sister, after eating Lu Qing's breakfast, they all gave Lu Qing their thumbs up. Seeing this, Lu Qing just smiled and told everyone to eat more. Then a breakfast ended with everyone's laughter and laughter. Let's go, everyone has eaten breakfast, it's time for us to go. After eating breakfast and cleaning the bowls, Lu Qing looked at everyone and said. Let's go, Baba, let's go. When Lu Xin heard this, he immediately said excitedly. And little Jelly's expression was similar to Lu Xin's. She smiled brightly. After all, she was going to the amusement park to play. Then everyone went outside. At this moment, Lin Qing's phone rang. He answered and hung up after he knew, then looked at Lu Qing and said, Lu Qing, I asked my driver to go to my friend to borrow a couple of cars, and now you were stopped by the security guard at the door, you should call them and tell them. Lending a car. Years. When Lu Qing heard it, he asked with some doubts, but after hearing Lin Qing say this, he still took out his mobile phone, called the property, and told them to let them go. Well, you see we have a total of 7 people here, we have to separate, and we drive out in 2 cars. I thought about it for a while. It's too annoying to be separated, and we can't walk together, especially when there is a traffic jam, so I asked a friend to borrow it. Came here in a commercial vehicle. Lin Qing looked at Lin Qing and explained in detail. Haha, you are still thoughtful. After hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Lin Qing with a smile on his face and praised. During the conversation, a black 7-seat commercial vehicle Toyota Alpha stopped in front of Lu Qing's courtyard, and then a middle-aged man dressed as a driver opened the door and got out of the car, came to Lin Qing, and handed her the car keys. Wow, this car can do it. Lu Qing couldn't help but admire the Toyota Alphard in front of him. Really good. When Father Lu heard this, he looked at the black Toyota Alphard in front of him and agreed. I don't know much about cars. This is what I asked my friend yesterday and she recommended it. She said that it just fits 7 people. When Lin Qing heard this, he explained. Lu Qing nodded after listening, then took the car key from Lin Qing's hand, turned to look at the father, mother, sister, Lu Xin and Xiao Jello, and said with a smile, okay, the car is already come, let's get in the car. Saying that, Lu Qing opened the car door. When everyone saw this, they got into the car one after another. After everyone got in the car and sat down, Lu Qing closed the electric sliding door of the Toyota Alphard, then came to the cab to open the door and got in the car, looked through the rearview mirror and saw that everyone had fastened their seat belts. Lu Qing said. Lu smiled and said, okay, everyone is seated, then let's go to Disney. When Lu Xin and little Jelly in the back row heard this, they immediately said happily. Go, Disney, ha ha. Seeing Lu Xin and little Jelly in the back seat looking excited and happy, Lu Qing also laughed happily, and immediately started the car, followed the navigation, and drove to Disney. The car was galloping all the way, and everyone was talking and laughing, especially with the 2 chatters Lu Xin and Xiao Jelly on the car. Everyone was not boring along the way. So when Lu Qing drove the car to Disney and told everyone that Disney was here, everyone realized that the time had passed so quickly. Baba, are we really going to Disney? Especially when Lu Shen in the backseat heard this, he was shocked and asked in disbelief. Sorrel, where is Disney? When little Jelly heard that Disney had arrived, she quickly asked in a milky voice. Seeing the two anxious little guys behind him, Lu Qing replied with a smile, Shinkson, little Jelly, you two look at the window on the left, do you see that huge building? Are we there? When Lu Shen and little Jelly heard this, they immediately stared at a pair of bright big eyes and looked to the left of the window. When they saw the huge European-style fantasy castle not far away, they couldn't help but exclaim in unison, wow, it's so beautiful. Castle. At this time, Lu Qing drove his car to the Disney gate, followed the road signs and drove to the P1 parking lot, ready to park the car. A few minutes later, Lu Qing drove to the huge P1 parking lot. Are there so many cars? When I saw the huge parking lot in front of me, there were at least 1,500 parking spaces, and they were basically full, and I couldn't help but exclaim. In the back seat, Lu Lingyi, who had done his homework, explained, brother, this Disney is our first Disney theme park in mainland China. Every day people from all over the country drive it. Quote, it turns out that this is the case, it's no wonder that there are so many, 9 and 3, cars. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and understood, and immediately he could only drive his car through the huge parking lot, looking for a free parking space. Hey, Lu Qing, there's an empty parking space on the left. At this moment, Lin Qing, who was in the co-pilot position, saw that there was an empty parking space on the left in front of him. He quickly pointed and reminded aloud. Your eyesight is so good. Hearing this, Lu Qing looked in the direction of Lin Qing's finger, and found that there was indeed a vacant parking space. He couldn't help but praised with a smile on his face. Then Lu Qing hurriedly drove the car over and stopped in the parking space. Okay, let's get out of the car. After parking the car steadily, Lu Qing unfastened the seat belt, turned to the back seat, Mom, Dad, Sister, Lu Shen and little Jelly reminded. Then Lu Qing pressed the electric door of the car on the center console, then opened the door and got out of the car, and took Lu Shen and little Jelly out of the car first. Mom, Dad, Mom, pay attention. After carrying Lu Shen and little Jelly down, Lu Qing reminded those who got off the car behind to pay attention to safety. Come on, Disney's gate is over there, let's go over there. After seeing everyone getting out of the car, Lu Qing locked the car, pointed to the Disney gate not far away, and smiled. Come on, let's go to Disney. When Lu Shen and little Jelly heard this, they walked towards Disney's gate with bright smiles on their faces. After seeing this, Lu Qing and his group quickly followed, but there were too many cars outside. Lu Qing could only hold Lu Shen's hand, Lin Qing held Xiao Jelly's hand, and Xiao Jelly led the way. Holding Lu Shen's hand, just like that, the four walked to the Disney ticket office hand in hand without any sense of disobedience. Mom and Dad, look at it. Brother and sister Lin Qing are holding hands together, these two little guys are too like a family. Lu Ling, who was walking in the back, looked at the painting style of the four Lu Qing who were walking in front, and couldn't help but sighed, and hurriedly reminded Lu's father and Lu's mother to look. No, I have to film this. Lu Ling continued. While speaking, she quickly took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the warm scene in front of her. I saw a click, and a photo was fixed. The picture on the photo was of a young man talking to a beautiful woman. Laughing and holding two lovely daughters with ball-shaped heads will be recorded forever. Immediately after the photo was taken, Lu Ling, Lu's father, and Lu's mother hurriedly chased after him. Hello, buy 7 tickets. When he came to the ticket office, Lu Qing said to the staff inside, we have 5 adults and 2 little friends here. Okay, just a second. Upon hearing this, the staff at the ticket office quickly got up and looked at the number of Lu Qing's group. After finding that there was no problem, they smiled and said, hello, our Disney adult ticket is 390 yuan per person, and the child ticket is 280 yuan per person. We will charge you in total 2,510, do you pay by cash or by mobile phone? Hold your phone. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied, and then showed his WeChat payment QR code to the staff inside. When the payment was successful, The staff at the ticket office quickly took out 7 cards in front of the door and gave them to Lu Qing, and reminded where the ticket office is and what to pay attention to in the amusement park. Okay, thanks. Lu Qing took the ticket and thanked him after hearing it. Then he said to the people behind him, let's go to the ticket gate at the gate over there to check the ticket. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly followed behind Lu Qing and walked towards the ticket gate at the gate. Wow, Baba, it's so big here, there are so many people. After passing the ticket gate and entering Disneyland, Lu Xun stared at the huge and lively amusement park in front of her with big bright eyes and sighed. Wow, Mama, look, there's a Mickey Mouse there. It's so big. After seeing the Mickey Mouse dressed as a person not far ahead, Little Jelly quickly shook Lin Qing's hand and exclaimed in admiration. Later, Lu's father and mother, Lu Ling, also passed the ticket gate and walked in. You said, let's go there to play first. Looking at the huge Disney theme park in front of him, Lu Qing, who didn't know how to choose which project, looked at Lin Qing next to him and asked. What? When Lin Qing heard this, he glared at his beautiful eyes and said, I don't know either. Because Lin Qing came for the first time today. Behind him, he had already checked the information, listened to his homework, and said with a smile, Dang dang, look here, brother, your sister, I have already checked it out for you and sister Lin Qing, and brought Lu Xun with you. The little jelly is playing with the project, now, see for yourself. While talking, Lu Ling took out a piece of paper with must-play items written in the backpack and handed it to Lu Qing. It's really yours, old girl. Seeing this, Lu Qing took the paper that Lu Ling handed over, praised with a smile on his face, and hurriedly opened it to look at it, while Lin Qing on the side was also very interested when he heard it. Next to Lu Qing's body, together looked up. A must-play item for the Lu family's Disney parent-child tour. After Lu Qing opened it, he saw that a title was still written on the paper, and he couldn't help but read it out word for word. Lin Qing, who was beside him, blushed when he heard it, but he continued to look down. I saw it written on it. Project 1, the 7 Dwarfs Mine Truck, suitable for family travel, recommended index 5 stars, crash and sprint in the mine cave of the 7 Dwarfs. The following is the detailed recommendation reason. After reading the first project recommended by Lu Ling, Lu Qing said happily, Okay, old girl, let's go, then let's go here. No, brother, I have other places I want to play, so I won't go with you and sister Lin Qing. When Lu Ling heard this, he shook his head and said, You know, these places were decided after I checked the materials for a long time after the college entrance examination. After all, this place is so big and there are many projects, we simply don't have enough time to play in one day. Lu Ling continued, Well then, let's go. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded. But you have to pay attention to safety, remember to call me if you have anything. Lu Qing then reminded, Okay, bro. Lu Ling smiled and agreed. You can rest assured, you and sister Lin Qing have fun with these 2 little guys. After speaking, Lu Ling went to play alone. Watching Lu Ling leave, Lu Qing said to Lu's father and Lu's mother beside him, Let's go, Mom and Dad, let's go play together. When Father Lu heard this, he originally wanted to nod his head and agree, but when Mother Lu saw this, she quietly pulled Father Lu's hand, and Father Lu pretended to change his mind and smiled, Son, you and Xiaolin are going to play with these 2 little babies. Well, don't mind us, your mother and I want to go to other places to see, let's meet again at noon. After hearing this, Lu Qing pondered for a while, and felt that what Dad said was reasonable, so he nodded and replied, All right then, you and Mom can go play by yourself, let's meet at lunch. After finishing speaking, Lu's father and Lu's mother left, let's go into Disney. Then only the 4 of us can play these projects. After seeing father and sister leaving, Lu Qing turned to look at Lin Qingdao in front of him. Lin Qing nodded when she heard it, because she heard it just now and felt that Lu Ling and Lu's father were also reasonable. As for Lu Xun and Little Jelly, they were staring with big bright eyes, looking around at all kinds of bizarre rides in the amusement park, not even noticing the departure of their grandparents and aunts. Let's go, Xingxin, Little Jelly, let's go to Dream World, the 7 Dwarfs Minecart project, I tell you, we'll take the minecart later. Seeing that Lin Qing agreed, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Xun and Little Jelly who were looking around in front of him. Really, Baba, are we going to play in the car? There, let's go. When Lu Shen heard this, her eyes lit up, her big watery eyes looked at Lu Qing, and said with great anticipation. I'm going to take a car too, I'm going to take a car too. When Little Jelly heard it, some monkeys hurriedly agreed. Then let's go, Baba will take you there. Looking at the two anxious little guys in front of him, Lu Qing said with a smile. Lin Qing also smiled as he looked at Little Jelly and Lu Shen. Immediately, the four of them held hands and walked towards the Seven Dwarfs mine car. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lu Qing and the four came to the Seven Dwarfs mine cart. When they saw the simulated mine, the track, and the running mine cart, Lu Qing stopped and pointed. Pointing. Little Jelly, Xingxin, we're here, see that mine cart? Yeah, Baba, I think this mining truck is very fun, let's go and sit. Hearing this, Lu Shen looked up at the mining truck running in front of him and was immediately attracted. After watching it for a while, he turned to look at Lu Qing who was beside him, and said anxiously. Yes, Mama, let's hurry up and sit down. When Little Jelly heard it, she also felt that the mine car in front of her looked very interesting, and hurriedly pulled Lin Qing's hand. Afterwards, Lu Qing and Lin Qing could only be rushed towards the project by two anxious Little Jelly. When they got closer, Lu Qing and Lin Qing found that they had to wait in line to play this project. So Lu Qing and Lin Qing could only take Lu Shen and Little Jelly at the back of the line and wait, but luckily there were not many people in line in front of Lu Qing and the others. In less than 10 minutes, it was Lu Qing and Lu Qing's turn. Lin Qing, and Lu Xianxiao Jelly and the others. With the help and advice of the staff, Lu Qing and Lu Shen sat in a carriage, and Lin Qing sat in a carriage with Little Jelly. Afterwards, at the starting point, in some dark mine caves, after the safety protection was done, they waited for the mine truck to start. When Lu Qing saw this, he smiled and asked Lu Shen who was beside him, how are you, Xingxin, how do you feel? Haha, Baba, I feel good. When Lu Shen heard this, he replied with a smile on his face. It was at this moment that the mine truck started slowly, and then the speed became faster and faster, and then rushed out of the mine. Wow, the momentary sense of weightlessness caused Lu Shen to shout out in fright, Baba, I'm afraid. And the Little Jelly behind it is similar. In fact, the speed and slope of the mine car are reduced compared to the roller coaster, so it doesn't feel like an adult. When he heard Lu Shen's frightened cry, Lu Qing quickly comforted, don't be afraid, Shen, we are actually sitting here. The mine truck is not fast, you don't have to be afraid if you think of it as enjoying the game. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded. At this time, the speed of the mine truck slowed down, and I saw that the mine was slowly driving up a slope at this time, and then there was a rapid dive, and I saw the mine truck swept across the winding track at a high speed. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly called out to Lu Xindao, Xingxin, don't be afraid, just hold on to the guardrail, just like Baba. Hearing this, Lu Shen nodded in response, and hurriedly did as Lu Qing said. Sure enough, this extremely fast and undulating dive did not make Lu Shen feel scared. On the contrary, a smile appeared on Lu Shen's face, and he became happy in the mining truck. Stand up. At this moment, the mine truck drove into a mine cave quickly, and the speed became slower and slower. I saw that the mine cave was pitch black, with songs playing, and lights flickering and floating like giant diamonds everywhere. Wow, Baba, these diamonds are so beautiful. Looking at the colorful diamonds above and around her head, Lu Shen couldn't help but sigh. It's really pretty. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Immediately, the mine truck drove through this mine filled with colorful diamonds, and the speed became fast again, and then came to the starting point. After Lu Qing saw it, he smiled and looked at Lu Shen who was beside him. Shen, let's go, it's time for us to go down. Ah, Baba, I haven't sat down enough yet, how come it's over so soon? When Lu Shen heard this, she couldn't help wrinkling her nose, and complained somewhat unsatisfactorily. However, Lu Shen had to follow Lu Qing and get off the mine truck. Mama, Little Jelly still has to sit, Mama. The Little Jelly that got off the mine car was similar to Lu Shen, shaking Lin Qing's hand. Haha, you two little fellows. When Lu Qing heard this, he looked at Lu Shen and Little Jelly with a smile and said, there are many other interesting places in this Disneyland, do you two really want to ride this mine car again? Other fun places. Sure enough, Hearing Lu Qing's words, Lu Shen and Little Jelly suddenly lit up, looking at Lu Qing and urging, Where? Where? Take us there, Baba. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and replied, Come on, Baba, take you two to a more fun project. 10:30 in the morning. The sky was bright and the weather became hot and dry. Lu Qing, Lin Qing, Lu Shen and Little Jelly. After the group of 4 came out of the dwarf minecart project, they were holding hands and walking to the next amusement project with laughter and laughter. On the way, some thirsty Little Jelly shook Lin Qing's hand and said, Mama, Mama, Little Jelly is thirsty, Little Jelly wants to drink water. When Lu Shen heard this, she also looked at Lu Qing with big watery eyes and said, Baba, Baba, I want to drink water too. Lu Qing and the others came to Disney today and did not prepare water. When they heard that Lu Shen and Xiao Jello both wanted to drink water, they quickly nodded and replied, Okay, Baba, I'm going to buy water for you now, you wait a minute, Baba, okay. Well, okay, Baba. When Lu Shen heard it, she nodded her head quickly, and when Little Jelly heard it, she also agreed. Seeing this, Lu Qing looked ahead and searched. There were water sellers nearby, but after a simple look, Lu Qing did not find any small pavilions or carts selling water, and could only go a little farther. Check it out. At this time, the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Lu Qing saw a pavilion not far away, thought about it, and said to Lin Qing, who was beside him with sweat on his forehead, Lin Qing, why don't you take these two? The little guy goes to the front pavilion to sit for a while, take a rest, I will buy water, and then I will go to you. It is good. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded and said, I'll trouble you then. Lu Qing listened and said with a smile, What's the trouble with this? After speaking, Lu Qing separated from Lin Qing. He ran to buy water, while Lin Qing took the 2 little guys to the pavilion in front to rest and wait for him. So there is a water seller here. After leaving Lin Qing and the others, Lu Qing began to look for a place to sell water, but he didn't walk a couple of times when he saw a place for selling water under a big artificial tree. Hello, please bring me 4 bottles of normal temperature mineral water. When they came to the place where the water was sold, Lu Qing said to the staff inside. Upon hearing this, the staff inside replied with a smile, Hello, sir, we have 2 brands of 28 mineral water here, Yibao and Nongfu Spring. Which one do you choose? Yibo. Lu Qing picked at random. Please help me pack it with a bag, thank you. Lu Qing went on to say. When the staff inside heard it, they hurriedly packed the water Lu Qing bought in a bag. Thanks. Immediately after scanning the QR code to pay, Lu Qing took the bag, thanked him with a smile on his face, and went back the same way to the pavilion where Lin Qing and the others were waiting. Haha, come here, Baba, buy the water back. Carrying a bag with water, Lu Qing walked quickly to the pavilion, and looked at Lu Shen, Xiao Jelly and Lin Qing who were waiting inside, and said happily. Here, Little Jelly. While speaking, Lu Qing took out the water in the bag in his hand, gave the youngest jelly first, opened the lid and said. Thank you Shumi. The little jelly with a happy smile took Lu Qing's mineral water and thanked her very politely. Little Jelly, you are so sensible. When Lu Qing heard it, he praised. Then he took out another bottle of mineral water, opened the lid, handed it to Lu Shen, smiled and said, Shen, oh, this is your water, take it. Thank you Baba. Upon hearing this, Lu Shen took the water and thanked him with a smile. This is yours, Lin Qing. While speaking, Lu Qing looked at Lin Qing with a smile on his face and handed her the water. Thanks. Lin Qing took the water, looked at Lu Qing with a smile, and thank you for your hard work. What's so hard about it? When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and waved his hand, saying that he didn't mind. Finally, Lu Qing took out his bottle of water, opened the lid, and took a few sips. After drinking the water and resting for a few minutes, seeing that Lu Shen and Lin Qing were almost resting, they smiled and looked at them and said, Okay, Xingxin, Little Jelly, let's go to the next place. Bar. Okay. When Lu Shen and Little Jelly heard this, they nodded happily and agreed. Let's go. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of him, Lu Qing turned to look at Lin Qingdao beside him. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Qing and his group of 4 got up, left the pavilion, and walked to the next play item. A few minutes later, according to the list of suitable children's play projects provided by his old sister, Lu Qing came to the rotating Crazy Honey Pot amusement project also located in the theme area of Disney's Dream World. Wow, Baba, this is so fun, let's go in and sit, Baba. When I came to the rotary Crazy Honey Pot, Lu Xun stood outside, his eyes were straight, and he stared at the colorful and fast-rotating jars inside, especially when he saw the children who were riding inside were all smiling so happily. Lu Xun hurriedly shook Lu Qing's hand and said urgently, Mama, Mama, and little Jelly also want to sit here with Sister Xingxin. Seeing the little jars spinning around in it, the little Jelly, who thought it was very interesting, hurriedly begged Lin Qingdao beside him. You guys. When Lin Qing heard this, he looked at the two little guys with a smile on his face, not knowing what to say. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Qing said with a very happy smile on his face, let's go, you see these two little guys have straightened their eyes, let's go and sit. Lin Qing smiled and nodded. Immediately followed Lu Qing and two little guys to the entrance. So many people. When he came inside, seeing the long queue, Lu Qing couldn't help smacking his lips and exclaimed. Because there are indeed too many people, there are 20 or 30 people, because Lu Qing did not expect that so many people would come here to play if it is not a weekend. Xingxin, little Jelly, you see there are so many people here, should we wait? Or go to the next amusement ride? Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately squatted down, looked at Lu Xun and little Jelly with a smile on his face and asked. Yes, Baba, my little sister Jelly and I want to play this. When Lu Xun heard this, he held Xiao Jello's hand and nodded and replied. Yes, little Jelly and sister are going to play. Little Jelly was on the side, and also followed Lu Xun and said. Haha, that's fine, then let's go and line up. Seeing this, Lu Qing agreed with a smile on his face. However, when you're in line, you two little guys can't complain about the long wait time. Lu Qing then reminded. Aha! When Lu Xun and Xiao Jello heard this, their little faces smiled and nodded in agreement, agreeing. Then let's take them to the queue. Then Lu Qing stood up and looked at Lin Qingdao beside him. It is good. When Lin Qing heard this, he smiled and nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin, Xiao Jelly and Lin Qing to the long queue in front, waiting in the back, waiting for the honeypot car. Time passed by minute. In the queue, Lu Qing and Lin Qing stood at the back, looking at little Jelly and Lu Xun who were lining up in front of them earnestly, neither making noise nor making a fuss, they couldn't help but smile at each other. 10 minutes later, when the queue in front was arranged and it was about to arrive, Lu Xun and little Jelly said happily and excitedly, Baba, Baba, look, we'll be here soon. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, Baba saw it. Let's go and sit, you see that ant over there is calling us over there. Lu Qing saw a staff member call them over because it was their turn to sit as a group. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin, Xiao Jelly and Lin Qing to the entrance. Hello kids. Watching Lu Qing watching the two lovely children, and Lin Qing coming over, the staff at the entrance hurriedly greeted with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Lu Xun and little Jelly responded in unison and politely. So cute. When the staff heard it, they praised with a smile. While talking, the staff looked at Lu Qing and Lin Qing in front of them and said, You two adults sit in first, I'm holding your two little babies in. Lu Qing and Lin Qing smiled and nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing and Lin Qing stepped into the crowded honey tank truck and sat down. When the staff saw this, they quickly carried Lu Xun and little Jelly in, who were waiting outside. After seeing that everyone was seated, the staff said some precautions before leaving. Baba, when will this car start? Lu Xun, who was sitting in the car, opened a pair of big watery eyes and asked anxiously. It's going to move soon, you see that ant just now has gone back to start it. When Lu Qing heard this, Chao looked around and saw that after everyone was seated, the staff was starting the car and replied with a smile. Wow, Sister Xingxin, the car is moving, the car is moving. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, the honey tanker slowly turned, and when little Jelly saw this, she immediately said happily and excitedly. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Xun nodded and let out a happy laughter like a silver bell. Especially at the beginning, the rotating speed of the rotating honey tank car was very slow. Lu Xun and Xiao Jello both experienced it with a novel and happy look. When the speed behind them got faster and faster, Shen and Little Jelly suddenly screamed, and the smiles on their faces became brighter. Baba, Baba, take a picture of me and Little Jelly's sister, Baba. Sitting in the rotating honey tanker, Shen stared at him, watching the adults in the honey tanker beside him taking pictures of the children, so he turned around and looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting opposite, and said anxiously, "Okay, Baba will take pictures for you right away." Hearing this, Lu Qing quickly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, turned on the camera, and said with a smile, "Then you and Little Jelly's sister make some gestures for taking pictures." When Shen and Little Jelly heard it, they quickly made cute, funny, and happy gestures. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing quickly took pictures of the various expressions of the two little guys. Lin Qing, on the other hand, sat beside Lu Qing and watched with a smile on his face. When Shen and Little Jelly felt that they were about to shoot and called to stop, the smiling Lu Qing did not continue to be afraid of them, and after thinking for a while, Lu Qing said to Lin Qing, who was beside him, "How about, let's be afraid of a few photos, Lin Qing, you see, it's our first time here, so if we don't take a few photos to record it, then we'll come for nothing." What? When Lin Qing heard this, her face suddenly turned red, because since she grew up, apart from her graduation photos, she hadn't taken photos with other men alone. Seeing Lin Qing's expression, Lu Qing felt that the photo he brought up was a little rude, so he touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Lin Qing, I'm really sorry, it's okay for you to be inconvenient, don't mind." No, that's not what I meant, Lu Qing." When Lin Qing heard this, he said quickly, "I would like to take pictures with you, Lu Qing." Lin Qing then said in a low voice, because in her opinion, Lu Qing has nothing bad or disgusting to her. Really? When Lu Qing heard this, his eyes lit up, and he asked in disbelief, "Then let's take pictures." Seeing that Lin Qing did agree, Lu Qing said happily. Then I took out my phone, turned on the camera, set it to selfie mode, and took a picture. Caw. With a few clicks of the shutter, Lu Qing took several pictures of the two next to each other. Immediately after the shooting, Lu Qing quickly opened the album and browsed it. Lin Qing also followed Lu Qing to browse. However, the two people in the photo looked very restrained and their smiles were also very strict, and they were not happy at all. Look. Lu Qing browsed a piece, looked at Lin Qing next to him and asked, "Do you have any of us who took this photo, like zombies?" When Lin Qing heard this, he suddenly snorted, then stared at Lu Qing with beautiful eyes, and said angrily, "You are the zombie." "No, you see how stiff this photo we took." When Lu Qing heard it, he hurriedly explained with the photo. "Hee, I think it's pretty cool." Lin Qing looked at Lu Qing's shriveled appearance and smiled happily. "You want every photo to look so good, that's photo cheating." Lin Qing continued, "Hey, after hearing what you said, then I think the photo we took looks pretty good too, it's true." Listening to what Lin Qing said, Lu Qing carefully looked at the photos on the phone again and nodded in agreement. Ha. Looking at Lu Qing's expression, Lin Qing smiled even happier. When Xiao Jello and Lu Shen saw Lin Qing smiling so happily, they also laughed, because this rotating honey tank car was so much fun. A few minutes later, the rotating honey pot car stopped, and Lu Qing, Lin Qing and Lu Shen Xiao Jelly came out. "How is it, Xingxin, Little Jelly, did you two have fun?" Seeing the bright smiles on the faces of the two little guys in front of him, Lu Qing asked with a smile. When Lu Shen and Little Jelly heard this, they looked at each other and smiled, and then answered in unison with a smile. "Happy. Baba, I'm really hungry." This is Lu Shen's voice. "Mama, Little Jelly's stomach is hungry too." This is the voice of Little Jelly's milky voice. Just after walking out of the crazy honey pot amusement ride, Lu Shen and Little Jelly, one after the other, touched their shriveled belly and said pitifully, "Are you hungry so early? You just played 2 rides." When Lu Qing heard this, he couldn't help shaking his head. However, when Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and found that it was almost 12 noon, his eyes widened, and some couldn't believe it, the time is passing too fast. After listening to Lin Qing, he explained with a smile, "It was almost 10 o'clock when we came here. It took time to line up for the rides just now, and there was time to rest, so let's forget it, 12 is also normal." "Alright then, let's go eat, Xingxin, Little Jelly." As soon as Lu Qing heard this, he looked at Lu Shen and Little Jelly and said, However, we have to wait for our grandparents and aunts to meet up together, and we are going to eat, okay? Lu Qing went on to say. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded. As for the little jelly, of course, she is united with Sister Xingxin. Seeing this, Lu Qing took out her phone and first called her old sister Lu Ling. After all, she has done some research and is familiar with Disney. Then the call was connected, and Lu Ling on the other end of the phone gave Lu Qing a meeting and an address. Lu Qing quickly agreed and then hung up the phone. Then he immediately called Lu's father, then talked about lunch, and told them the meeting and the address. Lu Qing hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Shen and little Jelly in front of him and said, let's go over, find grandparents, and auntie, they will make peace. Having said that, Lu Qing turned to look at Lin Qing next to him and said, let's go find them. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing and Lin Qing took Lu Xianxiao Jelly's little hand and walked to the meeting place. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lu Qing and his party came to the square of the meeting. They saw Lu Qing and the others just arrived when they saw Lu Ling, who had arrived ahead of time, and greeted them with a smile. Brother, sister Lin Qing. Sister, are you here so soon? Lu Qing asked with some doubts when she saw the old sister Lu Ling in front of her. Stupid, brother, because I was just playing at an amusement park not far away. When Lu Ling heard this, she rolled her eyes at Lu Qing, and then explained with a smile. Seeing Lu Ling greeting her, Lin Qing just nodded to Lu Ling with a smile on his face. Have you seen Mom and Dad here? Lu Qing then asked. No, I just came here for a while and didn't see any of them. When Lu Ling heard this, he shook his head and said. Then let's find a shady place to sit and wait for them. You can see that people standing like this under the sun will be cooked. Seeing this, Lu Qing suggested. All right then. When Lu Ling and Lin Qing heard it, they both said yes, and then Lu Qing, the 3 adults, took Lu Shen and little Jelly, the 2 little guys, to the shade. It's just that Lu Qing and the others just came to sit in front of the stool in the shade, and the phone in the trouser pocket rang. When Lu Qing heard it, he quickly took out his phone and saw that it was from his mother, so Lu Qing answered and asked, Hey, Mom, have you and Dad arrived at this reconciliation square? Here, you. When Lu Qing heard the mother on the other end of the phone saying that they had arrived, she immediately stood up and searched for the trace of her father and mother. It's just that the square is full of people. Lu Qing searched around and couldn't see her parents, so she said to the mother on the other end of the phone, Mom, I didn't see you, where are you? Pipe question mark. Quote. When Lu Ling on the side saw this, he followed the search and looked around. In less than a minute, Lu Ling saw his mother and father not far away, holding the phone and looking around while making calls. After Lu Ling saw Lu's father and Lu's mother, he quickly pulled Lu Qing's arm and pointed, Brother, I saw Mom and Dad, now, it's over there, can't you see it? Hearing this, Lu Qing looked in the direction of Lu Ling's finger and saw Lu's father and Lu's mother in the crowd, and couldn't help but admire, Old girl, your eyesight is really good. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing said to Mother Lu on the other end of the phone, Mom, I saw you and Dad, we are behind you, next to the stool under the big tree here, see if I am waving to you. Quote. On the other end of the phone, when Mother Lu heard it, she turned back and saw Lu Qing and his group beside the stool under the big tree. She hung up the phone and walked towards Lu Qing. Grandpa. When he saw Lu's mother and Lu's father coming, Lu Shen greeted them with a smile on his face. How's it going, baby? When Father Lu heard this, he looked at Lu Shen and asked with a smile. Grandpa, I and little Jelly's sister, as well as Baba and Aunt Lin Qing had a great time. When Lu Shen heard this, he immediately replied happily. Let's go, Mom and Dad, these 2 little guys were arguing and hungry just now, let's find a place to eat lunch first, after all, it's already time for lunch. Seeing this, Lu Qing looked at the parents in front of him and said. Then let's go. When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard this, he nodded and said. Let's walk, I'll lead the way. I read the reviews online and found that there is a fast food restaurant in Disney here that tastes okay, let's go there and eat. Lu Ling, who had been sitting down for a long time, said with a smile on his face as soon as he heard it. Okay, then let's go. Lu Qing listened and agreed with a smile. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, he followed Lu Ling and walked to the fast food restaurant. 10 minutes later, Lu Ling took everyone to the fast food restaurant she recommended, then stopped and said, "Hey, this is it. But this is just a fast food, and the taste can't be compared with the food made at home, because this fast food restaurant is only compared to the taste in this amusement park, and it has a good reputation." Lu Ling then reminded, "It's okay, let's go in." When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and waved his hand. Then everyone went to the fast food restaurant together. "Brother, look over there, there is an empty table by the window, let's go and sit." When he came to the restaurant, Lu Ling, who was walking in the front, saw an empty table not far away and said, "Then let's go." Lu Qing looked in the direction of the old sister Lu Ling's finger, saw the empty table and agreed, "After all, it's meal time, if you don't occupy the table earlier, there will be no place to eat soon. Xingxin, little jelly, what do you two want to eat?" After Lu Qing and his party came to the table and sat down, they turned over the table menu on the table, put it in front of Lu Shen and little jelly and asked, after all, these two were the first to be hungry. "Baba, I want to eat this corn." Lu Shen looked at the golden corn road on the menu. "I want to eat this." Little jelly stared at the chicken on the menu with big watery eyes, and pointed to it. Since little jelly didn't know how to read, she could only use her fingers. "Okay, Baba will give you some right away." When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. Immediately, Lu Qing picked up the menu and put it in front of Lu's father and Lu's mother, and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, look, what you want to eat, just order it." 5L. When Father Lu heard this, he looked at the menu and replied, "Then eat whatever you want, after all, these are all fast food, and there is nothing to eat." While talking, Father Lu ordered himself a Mongolian beef rice, while Lu's mother saw this and ordered Mongolian beef just like Father Lu. Immediately Lu Qing brought the menu and put it in front of Lin Qing who was beside him and asked, "Lin Qing, look, what do you want to eat?" When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded, and then looked up. "Then have a vegetarian set meal." After browsing the menu, Lin Qing decided. "Ro," Lu Qing said with a smile. Immediately, Lu Qing looked at the menu and ordered an Australian beef rice for herself, while Lu Ling looked at the menu and ordered herself an Orleans grilled wing rice. After the last order, Lu Qing called the waiter of the fast food restaurant, told him what he had just ordered, and then ordered everyone a glass of grape juice, and the lunch was finished. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, all the meals that everyone ordered were served. "Eat it quickly, Xingxin, little jelly, or the food won't taste good when it's cold." After seeing that the food was ready, Lu Qing looked at Lu Shen and little jelly with a smile on his face and said, Lu Shen and little jelly nodded in unison when they heard it. He ate immediately. But after all, it is fast food, everyone has no appetite, and they eat quickly. After less than 20 minutes, after filling their stomachs, a lunch is eaten. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Qing smiled and looked at everyone and said, "Let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's continue to play those projects that we haven't played yet. Go, 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 go." As soon as Lu Shen heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said energetically, as he spoke, he took the little jelly and prepared to set off. "Brother, what projects did you play this morning?" Lu Ling asked with a smile. "Hey, I just played the first 2 projects you wrote, and haven't played the others yet." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing sighed and replied, "After all, I spent most of the morning queuing up, and there were so many amusement rides that I didn't play." "Ah, you only played 2 projects." When Lu Ling heard this, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. "Who said no, old girl? It takes a long time to queue up for the project you recommend. There are too many people." Hearing Lu Ling's surprised voice, Lu Qing sighed. "I'm really sorry, brother, I only recommend it to you after reading the internet and saying that the children like those projects very much." Hearing this, Lu Qing stuck out his small tongue and said a little embarrassedly, "It's all right, old girl, I know you're doing it for my brother's sake too." Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly waved his hand and said that it doesn't matter. "Let's go, then in the afternoon we will choose the few things that children can play. After all, we only have 1 day to play today. If it is like the morning, it is estimated that we will not play a few amusements when we get home." Lu Qing thought for a while and then said, "Ro." Lu Ling heard it. Agree. Let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's go. Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Shen and little jelly. Let's go, Baba. As soon as Lu Shen heard it, some monkeys said anxiously, and while speaking, Lu Shen took the hand of little jelly and walked out of the fast food restaurant first. Lu Qing, several adults, quickly followed. In this afternoon's amusement project, Mom and Dad did not separate from Lu Qing and Lin Qing, but played together with Lu Shen and little jelly Nuo's Zhao. From Peter Pan Sky Adventure, to Fantasy Fairy Tale Castle, and Alice in Wonderland Labyrinth, as well as Roaming Fairy Tale Time, Crystal Color Voyage, Buzz Lightyear Interstellar Rescue, Fantasia Carousel, Dumbo, Space Lucky Meet Stevechee and other various amusement projects, everyone took the time to play them all. Until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun went down, Lu Qing and several adults took them with a smile. Lu Shen and little jelly, who were also smiling happily, walked out from the amusement project of Peter Pan Sky Adventure. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Qing said to his parents, mother and sister, and Lin Qing, let's go, we've been playing for almost a whole day, we should go home too. Seeing everyone nodding and agreeing, Lu Qing crouched down immediately, looked at Lu Shen and little jelly with a smile, and said, Xingxin, little jelly, you see it's already dark, we should go back, okay. Okay, Babahu. Lu Shen, who was very happy and satisfied, smiled brightly when he heard this, and nodded his head. Little jelly is also tired, and little jelly wants to go home too. The little jelly on the side heard a hint of tiredness on his face, and said in a milky voice, after all, he has been playing all day. Ha ha. Lin Qing, Lu Qing, and Lu's father, Lu's mother, Lu Ling, immediately laughed happily when they saw the cute voice and expression of little jelly. After laughing, Lu Qing looked at Lu Shen and little jelly and said, let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's go home. Auntie, Xingxin went to school. Bye. In the early 7 o'clock in the morning, after breakfast, Lu Shen, carrying a small school bag, waved to Lu Ling, and said with a happy smile on her little face, goodbye, baby, Auntie won't be able to come back to see you until the weekend. When Lu Ling heard this, he looked at Lu Shen and responded with a smile on his face. That old girl, you need to pack up the things you need to take to school at home, I will send my heart to the kindergarten, I will pick you up when I come back, let's go to the school to register together. Lu Qing on the side looked at Lu Ling and said, okay, brother, you can go, don't worry, after all, today is the first day of registration for freshmen, you can apply for a whole day, it's still early. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling smiled and looked at Lu Qing and replied, that's okay. Lu Qing nodded when she heard the old girl's answer. Then he turned his head to look at his parents and Lu Shen and said, let's go, Dad, Mom. It turns out that today is August 28th, the day when Lu Ling University freshmen start to register, so Lu Qing, a brother who has been in the magic capital for so many years, must have sent her to the school to register in person. As for Lu's father and Lu's mother, after all, it was the first time in so many years that he came to the Magic City, and he hasn't seen his son and precious granddaughter for more than half a year since the Chinese New Year, and that his daughter is now studying in the Magic City again, so it must be a long stay. Time. So there was nothing to worry about anyway, Lu's father and Lu's mother discussed with Lu Qing. In the future, Lu Shen will be picked up and dropped off from school by them, and they will cook the meals at home, so Lu Qing can work with peace of mind. No, this morning, after breakfast, Lu Qing walked with Lu's father and mother to the kindergarten where Lu Shen was studying, to familiarize them with the road. This is what happened in front of me. As for Lin Qing and little jelly, after returning from Disney last night, they went home separately from Lu Qing and the others. Of course, little jelly wanted to play with sister Xingxin all the time, but was forced to take her home by Lin Qing. Because he kept little jelly at Lu Qing's place all the time, he was afraid of bothering them, but Lin Qing was also embarrassed, so he took little jelly back. Well, let's go then. When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard this, they nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu's father, Lu's mother and Lu Shen to go out to Lu Shen's kindergarten. Along the way, Lu Qing introduced Lu's father and Lu's mother to nearby supermarkets, convenience stores, parks, etc. to buy daily necessities and entertainment. The place. Stop and go along the way, Lu Qing introduced while walking, spent more than 30 minutes, Lu Qing took Lu's father, Lu's mother and Lu Shen to the kindergarten where Lu Shen was studying. Go in, Xingxin, be obedient, is in kindergarten. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Lu Qing squatted down, sorted out Lu Shen's clothes, looked at her with a smile and said, "Well, I will, Baba, don't worry." When Lu Shen heard this, 2 cute little dimples appeared on her little face, and she nodded obediently and replied, "Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye." Looking at the grandparents in front of him, Lu Shen then said crisply, "Goodbye, baby." When Father Lu and Mother Lu heard this, he immediately responded with a smile. "Come on, Mom and Dad, let's go back." When he saw Lu Shen happily walking into the kindergarten with a small school bag on his back and entering the teaching building, Lu Qing turned to look at Lu's father and mother beside him. "Well, then go back." When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard it, he nodded and replied. Immediately, Lu Qing returned the same way with his parents. "By the way, son, are your uncle and auntie landlord working? You said that they have helped you and your precious granddaughter so much, we should also come to thank you. If you don't want them to help, the precious granddaughter probably won't even be able to go to kindergarten, and when they asked you to take the money to thank them, they also took it back. Anyway, your mother and I are here in the capital, so we should come to thank them." Just a few steps away, Father Lu said suddenly. This is something that Lu's father and Lu's mother had considered before coming to the capital. After all, others don't ask for anything in return to help you. It's also right to thank others at your door. Okay, I'll take you and Mom with me in the day. When Lu Qing heard it, he agreed. Let's go, Mom and Dad, the old girl is still at home waiting for me to send her to the school to sign up. Lu Qing went on to say. When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard it, they nodded in unison. Immediately, the 3 of them accelerated their steps and walked towards the house. 20 minutes later, Lu Qing took Lu's father and Lu's mother back home. "Sister, have you packed everything you want to take to school?" In Lu Ling's bedroom, Lu Qing looked at the suitcase lying on the ground and asked. "Well, it's all packed up, bro, it's all in this box." When Lu Ling heard this, he nodded and replied. "By the way, old girl, don't forget your laptop, you will use it in class." Lu Qing then reminded. "Take it, brother, don't worry, I have taken everything that should be taken." Seeing Lu Qing's somewhat long-winded reminder, Lu Ling replied with a smile. "That's fine, then let's go." Chaj. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing carried the suitcase and went downstairs with Lu Ling, then went out and walked to Wuling Hongguang parked at the gate of the courtyard. "Get in the car." After putting the suitcase on the back seat of Wuling Hongguang, Lu Qing came to the driver's side to open the door and get in the car, and then looked out of the car, listening to Lu Lingdao, who was still listening to all kinds of advice from his parents. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will send the old girl to school safely, and she can come back during weekends, so you don't need to say so much." Lu Qing watched Mom and Dad talk non-stop, without any intention of stopping, and then said loudly. Seeing this, Lu Ling hurriedly came to the co-pilot's seat, opened the door and got in the car, then smiled and waved to the parents standing beside the car. "Then I'll go, Mom and Dad, wait for the weekend to rest for me, just come back." When Lu's father and Lu's mother heard this, they smiled and nodded and said, "Well, remember to call us if you have anything." "Well, let's go, brother." Seeing this, Lu Ling turned to look at Lu Qing next to him. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, then started the car and drove to Lu Ling's school. The car galloped all the way. After more than an hour, Lu Qing followed the navigation and drove the car to the Handan campus of Wadden University, number 220, Handan Road, where the old sister Lu Ling and other freshmen reported and studied in the future. "Hey, there are so many people who came to sign up today." At the gate of the school, Lu Qing couldn't help sighing when he saw that there were parents and students with large and small luggage, as well as vehicles sending their children to sign up. "That's right, brother, today is the first day of the school's freshman registration, there must be a lot of people." When Lu Ling heard it, he explained with a smile. Lu Qing nodded after hearing what Lu Ling said. "Then shall we sign up first? Or do we go to the dormitory to put things first, old girl?" Lu Qing then asked. "Brother, let's just go to the bedroom and put things away." When Lu Ling heard this, he replied. Actually, the information for new students was filled out online before registration. We came here today mainly to bring our luggage and make up the bed. What? Hearing this, Lu Qing was a little surprised and asked. Listen to what you said, the name has already been applied, what about the tuition fee? Is it also paid online? Because Lu Qing never went to university and didn't know that the enrollment of college students is so streamlined, that's why he was so surprised. Yeah, brother, tuition is paid online too. Hearing Lu Qing's surprised voice, Lu Ling replied with a smile. Okay, then let's go directly to your bedroom. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing drove his car into the school and drove to the girls' dormitory where the old sister Lu Ling lived. He stopped along the way, mainly because too many cars and too many students and parents with luggage blocked the road. It took 30 minutes before Lu Qing drove to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Woo, it's finally here. Looking at the girls' dormitory in front of him, Lu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Qing found a place to park the car, and then turned to Lu Ling who was beside him and said, Mother, we're here, get out of the car. After speaking, Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, and Lu Ling, the old girl in the co-pilot seat, also walked down after hearing this. Come on, let's go up. After removing the suitcase from the rear seat of Wuling Hongguang, Lu Qing closed the door and locked the car, and said to Lu Ling, the old girl beside him. When Lu Ling heard this, he nodded and said, Let's go, brother. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly carried the suitcase on his shoulders, followed Lu Ling upstairs, and walked to the bedroom where she lived. A few minutes later, Lu Qing's brother and sister came to Lu Ling's dormitory on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the door of Lu Ling's bedroom was opened, and a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman were helping her daughter who was standing beside her to make the bed. Hello, big brother, big sister. Arriving at the door of the dormitory, Lu Qing looked at the middle-aged men and middle-aged women who were busy inside, and greeted them with a smile on their faces. Hello, little brother, do you want to help? Hearing this, the busy middle-aged man stopped his work, turned around and saw Lu Qing who was carrying a suitcase, and responded with a smile. No, big brother. Hearing this, Lu Qing hurriedly smiled and swayed, saying that you were welcome. During the conversation, Lu Qing easily took down the suitcase on his shoulders and put it somewhere. By the way, eldest brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Qing, this is my sister, Lu Ling, and your daughter will be classmates from now on. After putting down the suitcase, Lu Qing introduced himself with a smile. Hello. Hearing this, Lu Ling quickly greeted the middle-aged man and middle-aged woman in front of him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he nodded and introduced him. My surname is Huang, my name is Huang Tian, this is my wife, and next to me is my daughter Huang Yu. In the future, Huang Yu and Lu Ling will be classmates in the same class and dormitory. You should get along well. Huang Tian continued. That's natural, after all, they are the same bedroom. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. By the way, big brother, haven't the other 2 classmates in their dormitory come yet? Looking at the empty bed next to him, Lu Qing asked. No, we just came here for a while, you and your sister are the second ones to arrive. When Huang Tian heard this, he replied. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, and then said to Lu Ling who was beside him, Old girl, let's take out our luggage too, and make the bed or something. Brother, I didn't buy sheets, quilts, pillows or anything. Hearing this, Lu Ling couldn't help but blushed and said. What? When Lu Qing heard this, he was a little surprised. Brother, didn't you say you don't need to bring so many things to school? Then come to school to buy. Lu Ling looked at Lu Qing and reminded. Ha ha. Hearing what Lu Ling said, Lu Qing remembered it and said with a shy smile, I'm sorry, old girl, I forgot about this. Brother Lu, go downstairs and turn left, go straight 500 meters, and there is a supermarket, which has sheets, quilt covers, pillows, everything, just go and buy it. My daughters just bought it there. When Huang Tian heard it, he said with a smile. Okay, thanks for reminding me, bro. When Lu Qing heard Huang Tian's reminder, he smiled and thanked him. Then trouble big brother, help us look at the luggage, I will take my sister to buy these things. Lu Qing then said a little embarrassedly. It's all right, you can rest assured, we are only here, and we won't leave this dormitory for a while. When Huang Tian heard this, he smiled. That's fine. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded. Immediately, he took his old sister Lu Ling out, went downstairs, and walked to the supermarket. After coming to the supermarket, it was inevitable to do a lot of shopping. After buying the sheets, quilts, pillows, etc., Lu Qing reminded Lu Ling, "Sister, look at what you haven't bought yet, let's buy it all at once." Should have bought them all, bro. When Lu Ling heard this, she looked at what Lu Qing was holding and what she was holding, and replied, "Okay, then let's go back." Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, and immediately after paying the money, Lu Qing and Lu Ling took the things they just bought, went back the same way, and walked to the bedroom. Back in the dormitory, Lu Qing found that another classmate and parent of Lu Ling had arrived in the dormitory. Everyone could not help but read the introduction. Then, after the introduction, Lu Qing and Lu Ling buried their heads in Lu Ling's bed. It's done. Looking at the bed made in front of him, Lu Qing patted it and said with satisfaction. After seeing that he had nothing to do with himself, Lu Qing said to Lu Ling, "Okay, old girl, brother, this task has been completed, and now it is time to go back. Anyway, if you have anything in the future, please call brother directly. By the way, this is your living expenses. From now on, my brother will give you so much every month. Don't ask your mom and dad for it." Lu Qing looked at the other people in the dormitory, and then whispered, only to see Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat to transfer a sum of money to Lu Ling during the conversation. "Brother, you have given too much." Lu Ling's eyes widened, watching Lu Qing transfer 50,000 yuan to his WeChat, and said in surprise. But, after all, there were other people in the dormitory. Lu Ling quickly covered her mouth and suppressed her voice, but still looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. "Because this cost of living is too much, you must know that Lu Qing is only 800 yuan for a month in high school and living on campus, and a university directly doubles it by more than 60 times, and this is still a month's living cost. How can Lu Ling not be shocked?" "Silly girl, you can take it if you give it. Anyway, it's better for yourself, and if you can't use it up, you can save it yourself." Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and touched Lu Ling's head. "All right then, thank you bro." Seeing this, Lu Ling immediately thanked him happily. "Okay, then I'll go back." Seeing Lu Ling accept it happily, Lu Qing said. When Lu Ling heard this, he nodded. "Then let's go, brother, I'll see you off." Immediately, Lu Qing and Lu Ling went downstairs together. Arriving at the parking spot, Lu Qing opened the door and got in the car, and waved at Lu Ling who was outside the car. "You just go up, sister, brother is gone." Welcome everyone to listen to FM 98.4 Magic City Food Channel. I'm the show host Xiaomei, and I'm the show host Shen. After leaving old sister Lu Ling's school, Lu Qing drove to the Shen xianju restaurant, and there was a traffic jam on the way. Lu Qing, who was really bored, turned on the radio in the car to listen. "Xiaomei, as a food anchor, I want to test you. Do you know what truffles are?" asked the show host Shen. "Xiao Tian, you can't be a problem with me. Truffle, in fact, it is simply a kind of fungus, a kind of stem tuber that grows under the roots of pine trees, just like the cockroach fungus we usually pick up." "Almost." The host of the show, Xiaomei, smiled and answered easily. At this time, Lu Qing was driving the car, slowly moving the car forward like a snail, while listening to the conversation between the two presenters on the radio, intentionally or unintentionally. Truffle. When he heard the truffle mentioned by the host on the radio, Lu Qing couldn't help but be a little puzzled, because he didn't know what the truffle was, but when he heard that it was similar to chicken mushrooms, Lu Qing suddenly lost interest. After all, after the rainy day, the chicken fungus was everywhere, and Lu Qing was about to turn off this boring broadcast and concentrate on driving, because the road conditions were no longer congested at this time, and the speed of the car had also increased. "You answered very well, Xiaomei, but did you know that due to the recent high temperature, the production of truffles in Italy, the main producer of truffles, is expected to decrease by more than 90% this year? The price of truffles in China has doubled directly to $3,600 per kilogram, which is an astonishing 25,000 yuan per kilogram in Chinese currency." The host of the show, Xiao Tian, said with a smile. At this moment, Lu Qing, who was about to reach out to turn off the radio, stopped immediately after listening to it. "Hey, 25,000 yuan per kilogram. That's 12,500 yuan per catties. This is too scary. When Lu Qing heard the price quoted by the host on the radio, the whole person could not help but open his mouth wide, his eyes widened, he gasped and exclaimed. Because Lu Qing really didn't expect this truffle to be so expensive and to reach such an unbelievable price. Originally thought it was similar to the chicken fungus, but I didn't expect it to be one heaven and one underground. There is no comparison at all. Plant, must plant. When hearing this price, this was the first thought in Lu Qing's mind. After all, there is room to carry around, and Lu Qing thinks that it is not difficult for him to grow anything. But I don't know anything about this thing. However, Lu Qing suddenly realized that he didn't know anything about truffles, and he was a little discouraged because he heard about truffles for the first time today. Hey, isn't Grasshopper the chef who has been working in the hotel for so many years? Then he must know. It was at this moment that Lu Qing suddenly remembered his best friend Guo Guo. After all, this guy has worked as a chef in a 5-star hotel for so many years. He has a lot of knowledge and must know about truffles. Thinking of this, Lu Qing turned off the radio, concentrated on driving, and drove all the way to Xianju, ready to ask Guo Guo if truffles could be grown and sold there. More than half an hour later, Lu Qing drove his car to the side of the road outside the gate of Xianju, then found a parking space, parked the car, opened the door and got off, and walked inside the Xianju. What's going on? There are so many people coming to eat at this point today. Am I right? When Lu Qing walked into the Xianju restaurant and saw that there were more than a dozen people sitting at the table, he could not help wiping his eyes and couldn't believe it. Because when Lu Qing got out of the car and came in, he took a look at the time on his mobile phone. It was just 11 o'clock. Lu Qing clearly remembered that the number of guests in Xianju would increase, and he would have to wait at least 12 o'clock. It was just 11 o'clock that so many people came to eat, which made Lu Qing a little unbelievable. Grasshopper, what's going on? I haven't been here for 2 days. Why did the business of our Xianju restaurant suddenly become so good? Soon Lu Qing came to the cashier and asked Guo Guo, who was busy and reluctant to think about it. Did you lower the prices of the dishes in our restaurant? Lu Qing looked at Guo Guo and suddenly thought, if you want to know the dishes in Xianju, it will cost you 1,000 or 2,000 to simply order a few. It is impossible for ordinary people to come here to consume, except for price cuts, otherwise there will be no so many people come to eat. Hey, Qinger, what are you thinking? How could I possibly lower the price? Haha, in fact, I only now realize how wise your original price was. Guo Guo, who was in the cash register, smiled and flattered. Then what's going on? Listening to Guo Guo's irrelevant answer, Lu Qing pointed to the dozen or so guests who were eating in full swing and asked. Qinger, to be honest, I don't know what's going on. When you didn't come the day before yesterday, when you went to the train station to pick up your uncle, and an old sister, the business of our Xianju restaurant suddenly became popular. Hearing Lu Qing's question, Guo Guo, who didn't know the reason, replied in confusion. However, after a careful observation, I found that all the regular customers who ate here at our Xianju restaurant thought the taste was very good, and introduced the customers. Guo Guo recalled it for a while and then said, that's a good thing, it shows that the reputation of our Xianju restaurant has grown. When Lu Qing heard this, he immediately smiled. Because what Lu Qing envisioned was that Xianju restaurant would spread word of mouth and attract new customers, but Lu Qing envisioned the time to be 1 or 2 months later. Business began to flourish. By the way, Grasshopper, why didn't you go to the kitchen to cook? Are you still here? After all, there are so many guests here, what if they add dishes? Looking at Guo Guo in front of him, Lu Qing suddenly thought of this question. Hey, Qinger, didn't I tell you the night before that I'm going to recruit 2 chefs, and they came to work yesterday? Upon hearing this, Guo Guo reminded Lu Qing and replied. You hired someone so soon. When Lu Qing heard this, he looked at Guo Guo with some surprise. Because of the recruitment, Guo Guo did mention it to him the night before, and he thought that he would recruit people the next day. Of course, I called my second uncle to help. You know, although he is the chef of a 5-star hotel, his treatment is not as good as he imagined. No, I will pay our salary. As soon as the treatment was told to my second uncle, he resigned without hesitation and came to help us. As for the other chef, my second uncle helped me find it. Seeing the surprised expression on Lu Qing's face, Guo Guo explained with a smile. Of course, Qinger, don't worry, the salary I offered to my second uncle is also within the normal range, and I will definitely not enrich myself. Afraid of Lu Qing's misunderstanding, Guo Guo continued. Haha, Grasshopper, I still don't know who you are. After all, we are iron buddies for so many years, I must trust you. Seeing this, Lu Qing said with a smile on his face. Ah, that's good. Hearing what Lu Qing said, Guo Guo smiled and nodded. By the way, Qinger, if our xianju restaurant can continue like this, plus I only have 3 chefs, it's not enough, we have to invite at least 3 chefs. Guo Guo thought for a while and then said. And the service staff of the restaurant, didn't you just say, I hired my second uncle and another chef yesterday? Not only that, I also recruited 5 young waiters. You see, the busy people there are. The original plan was to recruit 10 people, but many of them were unqualified. After all, our xianju restaurant is the most high-end restaurant, so our service staff must also be the best. After hearing this, Lu Qing nodded in agreement and said, then let's continue recruiting, but 10 people are too few, at least 20 people. After all, the business of our xianju restaurant will definitely become hot, maybe in the future. Even if you have to wait in line to get a number, make an appointment in advance. Not only that, the accountant and cashier also have to recruit one. After all, we have so many employees now, and we will increase it in the future. The monthly income and expenditure, the review and payment of wages, and the lack of a professional accountant to handle these are enough for us. Headache. Well, you're right, Qinger. Hearing Lu Qing's suggestions, Guo Guo nodded with a smile and said, then I will start recruiting these people tomorrow. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded. At this moment, the time is getting closer and closer to meal time, and the number of guests in xianju restaurant is also increasing. Haha, Qinger, since you're here, come and greet them by staring at the money. You see that more and more guests are coming to us for dinner. My second uncle and the 2 chefs must be too busy. I'll go to the back kitchen and make it together now. Guo Guo said with a smile on his face when he saw the guests coming in for dinner continuously. Well, you go, I'll watch. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. Immediately Guo Guo went to the inner kitchen, ready to change clothes and cook, while Lu Qing warmly greeted the customers who had just entered the store with a smile on his face. Time passed by minute. It was busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were no more customers in the xianju restaurant. Lu Qing, Guo Guo, and other people in the restaurant had time to rest. While flipping through the phone, Lu Qing suddenly remembered the truffle he heard on the radio while driving in the morning, and then turned to ask Guo Guodao, who was also staring at the phone. Hey, Grasshopper, do you know truffles? Truffles. When Guo Guo heard this, he replied with a smile. Of course I know it, Qinger. If I don't even know about it, then my job as a chef in a 5-star hotel for the past few years is not in vain. After Guo Guo finished speaking, he looked at Lu Qing with some doubts and said, by the way, Qinger, why did you suddenly think of asking this? Haha, you actually know. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing did not answer Guo Guo's question, but said excitedly, Grasshopper, do you know that this truffle is sold there? Or do you know how the truffle grows? Sell. When Guo Guo heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Lu Qing like a fool and said, Qinger, do you know what truffle is? It is one of the top 3 delicacies in Europe alongside foie gras and caviar. The truffles we are talking about are mainly produced in France and Italy, among which France mainly produces black truffles, while Italy mainly produces white truffles. This truffle is also divided into white truffles, black truffles. Hearing this, Lu Qing asked in surprise. Of course, because their origins are different, their geographical locations are different, the climate is different, and the truffles grown in different colors are naturally different. Seeing Lu Qing's surprised expression, Guo Guo replied. And do you know the output of these 2 main producing areas? The black truffle produced in France has a maximum annual output of more than 30 tons. You also know that the world's population is so large and the demand is so large. How can the output of dozens of tons be enough to eat? So the price of this black truffle is skyrocketing. As for the white truffles in Italy, it is even more exaggerated. The annual output is only a few tons. The rich and wealthy people all over the world, for this white truffle, directly smashed the price to a price higher than gold, and you have money. It may not be possible to buy it, because the white truffles and black truffles from these two origins are obtained through auctions. After all, these truffles cannot be found every day, and the auction houses do not hold truffle auctions every day. Guo Guo then said in great detail. After all, a chef who has worked in a 5-star hotel for so many years, Guo Guo still knows the best ingredients in the world. At the end, Guo Guo looked at Lu Qing and said, "So, Qinger, this truffle is not something you can buy if you want. That's it, no wonder the price of this truffle is so outrageous." After listening to Guo Guo's detailed explanation, Lu Qing nodded and finally understood why the price of truffles mentioned on the radio was so high. It was completely caused by the shortage of supply. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing looked at Guo Guo with some doubts and asked, "By the way, Guo Guo, our country is so large, haven't we found a place to produce truffles? And the price is so high, no one in China has considered artificial labor, plant." "Of course there is. There are black truffles produced in Tianan province of our country, but the quality and taste of black truffles produced here are too different from those produced in Italy and France. It is like a sky and an underground." When Guo Guo heard this, he shook his head and replied, "Well, that's fine, that is to say, to buy truffles, you have to buy these two origins." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing said helplessly. After all, after listening to Guo Guo's words, Lu Qing knows that the rich people in the world buy truffles from these two origins, but now even if you are rich, you can't buy them, so Lu Qing is helpless. Expression. Of course, these rich people in the world eat truffles from these two places. Guo Guo said with certainty. And it turns out that the hotel where I work buys these truffles, and they send people to the auction house to take them back, but you only know that there are too many rich people. We go to the auction house dozens of times, and we may not have any one shot successfully. Guo Guo continued. Hey, forget it, Qinger, I won't tell you this, I just finished eating, I want to take a nap. After all, the business of our Shen xianju restaurant will be better at night. Now we have to keep our spirits up and prepare for the evening. If you want to learn more about truffles, just take out your mobile phone and search, there are more detailed introductions above. Guo Guo finally said, "Okay, then go to the back room and lie down for a while." When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded and said, after all, he was really busy at night. Guo Guo immediately got up and walked to the back office, ready to take a nap. When Lu Qing heard Guo Guo's suggestion, he took out his mobile phone, opened the browser, typed in the word truffle to search, and then carefully browsed the search results. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as what Guo Guogang said. Seeing that the above search results were similar to what Guo Guo had described in detail, Lu Qing couldn't help but nodded secretly. Haha, it can really be artificially planted. When the search results showed that this truffle could be planted artificially, Lu Qing smiled happily. After all, it can be artificially planted and there is room to carry it, so it is not difficult for Lu Qing. But is there a way to buy this truffle? Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help frowning. After a careful search, Lu Qing found that the top truffles introduced on the internet were unreliable, and they were all liars, and Lu Qing himself had no channels. Hey, forget it, let's talk about it later. Finally, with a helpless sigh, Lu Qing put away the phone. Time flies, the sun goes down, and it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but since there are parents at home who are going to the kindergarten to pick up Lu Shen from school, Lu Qing did not leave today, but plans to wait until after get off work in the evening before going back. The sky gradually became dark, and it was getting closer and closer to the meal time. The number of guests who came to the Shen xianju restaurant for dinner gradually increased, and Lu Qing also began to become busy. At 7:30 in the evening, there was a screeching roar of the supercar's engine, driving from far to near. Lu Qing, who was standing at the door to greet the guests, heard the harsh sound, and could not help but look around, and found that the leader was a black car. Daniel, followed by a red Ferrari behind the buttocks, and finally a silver Mercedes-Benz Big G to form a luxurious team. When Lu Qing saw these 3 luxury cars, he originally planned to park in front of the Shen xianju restaurant, but since the parking spaces at the entrance were already full, these 3 luxury cars could only be driven into the underground garage of the office building opposite Shen xianju. When they stopped, Lu Qing couldn't help but muttered, could it be that this group of people came to eat in their own restaurant? But after taking a look, Lu Qing didn't pay attention, because at this time the guests who came to Shen xianju restaurant for dinner were coming in continuously, and Lu Qing was busy greeting them. At this time, 3 luxury cars entered the underground garage. After they parked the cars, they saw 3 men and 3 women, all in their early 20s and less than 30 years old. I saw the young man who got off the black bull first, asked a young man in a big red t-shirt who got off the red Ferrari and said, "Hey, Yi Tian, do you know what Zhao Shen sells in this gourd? Medicine. Do you have to invite Brother Fei and us to have dinner at a restaurant downstairs in his company?" You ask me, how do I know, but I heard Zhao Shen say that the restaurant he invited to eat is super delicious, and it can be regarded as the top of the magic capital, otherwise he would not invite us to eat here. When the man named Yi Tian heard it, he said, "Che, just here, a restaurant opened on a commercial street, the food can reach the top level of the magic capital, then he has never eaten delicious food." When the big bull man heard it, he cut a sound and said in complete disbelief, "HMPH, Yi Tian, let me tell you, my Western restaurant will open the day after tomorrow, and you must come over to try the top-notch food. You must know that my Western restaurant has hired a chef. But I paid a lot of money to hire the most famous chef from Italy, and I happened to ask someone to take a picture of some white truffles in Italy today. I was arranging for the plane to be transported back, and it happened to be the main course of the opening, so you must come here. Try it. I also told Fei brother about this, and he will come over when the time comes." The big bull man continued, "Oh, I took a picture of white truffles and hired a famous Italian chef. Listening to what you said, it cost a lot of money." When the man named Yi Tian heard this, he laughed and joked, "Not much, it only cost 2 million to photograph this white truffle, as for the chef, it cost even less." When the Daniel heard it, his tone was very relaxed. "Haha, yes, it's really not much for you." The man named Yi Tian remembered that the family in front of him owned a real estate development company that ranked in the top 10 in the magic capital. This amount of money was really a drizzle for him, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "No problem, your Western restaurant the day after tomorrow. Open, I will definitely go." "Okay, let's not talk, Brother Fei is here, let's go." The man named Yi Tian saw the man who got off the big G and said, "I saw this man named Fei Zhe came to Yi Tian and Daniel and said, let's go out, Zhao Shen is at the door of the restaurant and has been waiting for us for a long time." Yi Tian and Daniel nodded when they heard it, and it was obvious that the group of people in front of them was headed by this man named Fei Zhe. Immediately, Brother Fei and his party walked out of the underground garage and found Zhao Shen who invited them to dinner. "Let's go, Brother Fei, let's go in, the seats are already booked." Zhao Shen looked at Brother Fei and his group and said with a smile, "Do you need to book a table to eat here?" When the big cow heard it, he looked up at the restaurant named Shen xianju on the signboard, pouted, and said with some disdain. However, when Zhao Shen heard this, he did not directly respond to him, but rather sarcastically said, "Oh, I heard that a supercar auto repair shop opened by someone has closed within 2 months. Millions, I didn't expect someone to have no heartache at all, and then open a Western restaurant non-stop. Hey, it's good to have a mine in this family." Zhao Shen, you. When the Daniel heard this, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Okay, the two of you were really enemies in your last life, or else you'll quarrel as soon as you meet." Seeing this, the man named Fei Zhe hurriedly smiled and said, "We are here to eat, we must be harmonious and happy." When Daniu Nan and Zhao Shen heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. "Then let's go in, I want to have a good taste today. Is the food in this restaurant really as delicious as Zhao Shen said?" After seeing the two calm down, Brother Fei said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Brother Fei and his party walked towards the Shen xianju restaurant. When he came to the gate of Shen xianju restaurant, Brother Fei saw the young man who was welcoming the guests warmly at the door. He couldn't help but smiled at everyone beside him, and said happily, "Haha, by coincidence, I met an acquaintance." Quote. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing who the acquaintance Fei brother was talking about in front of him. Then, everyone saw Brother Fei walking towards the young man who was greeting guests at the door of the restaurant with a smile on his face, shouting, Lu Qing. Hey, Meng Fei. Lu Qing, who was greeting customers to enter the store, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He quickly turned his head and saw Meng Fei standing behind him, exclaiming in shock. It turned out that the man named Fei Zhe in front of him was Meng Fei, who drove the pregnant woman to the hospital a few days ago in a Ferrari, and Lu Qing retrograde, and then the car collided. Why are you here? Lu Qing looked at Meng Fei in front of him and replied with a smile. It's my friend. Hey, the guy over there in a formal suit said that the food made by a restaurant downstairs in his company is super delicious, so he invited us to come and try it. When Meng Fei heard this, he pointed to the crowd behind him and explained with a smile. Could it be that you drove the 3 supercars just now? Lu Qing suddenly thought of the 3 luxury cars that had just parked in the basement of the opposite office building, looked at Meng Fei and said. Well, yes, it's us. When Meng Fei heard this, he nodded with a smile on his face. By the way, Lu Qing, what are you doing here? I just saw that you have been greeting guests, you are working here. Meng Fei recalled Lu Qing's warm greeting to the guests just now, and couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Well, I'm here to work. Hearing Meng Fei's question, Lu Qing nodded and replied. But why do I feel different? Meng Fei too frowned and said in disbelief. Haha, to tell you the truth, in fact, this immortal residence is my iron buddy and I together. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help laughing and telling the truth. Hey, let me just say, why did you work so hard just now? When Meng Fei heard Lu Qing's answer, he immediately laughed along with Lu Qing. By the way, Lu Qing, I haven't thanked you for giving me ginseng that day. My dear, your ginseng has been ginseng for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you to give it to me without blinking an eye, and I take it back. After taking the medicine, my grandfather looks much better. The doctor said that he will be fine for another 5 to 10 years. I really don't know how to thank you. Meng Fei suddenly remembered the 100-year-old ginseng he took from Lu Qing earlier, and extended the life of the old man in the family. His words were full of thanks. Because of this ginseng, Meng Fei got too many benefits from the family, so he would be so sincere to thank him. Hey, it's just a ginseng, what's there to thank? I'm talking about, that day I knocked out one of your headlights, and the maintenance cost will cost 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and I haven't seen you ask me to accompany you, you said, isn't it? When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile. In fact, Lu Qing is called repaying the peach. If Meng Fei did not charge the maintenance fee of the car, Lu Qing would not be able to send ginseng to him. That's fine, if we thank you, we won't talk about it. Anyway, your friend is so interesting, I've made a deal. Meng Fei said with emotion after listening to Lu Qing's narration. By the way, Lu Qing, let me introduce some friends to you. They are in my circle. If you need any help in the future, just say it. Meng Fei suddenly remembered the crowd behind him. While speaking, Meng Fei quickly waved to the group behind him and called them to come over, and then Meng Fei introduced them to Lu Qing one by one. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded to them one by one. After all the introductions, Meng Fei said with a smile, Okay, Lu Qing, you can greet the guests first, we'll go in first, and talk when you're done. Ro, hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, Then you can go in and take your seats. I will ask someone to take you to the seat you reserved. Afterwards, Meng Fei and his party walked into the xianju restaurant. Why did I forget to ask if they have a channel to buy this top-quality truffle? Looking at the backs of Meng Fei and his group, Lu Qing suddenly thought of this. After all, the group in front of him belonged to the second generation of rich people in the magic capital, and they must have come into contact with more things than himself. Well, later, Meng Fei must ask when he leaves. Lu Qing thought for a while and decided. Just keep busy and greet new customers. Here, Meng Fei and his party followed the waiter to the reserved private room, and then Zhao Shen ordered that the food could be served. As soon as the waiter heard it, he went down to prepare. Why are you all looking at me? After entering the box and sitting down, Meng Fei noticed that everyone was staring at him, and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Brother Fei, who was that Lu Qing just now? He doesn't seem to be in the same circle as me. When everyone heard it, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and the big bull man, who couldn't help it, was the first to ask questions. After all, in their circle, in the eyes of outsiders, they are a group of rich and powerful second-generation rich, but in their circle, it is not easy to enter. Didn't I tell you just now? He is a good buddy I only met recently. Anyway, you should take care of him in the future. After all, they have helped my family a lot. When Meng Fei heard this, he said very seriously, doing your family a big favor. When everyone present heard this, their faces became even more puzzled. Because they are very clear about the background of Meng Fei's family, it is the top 10 big family in the magic capital, and such a family also needs help, so this group of people will be so puzzled. After all, the people who can help Meng Fei's family don't need to take care of you at all. When Meng Fei saw this, he didn't give a detailed explanation. After seeing the food, he quickly said, okay, don't get to the bottom of it, the food is here, let's eat. Then Meng Fei served himself a bowl of rice, and then he took an order and started to eat. I'm going, this food is really delicious. Of course, the moment the food was chewed in his mouth, Meng Fei couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then he exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, how is it, Brother Fei? I didn't lie to you about this taste. Zhao Shen, who was treating guests to dinner beside him, said with a happy smile on Meng Fei's face. Because at that time, Zhao Shen also had the same expression. He originally thought it was an ordinary Chinese restaurant, but the food he didn't want to cook turned out to be so delicious, so after Zhao Shen ate it, he fell in love with the taste here, whether it was lunch or dinner. After eating for the first time, Zhao Shen has solved it all here. Simply delicious. When Meng Fei heard this, he exclaimed again. After speaking, Meng Fei ate it with a big mouthful, because the taste of this meal was completely beyond his expectations, it was so fragrant and delicious. The other people who were doing it looked at Zhao Shen and Brother Fei talking and laughing, especially seeing how Brother Fei was gobbling up, they couldn't help but pick up chopsticks and start eating. Wow, it's really delicious. After everyone tasted it, everyone's expressions were similar to Meng Fei's, and then they couldn't stop eating with chopsticks. They didn't even bother to talk, and they all ate their own. I saw one meal, and it took 20 minutes for everyone to eat it. The most important thing is that the dozen or so dishes on the table were eaten cleanly. You must know that there are only 7 of them in total, and the amount of this dish is very large, not good too. Wow, it's really delicious. Everyone sitting here touched their bloated belly and said with sincere admiration. Especially the Daniel, who was a little disdainful at the beginning, felt that the food made by the xianju restaurant did not taste very good. He didn't expect that after eating this, his jaw dropped, because it was too delicious. After that, after eating and drinking, everyone rested for 10 minutes, Meng Fei looked at the time, then greeted everyone with a smile. Since everyone is full, then we should go too. After saying that, Meng Fei stood up and walked outside, but when the others saw this, they also got up, stood up, and followed Meng Fei and walked outside. At this time, Lu Qing was still standing at the gate, greeting customers who entered the store. When Lu Qing saw Meng Fei's group came out after eating, he said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Meng Fei, you finished your meal, and you didn't come to greet you in person just now. Haha, it's okay, Lu Qing, you're not too busy to leave, it's okay. When Meng Fei heard this, he waved his hand with a smile on his face. By the way, Lu Qing, the food you cook in this restaurant is absolutely amazing, it's really delicious. Meng Fei then praised, and while speaking, he gave Lu Qing a thumbs up. Haha, you're exaggerating, Meng Fei, it's mainly because the chef cooks delicious food. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied with a smile. After chatting a few more times, seeing the steady stream of customers entering the restaurant for dinner, Meng Fei looked at Lu Qing with a smile and said goodbye. Okay, Lu Qing, you can do your job, we should go after we have eaten. That's fine. Lu Qing nodded and said yes. Immediately, Meng Fei and his party left the xianju restaurant and walked outside. At this moment, looking at the background of Meng Fei's departure, Lu Qing suddenly remembered and asked him if he had any relevant channels to buy this top-notch truffle. Thinking of this, Lu Qing quickly stopped Meng Fei and said, Meng Fei. While speaking, Lu Qing quickly came to Meng Fei. What, Lu Qing, do you have anything else to do? When Meng Fei heard this, he couldn't help but stop and smiled and looked at Lu Qing in front of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, I have something to do, I want to ask you for help. Hee, you said, do you need my help with anything? Meng Fei asked with a smile when he heard it. Well, I'd like to ask if you can buy the top truffles from Italy or France. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied, just here. When Meng Fei heard this, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded. It's such a trivial matter, what kind of help is this? Seeing Lu Qing's affirmative answer, Meng Fei sighed. Because Meng Fei really thought that Lu Qing had encountered something difficult and needed his help, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple matter. It's so easy to get this truffle, Meng Fei went on to say, in a very relaxed tone. Real. Seeing Meng Fei's light and breezy look in front of him, Lu Qing couldn't help but light up, and said in disbelief. Of course it's true. Seeing that Lu Qing was a little unconvinced, Meng Fei said with certainty. 3 days, no, at most 2 days, I can buy this truffle, and then mention it in front of you. After all, this truffle is abroad, and it will take some time to bring it back by plane. Meng Fei then patted his chest and assured. That's okay, you still have a way, thank you in advance. Seeing this, Lu Qing thanked him with a smile on his face. Hey, why are you being polite to me, just a trivial matter. When Meng Fei heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Okay, you go back, you see that your restaurant business is so good, go back to do your work, the truffles are here, I will notify you when the time comes. Meng Fei continued. That's it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said. Immediately, Lu Qing turned around and went back to the store to continue working, while Meng Fei and his party walked to the underground garage to pick up the car. By the way, Zhao Shen, Yi Tian, have you purchased truffles from Italy recently? When he came to the door of the underground garage, Meng Fei suddenly asked. After all, he just promised Lu Qing to help him get the truffles in the shortest time, so Meng Fei first asked himself in this circle. Truffles. When Zhao Shen and Yi Tian heard this, they both shook their heads and said, I didn't buy it. I bought it, Brother Fei, it's not like you don't know, the Western restaurant opened behind me, and I just came back from taking some truffles from Italy today to make the main dish on the opening day. The big cow man on the side heard it and said with a smile. Yeah, how could I forget you? Hearing what Daniel said, Meng Fei slapped his forehead and remembered. Dongzi, let me discuss something with you, okay? Meng Fei then hooked his shoulders on his back and pulled the big bull man named Dongzi aside with a smile on his face. What? Fei Ge. When Dongzi heard this, he shrank his neck and said with a bad premonition. Small things, don't worry. Seeing this, Meng Fei replied with a smile. You are the one who gave me the truffles for the opening of your Western restaurant the day after tomorrow, and I will buy you the original price back. What? When Dongzi heard this, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. No, Brother Fei, that truffle is what I will use for the opening of the Western restaurant the day after tomorrow. I'll give it to you. Then I don't have to hold the opening later. After all, I have invited so many people to pull it, so I said, no, Brother Fei. Quote. Dongzi then shook his head like a rattle and explained. Otherwise, Dongzi, let's discuss, I want half, and half the head office. After listening to Dongzi's explanation, Meng Fei realized that it was really not good to take it all for Dongzi. After all, he would have to open for business the day after tomorrow, so he discussed it. Hey, seeing this, Dongzi couldn't escape, he sighed, nodded and replied, well, then I will give you half of it. However, this truffle will not arrive in the magic capital until the early morning of the day after tomorrow. Dongzi continued. No problem. When Meng Fei heard this, he smiled and said, Dongzi, thank you, this time brother owes you a favor. Hey, what are you talking about, Brother Fei? Seeing this, Dongzi smiled and waved his hand. You are my brother, why are you being so polite? Ha ha. When Meng Fei heard this, he smiled happily and said, sure enough, you are a good buddy. Then Meng Fei and his party continued to walk towards the underground garage. When Lu Qing came to the gate of Xianju, the phone in his trouser pocket rang suddenly. When Lu Qing heard it, he quickly took it out and found that it was his mother who called, and Lu Qing answered the phone. Hey, what's the matter, Mom? After the call was connected, Lu Qing asked the phone mother on the other end of the phone with a smile. Hey, little baby can't sleep, I'm looking for Baba. When Lu mother on the other end of the phone heard it, she sighed and replied, listen to yourself. Then Lu Shen held the phone and spoke in a pitiful voice, Baba, Baba, why haven't you come back when you were there? Xingxin can't sleep, I miss you. It turned out that today was the first time that Lu's father and mother coaxed Lu Shen to sleep, but the little guy couldn't sleep at all because she was used to Lu Qing coaxing her to sleep. Lu's father and Lu's mother really had no choice but to call Lu Qing. Oh, my heart is good, don't cry, Baba will be back soon. When Lu Qing heard this, she quickly comforted her. Really? Lu Shen on the other end of the phone asked in disbelief. Of course it's true, when did Baba lie to you? Lu Qing replied with a smile. Okay, Xingxin, Baba won't tell you, Baba will make arrangements, I'll be back soon, and tell my grandma. Lu Qing went on to say. When Lu Shen heard this, he replied very well behaved and sensible. After saying goodbye, Lu Qing hung up the phone. Is it almost 9 o'clock in the evening? After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing looked at the time and found out. But at this time, there was still a hot and busy scene in the xianju restaurant. After all, he promised his baby daughter to rush back. After Lu Qing explained it, he went to the parking place at the door, opened the door and got in the car, then started the car and drove home. Speeding all the way, in less than 40 minutes, Lu Qing hurried back home in his car. Afterwards, after hurriedly parking the car at the gate of the courtyard, Lu Qing opened the door and got off the car and walked into the house. Baba. In the room, Lu Shen, who couldn't sleep, went downstairs to play with Xiaobai and Xiaohei again. When he saw Lu Shen walk into the room, he couldn't help but look happy and cried out happily. While speaking, Lu Shen trotted to Lu Qing's place and hugged Lu Qing's calf. As for Xiaobai and Xiaohei, when they saw Lu Qing coming back, they immediately moved quickly, shaking their heads and waving their tails to greet them, dangling beside Lu Qing. When Lu's father and Lu's mother saw Lu Qing coming back, they greeted with a smile, "You're back, son." "Well, Mom and Dad, I'm back, you two should rest early, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening now." When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. Shen, let me take her to sleep." Lu Qing went on to say. "Okay, then my mother and I will go to rest." When Father Lu heard this, he nodded in agreement and said. After speaking, the two went upstairs and prepared to rest. "Let's go, Xingxin, you should sleep too." Seeing this, Lu Qing looked down at Lu Xindao who was pulling his trouser legs. "Well, okay, Baba." When Lu Shen heard this, he answered happily. Immediately, Lu Qing held Lu Shen's little hand, and the father and daughter went upstairs chatting and laughing, and walked to Lu Shen's bedroom. As for taking a bath or something, Mother Lu had already washed Lu Shen just now, and Lu Qing saw that Lu Shen was not sweating, so she directly told Lu Shen to take off her clothes and pants and lie down on the bed obediently. Baba, unable to sleep. Lu Shen, who was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, looked at Lu Qing who was sitting beside the bed with big watery eyes. "Ha, do you want to hear Baba tell a story?" When Lu Qing heard this, he hurriedly said with a smile. After all, every time Lu Shen couldn't fall asleep, it was Lu Qing telling stories to lull him to sleep. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded. "Okay, then, Baba, let me tell you one." Lu Qing looked at it and said with a smile on his face. "Then Baba will tell you a story about the ugly duckling today." Lu Qing thought for a moment and said. And Lu Shen stared at Lu Qing with big bright eyes, but did not speak. Immediately, Lu Qing began to speak. Once upon a time, a mother duck laid many eggs, and soon there were ducklings in the eggs. One of the ducklings was particularly ugly, gray, and the mother duck and its siblings they all hate it. The duckling left them very upset. Outside he was bullied by the children, everyone said he was ugly. One winter he saw a lot of swans flying south, and the ugly duckling thought, "How beautiful they are, but I am so ugly." Lu Qing spoke very vividly, while Lu Shen listened very carefully. Time passed Nuo's Jiao, and after a few minutes, Lu Qing finished telling the story, only to find that Lu Shen, who was beside him, had closed his eyes and fell asleep. He. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but shook his head with a smile on his face, then tightened the quilt for Lu Shen and adjusted the air conditioner to a suitable temperature. Lu Qing turned off the lights and left Lu Shen's room gently. It's time for me to go to bed too. When he came outside, Lu Qing took a look, and then walked to his room next door, ready to sleep. After all, today I was sending my old girl to sign up again, and I was busy in xianju, so I was already tired. At this moment, Lu Qing had just walked to the door of his room when the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Lu Qing picked it up and looked at it. Meng Fei was calling. Lu Qing answered the phone immediately, only to hear Meng Fei say with a smile on his face. Lu Qing, I have good news for you, the truffle you asked for has arrived. Chapter 91. Baba, goodbye. In the early 7 o'clock in the morning, after breakfast, Lu Shen, who was carrying her small school bag, waved at Lu Qing with a smile on her face. Well, goodbye in my heart, I have to be obedient in kindergarten, Baba will pick you up after school in the afternoon. Lu Qing looked at Lu Xindao in front of him with a smile on his face. When Lu Shen heard this, the little face nodded with a smile. Come on, grandparents, let's go to kindergarten. After Lu Shen and Lu Qing said hello, they hurriedly held the hands of Lu's father and Lu's mother. Immediately, the three grandparents walked out of the house and set off for the kindergarten. Call. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father, mother and daughter Lu Shen disappeared. Because this morning, Lu Shen insisted that Lu Qing send her to kindergarten, but Lu Qing not only went to xianju restaurant to deliver food, but also went to Meng Fei to get truffles, so Lu Qing was not free at all. Seeing this, Lu Shen became unhappy immediately. In desperation, Lu Qing could only smash all kinds of sugar-coated cannonballs, all kinds of coaxing, and promised Lu Shen to take her to eat delicious food and play in fun places, and then promised her after picking her up from school in the afternoon. Lu Shen became happy. Well, it's time for you to go too. After looking at the time, Lu Qing immediately decided to go to xianju. Then Lu Qing walked out of the house, locked the door, went to the garage, thought about it, entered the space, put the vegetables and poultry meat prepared when he got up in the morning into the car, then opened the door and got in the car, started the car, go to the xianju restaurant. After galloping all the way, fortunately Lu Qing went out early and did not encounter traffic jams in the morning rush hour. It took 40 minutes to drive smoothly to the xianju restaurant. Parking the car on the side of the road, Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, walked to the xianju restaurant on the side, called a few people to help, pushed the cart together, and unloaded the hundreds of kilograms of vegetables, poultry and fish on the cart, put it on a trolley and drag it into the refrigerator compartment in the kitchen behind the dining room. Okay, it's time for me to go too, you guys do your job, and son. As the saying goes, more people are more powerful. After only 10 minutes, the vegetables, poultry, fish and meat in the car were moved into the kitchen and put away. Lu Qing clapped his hands and said to Aunt Sun, who was in front of him with a smile on his face. As the business of xianju restaurant has been getting better and better recently, more employees are recruited in the restaurant, and now the more employees are mainly managed by Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao, who were hired by Guo Guo from the old club. After all, these two have a lot of work experience. When Aunt Sun heard this, she smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Lu Qing turned around and left the xianju restaurant. He went to the road outside to open the door and get in the car, start the car, turn on the navigation, and drive to the location given by Meng Fei. It was the most traffic jam in the morning in Modu. Lu Qing stopped and went all the way, and it took him an hour to drive to the location given by Meng Fei. Lu Qing found that the place he came to was right on the edge of the Bund in the Magic Capital, a small yard next to the Wangpu River. Tisk tisk. Although he knew that Meng Fei was rich, Lu Qing couldn't help but be amazed when he came here and saw the yard covering several acres in front of him. Because the yard in front of you doesn't have 9 digits, you can't get it, and Lu Qing also saw that there is a park next to the yard, which means that you may not be able to buy it if you have money. How do you get in here? When he came to the entrance of the small courtyard, Lu Qing saw that the main entrance was a step, and there was no parking space at the entrance, and the door was closed, so Lu Qing couldn't help but be a little confused. Forget it, let's call Meng Fei. After thinking about it, Lu Qing decided to call Meng Fei and ask him to pick him up. Immediately, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone, found Meng Fei's number, and dialed him. After a few rings, the phone was connected, and Lu Qing immediately said, "Hey, Meng Fei, I'm at the door of your yard, but your gate is closed, and there is no car parked at the gate. How can I get in? Haha, I'm sorry, right away, I'll call someone to pick you up. Meng Fei on the other end of the phone said with a smile. He hung up immediately. Lu Qing sat in the car and waited for 2 minutes when he heard someone knocking on the window glass. Lu Qing turned his head and saw that an uncle who was over 50 was knocking on the glass, so he hurriedly rolled down the window, feeling a little puzzled. Look at each other. Are you Mr. Lu? Before Lu Qing could speak, the uncle in front of him asked with a smile. Ah, you are. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded blankly and asked the other party. Oh, I'm the housekeeper in this courtyard, Master Meng, and he just ordered me to pick you up. The uncle in front of him replied when he heard it. Then let's go, uncle. Seeing this, Lu Qing looked at him and said. Immediately, Lu Qing followed the uncle in front of him and drove the car, turned into a lane on the left side of the yard, drove for a few minutes, only to find a gate behind, and then Lu Qing followed the uncle and drove the car in. Hey, there are so many luxury cars here. Arriving at the parking lot in the yard, Lu Qing looked at the $5 or $6 million supercars in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim that the Ferrari that collided with Lu Qing's car last time had been repaired and was parked inside. Next, Lu Qing carefully parked his Wuling Rongguang micro car next to the row of supercars, then turned off the engine and opened the door to get off. Lu Qing. As soon as Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, he heard someone calling him from behind. When Lu Qing heard it, he turned around and saw that it was not Meng Fei who was calling him. Come here. Meng Fei smiled and looked at Lu Qing before him. Have you just finished exercising? When he came to Meng Fei, he could not help but ask when he saw Meng Fei, who was wearing sweatpants, sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Well, just ran a few kilometers in the gym. When Meng Fei heard this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead with the towel hanging around his neck, and replied with a smile. You still have a gym in your yard, my dear. Hearing Meng Fei's answer, Lu Qing couldn't help exclaiming. You don't want this expression anymore, didn't you buy a villa? Meng Fei glanced at Lu Qing's face when he saw the expression on Lu Qing's face. Hey. Quote. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and said, compared with yours, the gap between mine is too great, it's like a sky and an underground. Then let me exchange with you. Seeing this, Meng Fei said with a smile on his face. That's fine. As the saying goes, the golden den and the silver den are not as good as your own dog kennel. I still like my own. Your yard is too big. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly shook his head and said. After all, you are used to living in your own house, and it is impossible for you to ask him to change it. While speaking, Lu Qing followed Meng Fei into a room. What would you like to drink? After entering the house, Meng Fei asked Lu Qing. Forget it, this morning, the weather is not hot, and I am not thirsty. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Meng Fei and said. Okay then. Seeing that Lu Qing didn't drink water, Meng Fei poured himself a glass of boiled water and poured it down. After drinking, Meng Fei took out an aluminum box from another room and put it in front of Lu Qing and said, Hey, the truffles you want are in this box. Is this truffle so precious? Still in a safe? Lu Qing stared blankly at the box in his hand and the password, and couldn't help raising his head to look at Meng Fei in front of him and asked. Haha. When Meng Fei heard this, he smiled and said, Of course not, this truffle is only tens of thousands of kilograms, and it's not even expensive for you to give me ginseng. This box is an incubator, and the truffles are put in it, mainly for keeping fresh. Think about it, after all, it took a lot of time to collect it from abroad, photograph it, and use it in China. Without this box, this truffle would be useless. Oh, when Lu Qing heard Meng Fei's detailed explanation, he suddenly came to a realization, because he had no idea that the truffles were so particular about packing. By the way, Lu Qing, don't look at how big this box is, but there aren't many truffles in it. White truffles and black truffles add up to a pound. Meng Fei looked at Lu Qing and said, It's okay, I just heard this thing on the radio the other day, so I wanted to buy it and try it out to see what it tastes like. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly explained with a smile. Of course, Lu Qing couldn't tell the truth, this truffle was actually bought and cultivated. By the way, what is the password? I want to open it and see. Lu Qing then said in a hurry. Don't, Lu Qing, if you want to make them right away, you can open it, or if you open it now, the incubator will be useless, and it will have no preservation function, which will definitely affect its taste. Seeing this, Meng Fei quickly persuaded him. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, by the way, how much is your truffle? Charge, I'll transfer the money to you. After talking for so long, Lu Qing suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid Meng Fei yet, and couldn't help but say. When Meng Fei heard this, he immediately stared at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, if you talk about money, that's a shame. This truffle money is not even 1% of the price of the ginseng you gave me. What? Haha, that's fine. When Lu Qing heard this, he laughed out loud. After chatting for a few more minutes, Lu Qing got up and left. Then I'll go back, Meng Fei. Lu Qing, who already knew the password of the box, said goodbye. Okay, then I won't send you off. I'm sweating all over now, I'm going to take a shower. Meng Fei said when he heard it. Meng Fei originally planned to invite Lu Qing for lunch, but when Lu Qing said that he was not available, Meng Fei did not force it. After all, the restaurant opened by Lu Qing is so good, it must be very busy. Immediately, Lu Qing drove away from Meng Fei's place and drove to the leisurely flower shop. Because wild truffles grow under pine and oak trees in the natural environment, and artificial cultivation is no exception, so after receiving Meng Fei's call last night, Lu Qing ordered more than 10 pine truffles from the owner of the leisure flower shop, Wang. Saplings and oak saplings. Now Lu Qing drives to the leisurely flower shop just to pick up these small saplings. More than 40 minutes later, the fast Lu Qing drove to the entrance of the leisure flower shop, and then opened the door and got off. And Boss Wang of Leisure Flower Art Store has been waiting for Lu Qing at the door. Seeing Lu Qing open the car door and get out, Boss Wang hurriedly came to Lu Qing and said with a smile, Brother Lu, you ordered last night. Pine saplings and oak saplings are ready for you, look, there are 30 in total. Hearing this, Lu Qing looked at the lush pine saplings and oak trees growing beside his feet, and nodded with satisfaction. Without going into details, Lu Qing directly moved them to the car, then bought some vegetable seeds, paid the money, and then Lu Qing drove away and drove home. On the way, he found a place where no one was monitoring. Lu Qing put the pine and oak saplings he just bought into his personal space, and then drove the car to continue home. After spending another half an hour, Lu Qing, who was galloping all the way, drove back home and parked the car at the gate of the yard at will. Lu Qing opened the door and walked into the house with a suitcase. At this time, Lu's father and mother had sent Lu Shen to the kindergarten and returned. After Lu Qing entered the door, he said hello to his parents and mother, and hurried upstairs with an incubator containing truffles, in the bedroom room. Why does this truffle look so much like a potato? In the bedroom, the incubator was opened. Although he had seen photos of truffles on the internet, Lu Qing couldn't help sighing when he saw the fist-sized white truffles and black truffles in the box in front of him. Then, Lu Qing picked up a truffle, smelled it, and found that it smelled like musk, garlic, and wet leaves. Smells good. I don't know if this truffle is delicious or not. Lu Qing looked at the truffles in the box in front of him and suddenly thought. After all, 10,000 kilograms of top-quality ingredients, Lu Qing thinks that the taste should not be bad, but the truffles in front of you are just 1 kilogram, no more or no less. Lu Qing intends to use them all to cultivate, so if you want to eat them, you have to wait. Nurture success. Then start nurturing. Thinking of this, Lu Qing began to act. Truffle is a kind of mushroom, and like mushrooms, it reproduces through spores, so if you want to successfully cultivate truffles, you must first cultivate the spore larva of truffles. I saw Lu Qing first went downstairs to the kitchen to get a large basin, and then put the truffles in the box into the basin, and then entered the portable space as soon as he thought about it. After entering the space, Lu Qing put the magical pool of water in the space into the basin, submerged the truffles, and waited for the truffle spores to come out under the action of the magical pool. However, it will take some time for the spores to grow, so Lu Qing took advantage of the time to plant pine and oak saplings. Under the influence of Lu Qing's thoughts, 30 saplings were planted in one breath, and then they were irrigated by the pool water. Down, the small sapling rose to the ground in an instant, and in a few breaths, it grew into a big tree of 6 or 7 meters high. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly stopped watering. Later, Lu Qing came to the basin to check the spawning of truffle spores, but there was no change inside. Let's see after lunch. Lu Qing thought about it for a while, then exited his pocket and prepared to come to see after lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after lunch, Lu Qing went back to his room, then closed the door, and then with a thought, he hurriedly got into the space to check the spawning of truffle spores. Hey, it worked. After entering the space and looking in front of the basin, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised to find that there were scattered black spots the size of sesame seeds floating on the surface of the truffle water, and he smiled happily. Because these black spots are the spore larvae produced by truffles, but there are still too few spore larvae in front of them, so Lu Qing withdrew from the space again and continued to wait for more truffle spore larvae to spawn. Time passed by minute. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Lu Qing coaxed her precious daughter Lu Shen to sleep, and then she returned to her room, closed the door and locked it, and then entered the space to watch the spawning of truffle spore larvae. Haha, we can finally start cultivating. Before coming to the pot, Lu Qing saw that on the surface of the soaked truffle water, dense truffle spore larvae had been spawned, and Lu Qing, who smiled happily, began to cultivate it. I saw that under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, the soil covering the roots of the truffles and oak trees automatically separated, exposing their roots, and then Lu Qing spread the truffle spore larvae evenly on the truffles and oak trees to expose them, on the roots of the tree, and then covered with soil. When all the truffle spore larvae spawned in the pot were spread evenly on the roots of 30 oaks and pine trees, Lu Qing couldn't help sighing in relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Because this truffle has finally been cultivated and is just waiting to be harvested. The next day, in the morning, the sky was still gray. Is it 5 o'clock? In the bedroom, a young man's hand stretched out from the quilt, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table, glanced at it, and muttered. After seeing the time, the young man lifted the quilt without hesitation, turned over and got up, then picked up the clothes and trousers on the side and put them on. I saw that this young man was none other than Lu Qing, who woke up at this time every day. Enter. After putting on his clothes and trousers, Lu Qing moved into the portable space and started to get busy preparing all kinds of vegetables, poultry and fish that Shen xianju restaurant needed today. Due to the recent boom in the business of Shen xianju restaurant, the daily consumption of vegetables, poultry and fish in the restaurant has doubled from about 200 catties per day to nearly 600 catties per day. And this is just the beginning. The business of Shen xianju restaurant has gradually improved. As for the latter, Lu Qing believes that people who come to Shen xianju restaurant to eat will definitely queue up to get a number. As for the restaurant's turnover, it has soared from tens of thousands a day to nearly 200,000 a day now, but Guo is very happy. After all, the business is getting better and better, and the income will be more and more. And in the past 2 days, Shen xianju restaurant, according to Guo and Lu Qing's discussion, has recruited many new employees, such as the most in-demand chefs, professional accountants, and cashiers. Anyway, the more employees he recruits, the more idle Lu Qing will be. His main job now is to deliver vegetables, poultry, and fish that the Shen xianju restaurant needs. As for Guo, he is similar to Lu Qing. After all, Shen xianju restaurant has recently recruited 5 chefs, and there are still others who will help. Unless the business is particularly good and he is too busy, Guo will change into chef clothes and help himself. Most of the rest of the time, Guo mainly stared at the daily operation of Shen xianju restaurant and greeted the guests who dined. All the vegetables, poultry and fish that the restaurant needs today are ready. In the space, under the influence of Lu Qing's thoughts, several hundred kilograms of vegetables, poultry and fish were all prepared in just a few breaths. Lu Qing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then send it over now. Looking at the vegetables, poultry, and fish that were prepared and piled up like hills, Lu Qing planned. After all, the business of Shen xianju restaurant is getting better and better, and the required vegetables, poultry, fish, etc. must be cut out and prepared in advance. It's not like it used to be, it's okay to send it later, and it's too late, but as the business is getting less and less recently, Lu Qing has to send the prepared vegetables, poultry and fish to the place earlier, so that the group of people in the kitchen can make it in advance, ready to come out. Thinking of this, Lu Qing thought about it, exited the space, returned to the room, opened the door, and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, Lu Qing did not go downstairs in a hurry, but turned around and went to the next door, and opened the room of his precious daughter Lu Shen to see how the little guy was sleeping. Looking up, Lu Qing found that Lu Shen was sleeping soundly, not kicking the quilt, and slept staggered. He nodded with a smile on his face, and quietly closed the door. After checking, Lu Qing walked downstairs, ready to go out and deliver the freshly prepared vegetables, poultry and fish to Shen xianju restaurant and then come back for breakfast. Haha, do you two little guys want to go out for a run today? After coming downstairs, Lu Qing saw Xiao Bai and Xiao He running over with excited faces, surrounded him, and said involuntarily. After all, Lu Qing took these two little guys out for a run every day at this point, so they were so happy when they saw Lu Qing come down. But today, we have to send vegetables and meat to Shen xianju, so Lu Qing couldn't take these two little guys for a run this morning. After telling Xiao He and Xiao Bai, and seeing the two little guys obediently returning to their nests and lying down, Lu Qing opened the door, walked out of the door of the house, and walked to the garage on the side. When he came to the garage, Lu Qing quickly took out the vegetables and poultry meat prepared in the space, put them all in the car, opened the door and got in the car, started the car, and drove to the Shen xianju restaurant. At the beginning of 5 in the morning, the streets of Modu looked a little deserted, and there was very little traffic on the road, so Lu Qing took less than 40 minutes to drive to the gate of Shen xianju and then opened the door and got off. Brother Lu, you are here. At the entrance of the Shen xianju restaurant, a young man who was cleaning, a little younger than Lu Qing, saw Lu Qing driving over from a distance, and quickly called a few people to help with a small cart, smiling and friendly. Lu Qing said hello. Well, you are here too, Ronaldinho. Seeing this, Lu Qing responded with a smile on his face. The young man named Ronaldinho in front of him is one of the new employees the restaurant has recruited for the past 2 days, as are the few people beside him. After greeting everyone, Lu Qing continued, okay, let's get to work. When everyone heard this, they nodded in unison. Then everyone started to get busy, moving all the vegetables, poultry and fish on the cart onto the trolley, and then consigning them into the kitchen at the back of the Shen xianju restaurant. Time passed by minute. More than 10 minutes later, when the vegetables from the last trailer were carried into the kitchen, Lu Qing clapped his hands, looked at everyone with a smile, and said, okay, everyone has worked hard, let's take a rest. After a few more conversations, Lu Qing drove the car, left the Shen xianju restaurant, and returned to the original road to prepare to go home. Brother Hu, the food truck has moved. At this time, not far behind Lu Qing's car, a middle-aged man in his mid-30s who was in his mid-30s in an old black Santana sedan hurriedly pushed the co-pilot after seeing Lu Qing driving away. In the position, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a fierce face, who was snoring and fell asleep, said, "Are you really a pig? That car is almost gone, hurry up and catch up." After the middle-aged man named Hu Jie was woken up, he saw that Lu Qing's car was almost out of sight, and slapped the thief-eyed man on the forehead with a furious slap and yelled, "Oh!" After getting it through, the thief-eyed man hurriedly started the car, stepped down on the accelerator, and chased after him. It is early 7 in the morning, and the traffic flow in the magic capital has gradually increased. At the traffic light intersection, the red light is on, and Lu Qing is waiting in front of the stop line. A minute later, the green light came on. Lu Qing started the car quickly after seeing it, and crossed the intersection. Just then, with a bang, Lu Qing heard the sound of a car crashing from behind. Lu Qing glanced through the rear-view mirror and found that a black Santana was rear-ended by a white Kia. A bald man was scoldingly getting off the co-pilot and grabbing the collar of the Kia owner behind. At this time, the traffic police on duty at the intersection saw it and hurried over. As for the person behind, Lu Qing didn't know because he had already left in his car. The next day, as usual, Lu Qing came to Shen xianju restaurant early in the morning to deliver the dishes, and then drove away to go home. After the intersection, Lu Qing, who was waiting for the traffic light for a long time, looked around boredly. When he saw the second black Santana sedan next to his car in the same lane, he couldn't help frowning. Point 0. Could this car be the one that was rear-ended behind your own car yesterday? Of course, after seeing this car, Lu Qing suddenly remembered the rear-end collision of his car yesterday morning. It should be. Then Lu Qing saw the bald man in the passenger seat and determined that this car was the car from yesterday. Hey, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile and sigh. After all, the magic capital is so big, and there are millions of cars. It is a kind of fate to meet 2 consecutive days, so Lu Qing laughed. Seeing that the green light was on, Lu Qing hurriedly started the car and drove out. Hey, I met you again. After passing 2 more intersections, Lu Qing turned around and saw the black Santana sedan just now, unexpectedly such a coincidence. Because Lu Qing did not walk in a straight line, but turned left and right, it was indeed a coincidence that he could encounter the same car in a row. After only one glance, Lu Qing ignored it, and when the green light was on, he hurriedly started the car. But behind, Lu Qing felt something was wrong, because Lu Qing found that this black Santana sedan had been following not far from his butt. It was a coincidence that he met several times, but now he was following closely. Lu Qing couldn't help it. He frowned. Is this car tracking itself? Lu Qing suddenly thought of it, and was shocked. Then, in order to verify his thoughts, Lu Qing drove the car, made a hurried right turn, and scurried into a side road. The black Santana behind him also quickly followed. Seeing the black Santana coming up behind her buttocks, Lu Qing couldn't help but his face changed, and he secretly screamed badly. Oops, I'm in trouble. Brother Hu, this kid found us, what should I do? Inside the black Santana, the man with the thirsty brows and the eyes, but also very thin, saw that Wuling Rongguang microcard had turned several small lanes in a row in order to get rid of them, so he could not help but turn his head to ask Brother Hu, the bald man in the co-pilot position. You are really a pig's brain, thin monkey, he found us and found it, we just need to follow his car ass. When Brother Hu in the co-pilot position heard this, he glared at the thin monkey fiercely, and he didn't have a good air. But don't be like yesterday, skinny monkey, you lost someone the first time you talked to someone, you are too embarrassing for me. Brother Hu remembered that he lost someone with him yesterday, and he was so angry that he couldn't help but say. It's not that I lost it on purpose. It wasn't that the second-hand guy hit our car ass yesterday, and the traffic police came from behind, and I couldn't get away with Ben. When the thin monkey heard it, he explained in a low voice. What are you saying? Seeing this, Brother Hu couldn't help but his face changed, and he said loudly. Hey, nothing, Brother Hu. Slim Monkey saw Brother Hu getting angry, and quickly replied with a flattering smile. By the way, Brother Hu, why do we have to follow this kid so secretly? Just ask him, where did the vegetables he sent come from? Thin Monkey suddenly thought of this question and asked with some doubts. Slim Monkey, are you so stupid? You have seen the restaurants that make money from others, right? He only tells us his own way of making money because of his lack of money. When Brother Hu heard this, he looked at the thin monkey like an idiot, and replied. That's not necessarily the reason for shutting down the vegetables. This is the first time I've heard that other people's restaurants are booming because of these vegetables. The skinny monkey asked. My brother-in-law is the manager of the Lacrosse 5-star hotel. What he told me is still fake. You must know that several chefs in this Shen xianju restaurant have all left my brother-in-law's hotel. How good are their craftsmanship? Isn't my brother-in-law very clear? When Brother Hu heard it, he explained the reason for the tracking. It turned out that the bald man in front of him, Brother Hu, was sent by Guo Guo and the manager of the 5-star hotel where his second uncle used to work to investigate and follow up. After all, Guo Guo poached his second uncle, and then poached several chefs, so the hotel manager who managed them had to inquire about their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, everyone went to work in such a small restaurant, and business is still booming. After a little investigation, I found out that this small restaurant was actually opened by Guo Guo, an original employee of my hotel, so I dug his second uncle and brought several chefs over at the same time. But after all, after working in the Lacrosse Hotel for so many years, he knows the cooking skills of these chefs. Anyway, he is completely unable to reach a restaurant that has not been opened for a long time and has not accumulated any popularity. The business is just like that, hot. Later, I asked someone to pack a few dishes from this restaurant, and the hotel manager tasted them. I didn't expect that after eating them, I found that the dishes made in this restaurant were so delicious, so the hotel manager judged out, the reason why this small restaurant is so popular should be caused by the reasons for these dishes or the seasonings. It was not long after they were released, and the cheap brother-in-law, who had nothing to do all day, came to watch. Let's start with this xianju restaurant every day. The delivery of vegetables was investigated and left. Hey, brother who, listening to you, it's not easy, let's just call this kid, that, and interrogate it, don't you know, hee hee. When the skinny monkey heard this, he made a sat-covering gesture with his hand, revealing a rhubarb toothless smile. Do you really want me to die? Skinny monkey, lousy just came out of it, so go do this, why do you want lousy to go in again? When brother who heard this, he slapped the skinny monkey on the forehead fiercely. After all, brother who stayed in it for 8 years because of fan shi, and he just came out not long ago. He has had enough of his life inside the high wall and doesn't want to go in anymore. And this thin monkey is also a fox and dog friend that brother who met in it. After all, they have similar smells, so they chatted together, but this thin monkey came out for a few months first. Skinny monkey, you won't be doing your old job again in the past few months, right? Brother who then asked, with a bad premonition in his heart, because this skinny monkey was imprisoned because his hands and feet were not clean. That can, brother who. When the thin monkey heard it, he hurriedly explained, with some flickering in his eyes. That's good, don't talk nonsense, just follow the boy in front of the car and find out where his vegetables came from. My brother-in-law gave me the task and it's done. Brother who heard thin monkey's explanation and nodded. Well, good. When the thin monkey heard it, he replied yes. Then he drove the car attentively, biting the butt of the Wuling Ronghua micro truck in front of him. I can't get rid of this car at all. Seeing the black Santana who was following her closely behind her butt, Lu Qing couldn't help but get anxious. Why are you being targeted for no apparent reason? Lu Qing was very puzzled. I haven't done anything out of the ordinary recently. Lu Qing recalled everything he did, and found that he was very careful. After all, he had a personal space, and everything Lu Qing did was very careful and low-key. Is it because the xianju restaurant has become popular recently? After recalling that there was no problem with what he did before, Lu Qing suddenly thought of this xianju restaurant opened with Guo Guo. After all, the business of xianju restaurant has been booming recently, and it's getting better and better, and there must be more people staring at them behind their backs, or jealous people. But how do they know that the popularity of xianju restaurant is because of the vegetables they provide? Lu Qing suddenly thought of this question. Because Lu Qing has also thought about this problem, after all, these vegetables are grown in the space of their own, the daily consumption is large, and there is no single source, it will definitely make people suspicious. It seems that the source of this vegetable must be solved. Thinking of this, Lu Qing planned in his heart. After all, the business is getting better and better, and more people are staring at him. In order to solve these troubles, Lu Qing must immediately figure out a solution to the problem of the source of vegetables in space. Let's get rid of this car first. Thinking back, Lu Qing, who had a general idea in his mind, turned his attention to the black Santana behind his butt. Hey, it's a little weird. After turning a few trails in a row, Lu Qing drove the car back to the main road, and found that the car had been following not far behind his butt. He accelerated by himself, and then it accelerated, and slowed down, and it followed. Slow down, cannot help but feel a little strange. Because Lu Qing found out that this black Santana was just following himself and nothing else was done, so Lu Qing felt very strange. Do you want to follow yourself home? Or do you want to follow yourself to find the source of vegetables? Seeing this, these two ideas suddenly popped up in Lu Qing's mind, but Lu Qing was more inclined to the latter guess. Otherwise, there were so many people in xianju, why would they be staring at him as the food delivery person? It's okay to be malicious. After guessing the purpose of the black Santana in the back, Lu Qing's originally anxious heart suddenly relaxed. Is it almost 9 o'clock? Then Lu Qing took out his phone, checked the time, and found that it was almost 9 o'clock. Let's find a place first and have breakfast. After seeing the time, Lu Qing decided. After all, the car behind was just following him, and Lu Qing had nothing to worry about. He planned to eat his breakfast and talk about it, and then figure out a way to solve it. Immediately, Lu Qing drove the car slowly to find a place to have breakfast. Haha, found it. After searching for a few minutes, Lu Qing quickly found a steamed bun shop, drove the car over with a smile on his face, parked in the parking space on the side of the road in front of the steamed bun, and then opened the door to get off. Boss, bring me a basket of xiaolongbao and a bowl of porridge. Lu Qing got out of the car and walked into the steamed bun shop, looking at the steaming buns in the pot and said, I'm sitting at the roadside table outside, boss. After paying, Lu Qing called out to the owner of the steamed bun, and seeing him say yes, Lu Qing came to a small table next to his car and sat down. Thanks. I saw that Lu Qing had just sat down on his front feet and greeted other customers, steamed bun shop owners. He came out on his back feet with a basket of steamed buns and porridge that Lu Qing had just ordered and placed them on his table. Lu Qing thanked him and picked up his chopsticks, began to eat. Brother Hu, I'm hungry too. On the black Santana, the skinny monkey watched Lu Qing eating breakfast with relish not far in front, touched his shriveled stomach, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Brother Hu who was beside him. Hungry, you have to bear it for me too. When Brother Hu heard this, he glared at the thin monkey and said, Grumpy. At this moment, Brother Hu's stomach also heard the sound of hunger. Forget it, let's go down to eat. Feeling the hunger from his stomach, Brother Hu continued. You know, the two of them ran to the gate of Shen xianju to guard it before dawn, and they didn't even drink their saliva. Okay, let's go. When the skinny monkey heard this, he quickly said happily. Immediately, the two opened the door and got out of the car, looking for a place to eat breakfast, but after turning around, there was no place selling breakfast in the surrounding area except for the bun shop where Lu Qing was eating, so the two of them could only go to the bun shop. It turns out that these two people are following you. Looking at the two men with fat faces and bald heads and skinny as monkeys, Lu Qing thought to himself. Not only that, when Lu Qing noticed that he was staring at the two men, the man who was as thin as a monkey smiled embarrassedly at him. These two were really interesting. Seeing that one of them didn't look away and pretended not to know him, and the other nodded and bowed, showing a flattering smile, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. And this also proves that his judgment is correct. These two people are just following themselves, trying to find the source of vegetables. Run. Lu Qing, who had eaten the last bite of porridge in the bowl, saw the two people, the fat and the thin, emerge from the bun shop, one holding 2 bowls of porridge in one hand, and the other holding 2 cages of porridge. Come to the car behind you, open the door and get in the car, start the car and leave. Brother Hu, this kid ran away. Seeing this, the thin monkey said anxiously. Chase. The bald-headed tiger brother also saw it and said quickly. But what if I still have 2 bowls of porridge in my hand? When the thin monkey heard it, he looked at the porridge in his hand and didn't know why. That's a fart, throw it away. Brother Hu saw that Lu Qing's car disappeared immediately and hurriedly said. With a bang, he threw the xiaolongbao in his hand, and then ran quickly to the place where he had just parked, and when the thin monkey saw this, he threw the bowl in his hand to the ground with a bang, followed behind Brother Tiger's ass. What are you doing? It's early 9 in the morning, and the bun shop's business is not that busy. The burly bun shop owner sees the two in front of him going crazy, hurriedly stopped the skinny monkey who was a little slower behind and shouted sharply. Quote. Slim Monkey saw the 1.8 meter tall and sturdy boss in front of him, and he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. What am I? I want to run away after smashing my things. No way. Before Thin Monkey could say anything, the owner of Baozi's shop hurriedly interrupted. I lose money, I lose money. When the skinny monkey heard this, he hurriedly said. While talking, Thin Monkey hurriedly made money from his pocket, except for an ID card, a card key, and a broken smartphone. Thin Monkey's trouser pocket was cleaner than his face. Having no money to make trouble and eat Bawang's meal. The owner of Baozipu saw that the Thin Monkey didn't take out a single piece of money for a long time, and suddenly felt that the Thin Monkey in front of him was here to make trouble, and said a little rudely, Call the police. What? Call the police? Hearing this, Thin Monkey was startled, and then he wanted to run away quickly. After all, this policeman is not a traffic policeman, and he can leave immediately after he has dealt with it. If he finds that his hands and feet are dirty, Thin Monkey believes that he will definitely be caught. It's just a thin monkey with a weak body. There, he escaped from the hands of the crowd in front of the bun shop, and was caught in a few moments. Brother who hurried to the car, saw that the car keys were still in the hands of the thin monkey. When I saw him being attacked by him again, I couldn't help but run over to help, but Brother like the thin monkey, was caught by everyone after a few moments. At this time, the sound of a siren came from a distance, and Brother couldn't help yelling at the thin monkey beside him, "Skinny monkey, you were really a waste of success." On the other hand, Lu Qing, who was driving at a very fast speed, drove several kilometers, but did not find the two men following behind in a black Santana, so he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of them. Daddy. After completely getting rid of the two people who had followed closely behind his car all the way, Lu Qing drove the car back home in a hurry, saw his mother and father, and quickly said hello to them. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Seeing Lu Qing coming back, Mother Lu asked with concern. After all, Lu Qing came back for breakfast yesterday. "I already ate out." When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied with a smile. "I went upstairs, Mom." Lu Qing continued, and after he finished speaking, he jumped upstairs and walked to his room. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei saw Lu Qing coming back, they quickly followed Lu Qing with their heads and tails, and then went upstairs together. How to solve the source of vegetables in this space? After entering his room, Lu Qing began to think about ways to solve the source of vegetables in the space. As for Xiaobai and Xiaohei, after following Lu Qing into the room, they were very obedient at Lu Qing's feet. "Looks like we have to get a piece of land." After thinking about it, Lu Qing felt that he still had to find a piece of land, grow some vegetables and grains, and so on. This made sense. Otherwise, so many vegetables, poultry, and fish would be taken out of the space every day. How could others doubt it? Land. Thinking of this, Lu Qing hurriedly took out his mobile phone, opened his browser, and started searching for land for rent near Kimodu. There is no way. Lu Qing's hometown in Sichuan province, thousands of miles away, has some land, but it is too far from the magic capital, and it is completely inconvenient to transport the vegetables and grains grown. Therefore, Lu Qing can only focus on the land near the magic capital, which is convenient for transportation and viewing. How is it all information about industrial land? When the search results popped up, Lu Qing began to browse, but found that it was all about the rental and auction of construction site information, and he couldn't help frowning. All right. After Lu Qing changed the land into agricultural land for rent, he searched again and found that after meeting his requirements, a smile appeared on his face and his brows stretched. Dongting Town, Songjiang District, rents out 3 points of its own land. Friends who like farming can come and see it. The price is 500 yuan per year. Contact Mr. Tian, and the contact number is 136XXXXXXXXX. Shuangqiao Village, Fengxian District, rents out 1 mu of its own land at an ultra-low price of 1800 per year. The contact person is Ms. Song, and the contact number is 137XXXXXXX. Lu Qing carefully browsed through the land rental information one by one, but Lu Qing was not very satisfied with these rental land, because it was too small. The area was a few cents, or 1 mu or 2 mu. There is not as much land in the carry-on space yet. Then Lu Qing continued to look down, and after another 2 minutes, he suddenly saw a land rental message, which showed that 30 acres of land was leased, and there was a clear photo of a large piece of flat land. Seeing here, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. After all, it has been more than 10 minutes to look at it. Lu Qing finally found a land with a slightly larger area, and a smile appeared on his face. Then Lu Qing took a closer look and found that there was a small river beside this land. The smile on his face grew bigger. "It's you." After taking a careful look at all aspects, Lu Qing was more and more satisfied with the land, whether it was the price or the distance, and immediately decided to go here to have a look. "Hey, hello, is it Mr. Zhang? I saw the land rental information you posted on the internet. I checked it carefully, and I was satisfied in all aspects, so I want to come and have a look at it today. Is it okay?" According to the phone number left on the land rental information, Lu Qing dialed it. After the phone rang, the phone was connected. Lu Qing said with a smile on her face. "Hello." When Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone heard it, he quickly responded with a smile. "Hello, you can see the land anytime you want. My fourth uncle is at home, you can just drive over to find him, he will show you." Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone continued. "Your fourth uncle. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt a little puzzled. Oh, it's like this, our family and some of my uncles and uncles have all moved to this Magic City area, only my fourth uncle is unwilling to come, he can't bear these land, so the fourth uncle has been in his hometown. Take care of these lands. After hearing Lu Qing's doubts, Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone quickly explained in detail. Oh, good. When Lu Qing heard it, he immediately understood that this is similar to his hometown in Sichuan province, thousands of miles away. Everyone has come out to work, so this land has no human beings, so it is deserted. By the way, haven't I asked your honorable name yet? Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone, seeing Lu Qing understand, asked with a smile. My surname is Lu, Liu Bei's Lu, the single name is Qing. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied. By the way, Mr. Zhang, I think it's almost time for lunch, I'll go over after lunch here, please tell your fourth uncle. Lu Qing looked at the time and found that it was almost noon, and continued. No problem, Mr. Lu, I'll call him after the phone call and tell him about it. Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone agreed. By the way, Mr. Lu, I will also send you the number of my fourth uncle, so that you can contact him directly when you go in the afternoon. Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone continued. Okay, thanks. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and thanked him. The two immediately hung up the phone. A few seconds after hanging up the phone, Lu Qing received the contact number of his fourth uncle from Mr. Zhang. After Lu Qing saw it, he quickly saved it. Let's go, Xiaobai Xiaohei, let's go down to eat. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qing searched for some spare land rental information and saved them. Then he heard the voice of his mother calling for dinner from downstairs. Lu Qing then called out Xiaobai and Xiaobai who were lying on the ground. Go downstairs together. You eat slowly, son, no one is robbing you. In the dining room, in front of the dining table, Mother Lu saw that Lu Qing was eating so much that her mouth couldn't hold it, so she quickly persuaded her. Mom, I have something to do in the afternoon. I have to go to the suburbs. It takes 3 hours to go back and forth, so I have to go early. After all, I promised Xingxin today that I will pick her up after school in the afternoon. Otherwise, it will be too late. Hearing her mother's persuasion, Lu Qing replied wholeheartedly. As he spoke, Lu Qing quickly ate 2 small bowls of rice. Okay, Mom and Dad, eat slowly, I've already eaten, and now I'm going. After feeling that his stomach was full, Lu Qing put down the bowls and chopsticks, smiled and said to his parents who were sitting beside him. After speaking, Lu Qing got up and left the dining table, walked out of the house, walked to the garage, and prepared to drive. Wong wong wong. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei saw this, they rushed to the front with their heads and tails shaking their heads. They came to the garage and shouted with their mouths open, waiting happily for Lu Qing. You two little ones want to go too. When Lu Qing saw it, he immediately said with joy. Wong wong wong. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei heard it, they responded with a bark, saying that they wanted to go, and their tails swayed more happily. Haha, then let's go, it seems that I haven't driven you out for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Qing said with a smile. Go up. Then Lu Qing came to the co-pilot's side, opened the door, and called Xiaobai and Xiaohei into the car. Xiaobai and Xiaohei, who have been fed for more than half a month, have gone from small milk dogs with a height of a few centimeters at the beginning to half large dogs with a height of almost 30 centimeters, especially in the magical pool of Lu Qing's space. Under the feeding, these two little guys are more intelligent and spiritual than ordinary dogs, as well as strong and fierce. As soon as Lu Qing greeted them, Xiaobai and Xiaohei jumped into the car with ease and sat down obediently. Seeing this, Lu Qing closed the door, then went to the main driver's seat to open the door and get on the car, start the car, turn on the navigation, and go to the field to check the land that was negotiated just before lunch. After getting on the main road, Lu Qing drove the car to increase the speed, and the car galloped all the way. After an hour and a half, Lu Qing reached the destination. Haha, Zhongqiao village, that's it. When Lu Qing drove the car and saw the huge sign hanging at the entrance of the village, which was the same as the location shown on the map, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Hello, is this Uncle Zhang? I'm at the entrance of your village, do I just drive in the car? Or, After seeing that he had reached the entrance of the village, Lu Qing quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Mr. Zhang and his fourth uncle who were stored in the store, and asked, "Do you still have to drive inside?" "Drive for about 10 minutes. Okay, I see you later, fourth Uncle Zhang." The call was connected, and Lu Qing hung up the phone when he heard fourth Uncle Zhang tell Lu Qing that he had to drive in for 10 minutes when he reached the entrance of the village. Then Lu Qing started the car and turned into the rural road leading to the village. The rural houses in the suburbs of Modu are indeed much better than the houses in the rural areas of Sichuan province. In the countryside, Lu Qing's speed was very slow. He looked at the 3-story and 5-story small Western-style buildings on the roadside, built like a villa, and couldn't help sighing. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing drove his car to the end of the village, then turned off the car, stopped, and opened the door. "You are Mr. Lu." After getting off the car, Lu Qing was just about to open the door on the passenger side of the car and let Xiaobai and Xiaohe get down when a voice suddenly asked from behind. Hearing someone calling him behind Lu Qing, he couldn't help but stop, turned around, and saw a man wearing a t-shirt, shorts, sandals, and a straw hat on his head, aged in his early 50s and 60s, with skin a middle-aged man tanned by the sun from his work. "You are Uncle Zhang." Seeing the middle-aged man in front of him, Lu Qing asked with a smile. After all, when he asked if he was Mr. Lu, it meant that he was the fourth Uncle Zhang who just called. It's me, Mr. Lu." When fourth Uncle Zhang heard this, he showed his white teeth and replied with a smile. "Fourth Uncle Zhang, you should still call me Xiao Lu. Your name, Mr. Lu, sounds a bit awkward." 5. When Lu Qing heard this, he felt a little awkward and corrected with a smile on his face. "Okay, let's call you Xiao Lu." Fourth Uncle Zhang also felt a little awkward, but this was what his nephew called him on the phone. When he heard Lu Qing ask to change his tune, he immediately agreed with a smile. "Let's go, Xiao Lu, the small building in front of you is my home. You've been driving from the city for so long, and you're thirsty. Come in and drink some water and have a rest." Uncle Zhang then greeted warmly. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, I have water in my car. Please take me directly to the land that your family wants to rent, because I have to go back before 5 o'clock to pick up my daughter from school." When Lu Qing heard this, he waved his hand and said thankfully, "Okay, let's go, Xiao Lu." When Uncle Zhang heard this, he nodded in response. "Okay, now, Uncle Zhang, I'll put down Xiaobai and Xiaohe in my car." Hearing this, Lu Qing quickly walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and put down Xiaobai and Xiaohe. Xiaobai and Xiaohe. When Uncle Zhang heard this, he felt a little puzzled. When he saw Lu Qing open the car door and put down the 2.5-year-old dog, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Lu, you brought 2 dogs here. Well, these 2 little guys haven't been out with me for a long time. They've been locked in the house all day. Take them out today to get some air." Lu Qing explained with a smile as he looked at Uncle Zhang in front of him. "Then let's go." Lu Qing went on to say. Well, you follow me." Fourth Uncle Zhang nodded and said. After walking in front, Lu Qing saw this and quickly greeted Xiaobai and Xiaohe who were peeing and marking. Passing through the house of Uncle Zhang's house, Lu Qing followed him to the ridge. After walking along the ridge for about 10 minutes, Lu Qing followed Uncle Zhang to the river and stopped. "Here, Xiao Lu." After stopping, Uncle Zhang turned around and looked at Lu Qing behind him. "Is that so?" Lu Qing looked at a large piece of land in front of him and said. It's here." When Uncle Zhang heard this, he pointed and replied, "The land you see in front of you for growing vegetables, and the land overgrown with weeds is what our family wants to rent." "What?" Hearing this, Lu Qing asked in shock, "Isn't the dozens of acres of land in front of you your home?" "How is that possible, Xiao Lu? Look at the pieces of green vegetables next to them and the ones behind are not from our family. Our family has only 7 or 8 acres of land in this large piece of land, but they are all sparsely separated." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang explained. "Then don't you have 30 acres of land in your rental information? What about the others?" After hearing Uncle Zhang's answer, Lu Qing's heart suddenly became cold, because he realized that he had misunderstood what others meant. Some of the other leased land is at the head of the village, and some is in the village, but these lands are all owned by my brothers. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang replied, "All right. Lu Qing nodded in disappointment, because he really misunderstood people, mainly when he saw the large piece of land in the photo. Lu Qing did not specifically ask whether it belonged to one family or many family members, and rushed over to check on the spot. Let's go, Uncle Zhang, let's go back. Lu Qing then said with a bit of frustration. Ah, what's wrong, Xiao Lu? Seeing Lu Qing's expression, Uncle Zhang asked quickly. Hey, that's it, Uncle Zhang. Lu Qing explained it in detail, and finally, Lu Qing looked at Zhangxi and said, you should understand. Uncle Zhang. The original was like this. After hearing Lu Qing's detailed explanation, Uncle Zhang understood and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Xiao Lu, you misunderstood that picture, I'll ask my nephew to delete it later. It's okay, fourth Uncle Zhang, it's true that I was too careless. When Lu Qing heard this, he waved his hand and said it was okay. By the way, Xiao Lu, why do you want to rent a whole piece of land of 30 acres? Just after hearing Lu Qing's explanation, Uncle Zhang asked with some doubts. Lu Qing replied with a smile, for growing vegetables. Fourth Uncle Zhang. You think, if a whole piece of land is connected, is that kind of vegetable grain easy to manage? Lu Qing went on to say. You rent such a large block to grow vegetables. When Uncle Zhang heard this, he could not help but stare at Lu Qing with wide eyes, and said in disbelief. Hey, there are too few young people who are willing to farm. None of my children and my brother's children are willing to stay in the countryside to farm. Uncle Zhang then said with a sigh. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded. Lu, your willingness to farm is a big idea, I support you, but the land just now was mainly owned by hundreds of households in the village, and half of the people were unwilling to rent out the land, otherwise I could help you go talk. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang explained the reason. It's okay, Uncle Zhang, thank you for your kindness, I'm looking for it. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled and thanked him. While talking, Lu Qing and Uncle Zhang had returned to the place where Lu Qing had just parked. Okay, fourth Uncle Zhang, I should also go back to pick up my daughter from school, bye. Lu Qing checked that it was almost 2:30, and after calling Xiaobai and Xiaohei for the car, he also opened the door and got in the car, started the car, and waved at fourth Uncle Zhang. Slow down, Xiao Lu. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang quickly replied with a smile. Lu Qing immediately started the car back to the city and hurried to the kindergarten. Time passed by minute by minute. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lu Qing drove from the suburbs to the gate of the kindergarten where her precious daughter Lu Shen was studying, and then drove Lu Qing. Seeing that there were about 20 minutes left before Lu Shen was out of school, Lu Qing took Xiaobai and Xiaohei in the car and waited. At 4:59 in the afternoon, Lu Qing was stuck in time and brought Xiaobai and Xiaohei to the gate of the kindergarten. When the school bell rang, the kindergarten suddenly became noisy. Then, Lu Qing saw Lu Shen, who was the first to rush out of the kindergarten teaching building, and couldn't help shaking his head with a smile on his face, because Lu Shen was always so positive after school, positive. And Lu Shen also saw Lu Qing who was waiting at the door. He rushed towards Lu Qing with a smile on his face, ran to Lu Qing, grabbed his trouser legs, looked up at Lu Qing, and cried out happily, Baba. Hey, sweet girl. When Lu Qing heard this, he answered with a smile on his face. Baba, Baba, I have good news for you. Lu Shen was very happy, but said mysteriously. What good news? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked with some doubts, can you tell Baba? Year. When Lu Shen heard this, he laughed, and then replied with a smile on his face. Our kindergarten will hold a parent-child summer camp the day after tomorrow. Parent-child summer camp. After hearing the answer from the precious daughter Lu Shen, Lu Qing couldn't help but repeat a sentence. Well, it's a parent-child summer camp, Baba. When Lu Shen heard this, she nodded her head, her big watery eyes, and looked at Lu Qing with longing. Baba, let's go to participate, shall we? Single quote. Hey, isn't this event asking everyone to go? Shinkson. Looking at Lu Shen's big eyes, Lu Qing touched her head and asked with a smile. No, Baba, Tutu said that the teacher will not force everyone to participate in this parent-child summer camp, because some uncles and aunts are busy with work, so they may not have time to go. When Lu Shen heard Lu Qing's question, she shook her head and answered crisply. Teacher Tutu also said that she asked you to read the notification message of the WeChat parent group. She has already posted the specific time and content of this parent-child summer camp activity in it. Lu Xin blinked her big bright eyes, looked at Lu Qing and continued. WeChat parent group. When Lu Qing heard this, she quickly took out her mobile phone from her trouser pocket, opened WeChat, and clicked on the parent group of Lu Xin's class. Huh, so long, so specific. After clicking on the notification message of the class's WeChat parent group, Lu Qing simply flipped through it and found that the specific arrangement of this parent-child summer camp was introduced in 2,000 or 3,000 words, and couldn't help sighing. Because this is written in too much detail, not only that, but there are more than 10 pictures attached, but these pictures Lu Qing has not read the specific content, so I don't know what it means to put them here. Let's go, Xingxin, let's go home first, Baba go back and see. Simply flipping to the end, I haven't seen any reply to the message with parental consent, and with so much content, Lu Qing planned to go home and read it again, so he put away his phone and looked at Lu Xin in front of him and said. Okay. Lu Xin nodded and said yes. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xin's little hand and walked with her, Xiaobai and Xiaohe to the parking spot on the side of the road, then opened the door and got in the car, started the car, and drove home. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing drove back to the villa area, at the gate of the courtyard of his autumn villa. We're home now, Xingxin, come down. After parking the car firmly, Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, came to the passenger side, opened the door, and carried Lu Xin down with a smile on his face. As for Xiaobai and Xiaohe, after seeing Lu Xin go down, they also jumped out of the co-pilot's foothold, then jumped out of the car, followed Lu Qing and Lu Xin's father and daughter, and walked into the house. Grandparents. Crossing the yard and entering the house, Lu Xin, who was carrying a small school bag, saw Lu's father and Lu's mother who were picking vegetables and cooking in the kitchen, with a happy smile on her little face, and she called out very kindly. Ouch, baby is back. When Lu's father and Lu's mother saw that Lu Xin, the pistachio, came back, she immediately responded with a smile on her face. Dad, Mom. Lu Qing, who followed closely behind, also saw Lu's father and Lu's mother who were busy, and said hello to them. Okay, Xingxin, go upstairs to do your homework, and come down to play when you're done. After seeing Lu Xin saying hello to Mom and Dad, he squatted in front of Xiaomi's nest and played with it, Lu Qing persuaded with a smile. Okay, Baba, then I'll go do my homework. When Lu Xin heard this, he nodded obediently. Immediately, he went upstairs with a small school bag and walked to the study, and Xiao Mi, who was already able to run around in the nest, saw Lu Xin leave, and quickly followed. Shaking his head and wiggling his tail, he followed behind Xiaomi's butt, so Lu Xin led Xiao Mi and Xiaobai and Xiaohe upstairs with a silver bell-like laughter. This little guy. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but smiled helplessly and shook his head. Son, take a rest too, you've been driving for a day today. She also looked at Mother Lu after her baby granddaughter went upstairs with a smile, and turned her attention to Lu Qing. Dinner will be ready in a while, then I'll call you. Mother Lu continued. Okay, Mom, I'll just sit on the sofa. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded and replied, just now, the teacher from Xingxin Kindergarten said that the kindergarten will hold a parent-child summer camp event and send it to the WeChat group. I haven't had time to watch it yet, and now is the right time. Parent-child summer camp, what is this, son? When Mother Lu heard this, she looked at Lu Qing with some doubts and asked. Mom, I haven't seen the details of this parent-child summer camp, so I don't know yet. Hearing her mother's question, Lu Qing replied with a smile. When I'm done, I'll tell you when I'm eating later. Lu Qing went on to say. When Mother Lu heard this, she nodded and said, okay. Immediately, Lu Qing walked to the sofa in the living room. When he came to the sofa and sat down, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the parent group of Lu Xin's class. From the beginning, he looked at the summer camp activity posted by Mr. Tutu, the head teacher of Lu Xin's class, from the beginning. The preface at the beginning is nothing more than a description of why this summer camp is held, such as increasing children's knowledge and cultural interests, increasing the close relationship between parents and children, and so on. After Lu Qing briefly looked at it, he came to the following detailed introduction of the parent-child summer camp, and browsed it carefully. Is the event time 3 days? Lu Qing saw the beginning. The summer camp activity time is from August 31st to September 2nd, and the time is exactly 3 days. Then you won't be able to see the rental situation of the land preserved today in the next few days. When he saw the time of this summer camp, Lu Qing thought to himself. After all, I was followed today to investigate the source of the vegetables. Maybe someone will continue to investigate and follow me later. Therefore, Lu Qing must rent a piece of land as soon as possible, so that the space vegetables can be released reasonably. But I didn't expect that the kindergarten of my precious daughter Lu Shen suddenly held such an activity today. Although it was said to be a voluntary participant, Lu Qing knew that she had to participate when she saw Lu Shen's eyes. The destination of the event is Longjing Village. After Lu Qing saw the schedule of the summer camp, he looked down and found that the place of the summer camp was a small village called Longjing Village. It turns out that these attached pictures were taken from Longjing Village. After reading the introduction of the activity destination, Lu Qing instantly understood why there are dozens of photos attached here. It turns out that they are the destination of this summer camp activity. This is the background of an old man with a hunched back. Why is this in the first photo? Lu Qing then browsed through these more than 10 photos. The first photo was the background of a mysterious old man, and the rest was nothing. When Lu Qing saw it, he couldn't help laughing. He felt that the kindergarten summer camp activity also revealed some mystery. Makes people look forward to it. Wow, what a beautiful scenery. After watching the first photo, Lu Qing then looked at the next photo, only to see the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains and green water in the latter photo, which outlined a beautiful scene of Zhongyan landscape. After seeing it, Lu Qing couldn't help but admire. Parents should bring their own cookware to cook in the wild. After seeing the photos, Lu Qing continued to look down and came to the most important point, the main content of the event. When he saw the parents bring pots and pans, firewood, rice, oil and salt, Lu Qing suddenly snorted and laughed happily. Because the main content of this summer camp is exactly the same as the picnic activity arranged by Lu Qing's school when he was a child, the difference is that adults are now added. Because it is impossible for children like Lu Shen to cook food, the parents were arranged together. Really interesting. After seeing the content of this summer camp, Lu Qing exclaimed with a smile on his face. There are also fishing activities and tug-of-war competitions. Lu Qing then looked down and found that the event also included fish catching and tug-of-war projects. I didn't expect these projects to exist. Lu Qing sighed in surprise when he saw it. Also prepare tent sleeping bags. Looking down, Lu Qing found that he had to prepare tents and sleeping bags for sleeping in the wild, otherwise he could only sleep in the wild. As for the following content, Lu Qing did not go through them in detail, but only read the outline. I saw that the school's application for this summer camp has been reviewed and approved by the relevant departments. For this summer camp, Toddler Circle has also equipped 2 professional medical personnel and a medicine box to prevent accidents. So thoughtful. Lu Qing sighed after seeing these arrangements, because Lu Qing never thought that an event held by the school would be so thoughtful and comprehensive. Then, going straight to the end, Lu Qing found that no parent had replied to the message of consent just now, but now, like Lu Qing, after reading this detailed and specific summer camp arrangement, everyone was scrambling to reply and agree. Including Lu Shen's classmate and good friend Yuanyuan's Baba and Yueyu's Mama. Lu Qing saw this. He also quickly responded with an agreement. Soon the parents of the small class in the summer care camp where Lu Shen was located, a total of 24 parents, all replied and agreed, expressing their willingness to participate in this summer camp. In particular, after some parents responded in the group, they began to ridicule Shen, saying that they were masters of outdoor survival and had rich experience in outdoor survival. After everyone saw it, they responded with a nose-picking expression. Seeing this, Lu Qing also replied, laughing loudly. After the group silently counted the number of people willing to participate in this summer camp, Lu Shen's head teacher, Tutu, sent a message. One was to tell everyone that the parents of the 24 children in the class would participate in this activity, and the other was to suggest that everyone you can form a team of 3 to avoid taking extra things and causing waste of resources. When everyone saw it, they all agreed. Then I have to find Yuanyuan's Baba and Yueyu's Mama to form a team, just 3 people. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately thought of Yuanyuan Baba and Yueyu's mama. Because the baby daughter Lu Shen often played with Yuanyuanyueyu, the three parents became familiar with each other naturally. Thinking of this, Lu Qing was going to rummage through the WeChat accounts of the two and send them a message. At this moment, Lu Qing was suddenly pulled into an unfamiliar WeChat group chat. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help frowning. But after clicking on the group chat list, Lu Qing's frowning brows instantly stretched, and a faint smile appeared on his face, because there were only 3 people in this group chat, except Lu Qing. The other 2 were the people who Lu Qing planned to send messages. Round Baba and Moony Mama. You guys are fast enough to build a group. After seeing this group chat, Lu Qing sent a smiley face, and then sighed with a string of text. After all, as soon as Teacher Tutu finished speaking, the group chat was settled here. That is, programmers pay attention to efficiency. The Round Baba popped up a message and replied, because he is a professional programmer who writes code, and every day is a race against time. Then what are we going to do? At this time, Yueyu's mama also joined into chat and sent a message to ask. Then let's count what we're going to bring. The Round Baba looked at it and replied. Row. Lu Qing made a line. Immediately, the 3 of them began to count the things they must bring for this summer camp activity. The tent sleeping bag is a must for everyone, and then there are the cooking utensils for cooking, such as pots and pans, and various seasonings. As for the rice and vegetables, the kindergartens will distribute them uniformly, so as to prevent everyone from bringing too much and causing waste. Quote. I'll bring a wok for stir-frying and cooking. In the WeChat group chat, Lu Qing, Yuanyuan Baba and Yueyu Mama listed a bunch of things to bring. Lu Qing thought about it and picked the most important pot and said. That's it, I've got the bowls, chopsticks, kitchen knives, etc. The Round Baba saw this and continued. Then I'll be in charge of all kinds of condiments, as well as mosquito-repellent incense and toilet water for anti-mosquito and anti-insects. Yueyu Mama finally said. Row. When Lu Qing and Yuanyuan Baba saw this, they immediately replied. Okay, so be it, my wife asked me to eat, and I flashed. The Round Baba continued. My mother also asked me to eat, and everyone was talking. At this time, the voice of Lu's mother calling for dinner came from the kitchen. When Lu Qing heard it, she followed the Round Baba and typed this sentence. Okay. Seeing this, Yueyu's mama simply replied 2 words. I saw that the group chat that was still lively and noisy just now calmed down in an instant. Shinkson, I have good news for you, Baba has agreed to participate in this summer camp. In the dining room, Lu Qing, who had just finished chatting, put away his mobile phone and walked over, smiling at Lu Xindao, who had washed his hands and was sitting on a chair waiting for dinner. Really, Baba? Hearing this, Lu Shen's eyes suddenly lit up, staring at Lu Qing with big bright eyes, and asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. When did Baba lie to you? Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and nodded affirmatively. Yeah, Baba is so good. Seeing this, Lu Shen immediately cheered and jumped out of the chair, dancing alone. What's the matter, son? Look how happy the little baby is. Seeing the precious granddaughter dancing with excitement and joy alone, Father Lu, who was beside him, could not help but ask with some doubts. That's it, Dad, when I came back just now, didn't I tell you and Mom that Shinkson Kindergarten will hold a summer camp activity recently? This activity is not compulsory for parents and children to participate in, but I took a look and it was very interesting. I agreed to participate in this summer camp Nord's activities, no, just for this little guy. Make her so happy. When Lu Qing heard his father's question, he quickly replied with a smile. As for this summer camp activity, it's similar to the cookout held by the school when I was a kid. Lu Qing went on to say. Oh, so this is it. When Father Lu heard the picnic, he immediately understood. Haha, then you can still participate in this summer camp, let these little guys take a walk in the wild and experience how to survive in the wild. Father Lu continued with a smile on his face, his tone full of support. Lu Qing nodded when he heard it. Okay, Shinkson, don't be happy there, the food made by Grandma and Grandpa is getting cold, so be happy after eating. Lu Qing turned to look at Lu Shen, who was still dancing wildly with demons, and persuaded him. Okay. When Lu Shen heard this, he nodded quickly and said yes. Then he obediently came to the table and sat down, chatting and laughing with Lu Qing and Lu's father and mother. 9:30 in the evening. Good night, Xingxin. In Lu Xin's bedroom, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Xindao, who was lying on the bed. Good night, Baba, Lu Xin replied, then obediently closed his eyes and fell asleep. I also have to think about the arrangements for the next few days. After leaving Lu Xin's room, Lu Qing thought to himself, then walked to his room. Time flies by. Noon the next day. After lunch, Lu Qing looked at Lu Xin, who was having fun with Xiaobai, Xiaohei and Xiaomi, and said, Let's go, Xingxin, let's go buy camping equipment together. Let's go, Baba, let's go buy camping equipment. When Lu Xin, who was playing with a few little guys, was a little bored, he was suddenly shocked and ran to Lu Qing's side, holding his hand, and some monkeys said anxiously. Because when he had breakfast in the morning, Lu Qing told Lu Xin to wait for him to go home, and then go to buy the equipment needed for this summer camp activity together. When Lu Xin heard this, he nodded brightly and agreed on the spot. It was only after Lu Qing went out that he didn't come back for a long time. It was not until after she and her grandparents had lunch that Lu Qing drove back in a hurry, and then Lu Xin patiently waited for Lu Qing to eat. This is not because Lu Qing asked Lu Xin to leave just after eating, which is why Lu Xin seemed so anxious. Mom and Dad, I went out with my heart to buy things for this summer camp. Then Lu Qing said hello to Mom and Dad and was about to take Lu Xin out. Have you eaten well, son? Eat so fast. Mother Lu looked at Lu Qing, who had just entered the house, and quickly finished her meal, and then hurried to go out again, so she asked worriedly. I'm done, Mom, don't worry. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied with a smile. Okay, let's not talk, let's go, we'll be back after buying. Lu Qing went on to say. After he finished speaking, he took Lu Xin and walked out the door. The reason why Lu Qing is so busy is mainly to solve the problem that during the 3 days of summer camp activities, there is no one to deliver food at Shen xianju restaurant. After all, he has to go out for so many days, so Lu Qing has to make arrangements. I went to work on this thing before I finished breakfast. I was busy for a long time, and finally I got this thing sorted out. I can participate in this summer camp with peace of mind. Lu Qing came back just now. Okay, you 3 little guys just stay at home. Arriving at the gate of the courtyard, Lu Qing saw Xiaobai and Xiaohei shaking their heads and waving their tails beside him, wanting to go out together, while Xiaomi was walking back and forth at his feet, and couldn't help but say with a smile. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei heard it, they immediately lay their ears on their backs, whimpered a few times, and walked to the house with Xiaomi. When Lu Qing saw this, he turned to look at Lu Xin, who was beside him, and said, Go. Come on, Xingxin, get in the car. When Lu Xin heard this, he nodded obediently. Then Lu Qing carried Lu Xin into the car and closed the door, and then came to the main driver's seat to open the door and get on the car. Tent sleeping bags are definitely only available in outdoor equipment stores, but this outdoor equipment store doesn't seem to be in the World Trade Center Mall. Sitting in the car, Lu Qing recalled the next road. After all, he has been to so many times, and Lu Qing is still relatively familiar with the World Trade Center. Then just search for an outdoor store nearby. After looking back, Lu Qing found out that there was indeed no outdoor product monopoly in the Tianji shopping mall. Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and started searching the internet. There were places selling outdoor products nearby. Cade place. Soon the search engine popped up dozens of outdoor equipment stores. After all, the magic capital is so big, which is normal. Then Lu Qing opened it, compared the distance, and found that the nearest Capita Mall has an outdoor equipment store, specialty store. Elite Tribe Leisure Outdoors. Then here we go. After looking at the name of this outdoor equipment store in Capita Mall, Lu Qing immediately decided to take a look at this store. Okay, Xingxin, let's go. After deciding on the store, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Xindao beside him. Let's go, let's go. When Lu Xin heard this, he happily agreed. Immediately, Lu Qing started the car, followed the navigation, and drove to this outdoor equipment store. Speeding all the way, more than half an hour later, Lu Qing drove to Capita Mall. It turned out to be a store facing the street. After arriving at Capita Mall, Lu Qing drove the car and saw the outdoor equipment store he was looking for, because it was a street-facing store and the signboard was particularly conspicuous. Come down, Xingxin, we're here. After finding a parking space and parking the car, Lu Qing opened the door and got out of the car, then came to the passenger side, opened the door, and hugged Lu Xing down and said, Baba, where is that shop? On the side of the road, Lu Xing, who was waiting for Lu Qing to close the door and lock the car, looked around and asked Lu Qing next to him. Hey, it's that camouflage shop. After closing the door and locking the car, Lu Qing came to Lu Xing, pointed to the outdoor store not far away, and replied with a smile. Oh, Lu Xing was a little bit, and suddenly realized. Haha, when you read more and read more in the future, you will know it. Looking at Lu Xing's expression, Lu Qing said with a smile, because Lu Xing didn't know those words at all, but he pretended to be ignorant. Okay, Xingxin, let's go. Lu Qing went on to say. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lu Xing's hand and walked to the specialty store called Elite Tribe Leisure Outdoor Products not far away. Chaj, welcome, little brother, and you little cutie. As soon as he walked into the store, a middle-aged man in his early 30s and 40s with a shaved head, wearing a camouflage t-shirt and trousers, and a pair of polished leather boots, smiled enthusiastically, came up and said, Hello. When Lu Qing heard this, he responded with a smile. Then he took a brief look inside. Lu Qing found that the store was about 150 square meters. There were all kinds of outdoor survival supplies neatly displayed, but most of Lu Qing didn't know them. Besides, there is not a single customer in this shop except the owner. Little brother, what do you want to choose today? My shop has large items such as tent sleeping bags, and small items such as waterproof flashlights, sabers, and military shovels. The shop owner saw that Lu Qing was looking at the shop, and quickly introduced with a smile. Boss, where is the tent you said? I want to take a look. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied, Tent, this way, come with me. Hearing Lu Qing's question, the shop owner smiled and led Lu Qing to the place where the tent was displayed. Wow, Baba, look, this tent is so big. When he came to the place where the tent was placed, Lu Qing stared at a large tent that was 3 meters long and 2 meters high, and exclaimed with a pair of bright eyes. Haha, cute, it's a 6-person tent, so that's why it's so big. When the shop owner on the side heard it, he explained with a smile on his face. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded. Because the tent that Lu Xing said was really big. Is there a smaller tent? Boss, a double tent that can sleep 2 people. After seeing the big tent, Lu Qing asked. Yes, yes, yes. When the shop owner heard this, he nodded hurriedly and replied. This way, it's all next to this big tent. The shop owner continued. Lu Qing and Lu Xing followed behind the shop owner and saw a few smaller tents. The reason why I didn't notice it just now was that the big tent was too big to block it. Lu Qing didn't know anything about tents. He pointed to one of the tents and asked the boss next to him, how many people does this tent sleep? Boss. This tent sleeps 4, little brother. When the shop owner heard this, he quickly replied with a smile. The tent next to it sleeps 2 people, and the smallest one on the far left sleeps 1. The shop owner then introduced. How much is this 2-person tent? When Lu Qing heard it, he pointed to the double tent and asked the boss next to him about its price. The price of this 2-person tent is very affordable at the moment, as long as 688 can take it away. The shop owner heard Lu Qing's question and replied with a smile. 688. When Lu Qing heard it, he felt that the price was not expensive, but he was a little worried about its quality. After all, he was camping in the wild, and any situation could happen. So Lu Qing then asked, Boss, your tent is really not expensive, but how is its quality? Is there a guarantee? You can rest assured, little brother, this tent of mine is produced by the best merchant in China, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. When the shop owner heard this, his chest clapped and he assured. Boss, do you have a double tent with a higher price? When Lu Qing heard it, he felt that the tent was still a little unreliable, so he couldn't help asking. When the shop owner heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, but then he replied in a low voice, Yes, yes, little brother, but the price of this tent is not comparable to the price of these tents in front of you. Yes. Hearing the store owner's answer, Lu Qing smiled and said, Let's take a look, boss, you don't need to take a slightly better tent, you can just take the best tent and come out. Little brother, it's refreshing. The shop owner sighed when he heard it. Then please wait a minute for me, I'll go to the back warehouse to get it. The shop owner continued. It is good. Lu Qing nodded and said yes. I saw the shop owner running into the back warehouse quickly, and then running back quickly with a belt. Hey, little brother, this tent is my shop and the best and top of the line outdoor tent brand. Its name is Archaeopteryx, and it is produced by the world's #1 outdoor product manufacturer. The store owner introduced. Whether it is material, workmanship, as well as breathability, water resistance and fire resistance, it is currently the top in the world. Lu Qing nodded while listening. How much does this tent cost? Single quote. Lu Qing then asked, little brother, the retail price of this tent is 13,888. The shop owner replied with a smile. Is it that much of a difference? When Lu Qing heard it, she couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, the top was only 688 just now, and the current one suddenly soared to 13,888. The difference is indeed too big. Haha, that is indeed, little brother, after all, this is what you get for every penny. Seeing this, the shop owner replied with a smile. Then how heavy is this tent, boss, is it easy to carry? Lu Qing suddenly thought of its weight and asked, after all, this summer camp activity, we have to carry it on his back. Don't worry, little brother, this tent is very light, only 8 pounds. The shop owner replied with a smile. Okay, let's do this. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing decided to come down and say. However, I have to see how the quality of it is. And the boss, you have to teach me how to set up this tent. Because I can't. Lu Qing went on to say. All right, no problem. When the shop owner saw that Lu Qing decided to buy it, he quickly replied with a smile. Baba, I want to buy a tent too. Lu Shen, who was on the side, saw that Lu Qing was about to buy the tent, and hurriedly pulled Lu Qing's trouser legs, and said pitifully. What? Hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Lu Shen in surprise and said, Shen, dear, tell Baba why you want to buy a tent too, can't we use this double tent? No, Baba, I also want to buy a tent of my own. When Lu Shen heard this, he shook it and replied. Seeing Lu Shen's persistent look, Lu Qing could only nod and agree. Well, Baba promises you, tell me, do you want to buy that tent? I want to buy this tent, Baba. When Lu Shen heard Lu Qing's question, she stretched out her fleshy little finger and pointed to the pink single tent on the far left. That's it. Lu Qing nodded and agreed. Boss, how much is this pink single tent? Lu Qing turned around and asked the boss who was about to set up a tent. The price of this single tent is the same as that of the double, both sold for 688. When the shop owner heard this, he replied with a smile on his face. Lu Qing nodded and said, okay, boss, I want this pink tent too. Okay, little brother, I'll get you a brand new one from the warehouse later. When the shop owner heard this, he immediately replied happily. Little brother, come here, I'll teach you how to set up this tent. The shop owner continued. When Lu Qing heard this, she quickly took Lu Shen and stood aside to study seriously. 10 minutes later, after demonstrating how to set up a tent and how to put it away, the shop owner smiled and looked at Lu Qing and his daughter. How is it? Little brother, did you learn? It's just that Lu Qing has not opened his mouth to answer, but Lu Shen, who is on the side, is very happy and excited to answer first. Shoo, I have learned how to pull. Haha, cute, really amazing. When the shop owner heard this, he gave Lu Shen a thumbs up with a smile on his face and praised. After finishing the 2 tents that Lu Qing bought, the shop owner looked at Lu Qing with a smile and said, do you want other outdoor products? Little brother. For example, this sleeping bag, as well as waterproof duffel bags, flashlights, moisture-proof mats, floor mats, water bottles, etc. Are you not going to participate in summer camp activities? These things are essential. Just when I inquired about the reason why Lu Qing bought the tent, the shop owner smiled and continued. Then please show us. When Lu Qing heard it, she felt that what the shop owner said was really useful outdoors, so she couldn't help nodding her head. Hey, come here, I'll show you. Seeing this, the shop owner said with a smile on his face. Then, at the recommendation of the store, Lu Qing chose some things that he thought would be useful to him and Lu Shen in the wild, such as this moisture-proof pad, raincoat, flint, outdoor water bottle, etc., and Lu Qing bought more than a dozen. Sample. After paying the money and thanking him, Lu Qing smiled and held Lu Xin's hand with a smile on his face. Let's go, Shen, we've already bought everything, it's time to go back, pack up and wait for tomorrow. Let's go to Longjing village. Hey, Lin Qing. After purchasing the camping equipment needed to participate in this summer camp, halfway home, Lu Qing's cell phone rang suddenly, and when he took it out, he found that Lin Qing was calling, and Lu Qing immediately answered with a smile on his face. Hey, Lu Qing, it's like this, my company is in a hurry, I'm going to go abroad tonight to deal with it myself, and the aunt I hired at home, the day before yesterday because of some problems at home, asked for leave to go back. I won't be back until next week, so can I put the little jelly with you, please help me take care of it for a few days. When Lin Qing heard it, she explained the reason for making the call, but at the end, her voice became smaller and smaller. When this happened all of a sudden, Lin Qing actually thought about calling his best friend, but these people were not married and had no children. I wondered if they could take care of the children. After thinking about it, Lin Qing still felt that the Lu Qing is the most suitable place for little jelly, but he always troubles others. Lin Qing also feels embarrassed, but he has to catch the plane at 9 o'clock tonight. He couldn't think of anyone else for a while, so Lin Qing could only bite the bullet and call Lu Qing. Haha, it's alright, Lin Qing, what's so troublesome, after all Xingxin likes little jelly, and little jelly also likes Xingxin, and they have a lot of fun together. When Lu Qing who was on the phone heard it, he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. It's really nice, Lu Qing, thank you. Lin Qing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Qing agreed without hesitation, and quickly thanked him. What's there to be thankful for, don't be so polite. When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile. By the way, Lin Qing, what happened to your company? What happened? Do you need my help? Lu Qing went on to say that because he heard Lin Qing's tone, he was still in a hurry. It's okay, it's not a particularly serious matter, it's mainly because the staff I sent out didn't handle the work properly, so I have to rush over there. Hearing Lu Qing's question, Lin Qing replied. It's all right. Lu Qing nodded and said yes. By the way, Lin Qing, we are going to a summer camp tomorrow, can I bring little jelly to join us? Because Lu Xin and I are going, this is arranged by her kindergarten. Lu Qing suddenly remembered tomorrow's summer camp activities, so he hurriedly asked Lin Qing. After all, little jelly stayed at home and could be looked after by mom and dad, but after all, these two little guys were playing together, if little jelly stayed at home or Lu Xin was clamoring to go together, so Lu Qing had to get Lin Qing's consent. Summer camp activities. Lin Qing on the other end of the phone asked with some doubts. Oh, this summer camp event is actually. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly explained it in detail. That's the way it is, so I have to ask your opinion. Of course, if you agree, you can rest assured about the safe eating and health of little jelly. Lu Qing finally said. Is that so? Lin Qing on the other end of the phone immediately understood. Will Xingxin's kindergarten allow little jelly to participate in this activity? Lin Qing then said with some concern. After all, it was an activity organized by a kindergarten, and little jelly was not a child of this kindergarten, and she was so young, so Lin Qing was a little worried. It's okay, I saw someone in the WeChat parent group asking about this, so it should be possible to participate. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Well, if little jelly wants to go, you can take her there. I'm really bothering you. Hearing Lu Qing's answer, Lin Qing agreed and said. Okay then. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled. You're going to catch a flight over there, am I going to pick up little jelly now? Or are you sending her here? Lu Qing then asked. I told the driver to bring her here. Lin Qing replied. Okay. After hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said yes, and then reminded, by the way, Lin Qing, you have to prepare a few more sets of clothes for little jelly, I'm afraid these two little guys will play crazy together and have no clothes. A good one. Okay, no problem. Lin Qing on the other end of the phone replied. That's it, Lu Qing, now I have to prepare little jelly for clothes and my own luggage. Lin Qing continued. It is good. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly smiled and said okay. He hung up immediately. Baba, was it the call from Aunt Lin Qing? Shen, who was in the co-pilot seat, blinked a pair of bright eyes after seeing Lu Qing hang up the phone with a smile, and looked at Lu Qing and asked. Yes. When Lu Qing heard it, he answered with a smile. Your Aunt Lin Qing called and said that her company has an emergency to deal with and needs to go abroad, so these days when she is going abroad, she put little sister Jelly in our house. Lu Qing went on to say in detail. Really, little Jelly sister is coming to our house. Hearing this, Lu Shen was overjoyed. That must be true. After Aunt Lin Qing packs the clothes for little Jelly sister, she will be sent to her. Lu Qing replied affirmatively with a smile on his face. Yeah, little Jelly sister is coming. When Lu Shen heard this, he said happily. By the way, Baba, can little Jelly sister join us in this summer camp activity tomorrow? Lu Shen, who was dancing with joy, suddenly remembered the summer camp activities, her smile could not help restraining, and she turned to look at Lu Qing who was beside her and asked. Yes, Xingxin, if you don't say it, Baba almost forgot about it. After Lu Shen's reminder, Lu Qing remembered this matter. After all, Lu Qing and Lin Qing still remembered it when they hung up the phone. Then Baba immediately call your teacher Tutu and ask. Lu Qing went on to say. While talking, Lu Qing hurriedly picked up the phone, found teacher Tutu's number, and called her. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Lu Qing hurriedly told teacher Tutu about the matter. That is to say, you only need to sign a statement of responsibility and then buy an additional insurance policy, right, Mr. Tutu? After finishing speaking, Lu Qing understood. That's fine, then thank you, Mr. Tutu, when we gather tomorrow morning, I'll sign together. Lu Qing went on to say. Then Lu Qing hung up the phone. Baba, did teacher Tutu agree with little Jelly sister to go to this summer camp together? After listening, Lu Shen, who was on the side, stared at Lu Qing with big watery eyes, and said in surprise. Yes, Xingxin, teacher Tutu agrees. Seeing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Yeah, when Lu Shen heard this, he immediately rejoiced and became happy. Seeing this, Lu Qing shook his head with a smile on his face, then concentrated on driving and drove home. Time flies by. The next day, early 8 in the morning. There is still 1 hour left until the summer camp gathering time. Baba, how long have you been out? We should go. At the door of the bathroom, Lu Shen urged Lu Qing who was inside. Am I, it's time for us to go. After Lu Shen finished speaking, the little jelly next to her urged her in a milky voice. Okay, you 2 little guys don't rush to pull, Baba will come out soon. When Lu Qing from the bathroom heard this, he answered weakly, because Lu Shen and Xiao Jelly had been standing at the door of the bathroom and urging for almost 10 minutes. The reason for this is because Lu Shen and Little Jelly are worried that they will not be able to meet the time arranged by the kindergarten, because Lu Shen kindergarten requires parents and children to be at the gate of the kindergarten before 9 o'clock to get on the bus, otherwise, if they are late, they will not be able to go to the event. With the sound of the toilet flushing, Lu Qing opened the bathroom door and came out, looking at the 2 little guys who were a little anxious in front of him and said, Let's go, Little Jelly, let's go to the kindergarten assembly. Yeah, I can finally go. When Lu Shen and Little Jelly heard it, they jumped up happily. Mom and Dad, then I'll take these 2 little guys out together. Before leaving, Lu Qing greeted Mom and Dad. Go, have some fun with them. When Father Lu heard this, he said cheerfully, Son, are you sure you can take good care of these 2 little guys? When Lu mother heard this, she said with some worry. Don't worry, Mom, Lu Shen and Little Jelly are very obedient, it's totally fine to take care of them both. Lu Qing smiled and comforted Mother Lu. Well, Grandma, don't worry, your heart is very good. When Lu Shen heard this, she blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Lu's mother, imitating Lu Qing's appearance and then said. So is the Little Jelly, and so is the Little Jelly. The Little Jelly with 2 cute pigtails on her head hurriedly agreed. Okay, just be nice, so Grandma can rest assured. When Mother Lu heard this, she said with a smile on her face. Let's go. Immediately, Lu Qing carried his luggage and took Lu Shen and Xiao Jello to the taxi that had just been reserved online at the door. Bye-bye, Grandma, Baba and I will be back in 3 days with Little Jelly sister, you and your grandfather should be well at home. After getting into the car, Lu Shen waved to Lu's father and mother, and said very well behaved and sensible. Well, good, good. When Mother Lu heard this, she smiled and said with relief. Then the car started and drove to Lu Shen's kindergarten. Okay, here we are, Xingxin, little jelly, get off. 10 minutes later, the car came to the gate of the kindergarten. Lu Qing opened the door first and got off the car, then he carried Lu Shen and little jelly out of the car with a smile on his face, and told them to wait aside while Lu Qing went to pick up the luggage in the trunk. Wow, Baba, so many cars. Lu Shen, who was waiting for Lu Qing on the side of the road, couldn't help sighing when he saw the 4 white buses parked at the entrance of the kindergarten. Ha, Baba, Baba, I see Yuan and Yuyu. Lu Shen said happily after seeing his classmate and good friend. Let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's go and gather with them. At this time, Lu Qing said with a smile after taking down all the luggage in the trunk. Lu Shen and little jelly nodded in unison when they heard it. Then the 3 of them walked towards the place where they gathered in front. Yuan, Moon and Moon. Before arriving at the bus, Lu Shen greeted Yuan with a smile. Heart, Yuan and Yuyu responded very happily when they saw Lu Shen walking towards them. Yuan, Yuyu, let me introduce to you, this is my sister, her name is Little Jelly. After saying hello, Lu Shen began to introduce like a little adult, and the little sister Jelly came over. I saw that after saying a few words, the 4 of them chatted and laughed together. Okay, Xingxin Dad, so you actually have 2 little padded jackets. He looked at the round cakes of the 4 people in front of him happily, turned his attention to Lu Qing, gave a thumbs up, and said in admiration. No, the other one is my friend's child, her company suddenly had something to do and went abroad, so she dragged me to take care of her for a few days. When Lu Qing heard it, he explained with a smile. Oh, so that's the case, I thought you had 2 daughters. The round Baba listened, nodded, understood, and said a little embarrassedly. By the way, Xingxin Baba, hurry up and sign the responsibility letter and insurance, now, Yuyu's mama is there to sign it, the child is under my watch, you go. The round Baba continued. Okay, Sheila. When Lu Qing heard this, he thanked him with a smile on his face. Immediately turned around to sign the responsibility letter for this summer camp activity and the insurance the kindergarten bought for everyone. After all, it is for everyone's safety. At 8:45 in the morning, when all the parents had signed, the principal of the kindergarten held a loudspeaker and said to the people in front of him, okay, all the teachers in your class, please tell the classmates and parents in your class. Arrange the cars we have arranged in turn, and we will set off in 15 minutes. After the principal finished speaking, Lu Qing took Lu Shen and Xiao Jello to the front bus number 1 under the greeting of Mr. Tutu, the head teacher of Lu Shen. Baba, are we going to leave soon? Sitting in the seat, Lu Shen, who had fastened her seat belt, asked Lu Qing on the right. Well, you see everyone is seated, and we're going to leave soon. When Lu Qing heard this, he took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was only a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Then he saw that everyone in the car had already found a seat and couldn't help answering with a smile. I saw that after waiting for a few more minutes, it was just 9:15, and the bus started slowly. Let's go, let's go. Lu Shen and Little Jelly immediately said happily and excitedly when they saw the car moving. Then, after driving for half an hour, the bus came to the Ring Expressway, and then drove to another expressway at a fast speed. Children and parents, do you know where we are going today? Point 0. Seeing that the car came to the highway and became stable, Teacher Tutu, who was sitting in the front row, turned his head with a smile and asked the children and parents sitting behind. Longjing Village. When the people behind them heard it, they immediately answered in unison. Yes, it is Longjing Village. Teacher Tutu smiled and nodded. This Longjing Village is located at the intersection of Zhejiang Province and Ontario Province. It is 380 kilometers away from the magic capital. It takes us more than 3 hours by car, so I hope the children and parents can wait patiently and quietly. Teacher Tutu continued. Heart Baba, I advise you to have a good sleep first. After listening to the round Baba sitting with Lu Qing, she suggested to Lu Qing. Why? When Lu Qing heard this, he immediately asked with some doubts. That Longjing village, I checked, is a very remote small village, and behind it is a huge forest connecting the 4 provinces. You said that we must pay attention to the safety of these little guys at all times when we go this time. How can we rest well, so I just recommend taking this time to rest. The round Baba did some research and explained. Okay, let's not talk about it, I'm going to squint for a while anyway. The round Baba continued. That's fine. When Lu Qing heard this, he smiled. I can't believe that this Longjing village is backed by the big forests of the 4 provinces. Lu Qing recalled the just round Baba said, couldn't help smiling, and thought it was quite interesting. As for the 2 little guys, Lu Shen and Little Jelly in the seats next to them, they have always been in high spirits, with happy smiles on their little faces, obviously looking forward to this event. Time passed by minute. After driving for more than 2 hours, the speeding bus got off the highway and came to a county town. Baba, where is this? Lu Shen, who was on the side, saw the small county town by the car window, and asked with some doubts. This is the Copper City. When Lu Qing heard it, he didn't understand him, took out his mobile phone and checked the answer. Oh, after hearing Lu Qing's answer, Lu Shen nodded, then turned her eyes out of the window again, looking at it with a strange expression. I saw the bus driving through the small county town and came to a county road, and the surrounding area also began to become more mountains and rivers. Wow, Baba, look, there are so many mountains. After seeing the scenery outside, Lu Shen quickly asked Lu Qing to watch it together. Well, Baba, I see. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. After more than 10 minutes of driving, the bus came to a small town. Baba, how many people do you see? Seeing so much, Lu Shen and Little Jelly immediately said excitedly. They're all in the market. Before Lu Qing spoke, the round Baba on the side replied with a smile. The meaning of going to the market is that everyone goes to the street to buy what they need. Seeing Lu Shen, Little Jelly, and his daughter in the front row staring at him with some doubts, the round Baba explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Lu Shen and Little Jelly nodded in understanding. Since we're all in town, it means we'll be there soon. The round Baba continued. Sure enough, the bus stopped abruptly after driving for more than half an hour in the forest trail. Lu Shen in the seat saw the outline of the small mountain village outside the window, and then said excitedly. Baba, let's go to Longjing village. Well, Baba saw it, let's go, Xingxin, Little Jelly, Longjing village is here, it's time for us to get off. When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile. Dear children and parents, the destination of our summer camp has arrived in Longjing village, please get off in an orderly manner. At this time, Mr. Tutu, who was in the front row, unfastened his seat belt, stood up from his seat, looked at the noisy crowd in the back row, and said. Then let's wait. At this time, he had already unfastened his seat belt, and Lu Qing, who had unfastened Lu Shen and Little Jelly, said with a smile, and then sat back in his seat. Because Lu Qing, Lu Shen, and Little Jelly were seated in the back row, they could only leave if the people in front got off the bus. Let's go, Xingxin, Little Jelly, let's get off. After waiting for 2 minutes, seeing that the children and parents in the front seats all got off the bus one by one, Lu Qing looked at Lu Shen and Little Jelly with a smile on his face. When Lu Shen and Little Jelly heard it, they nodded their heads in unison. Then he got up and followed behind the crowd and walked out of the car. Wow, Baba, come and see. Come and see. What a beautiful village. Lu Shen, who got off the bus first, took Little Jelly sister's hand and followed behind the crowd. After seeing the clear mountain village in front of her, she waved to Lu Qing excitedly. Baba, here we come, Xingxin. Hearing Lu Shen's urging voice, Lu Qing replied with a smile, quickened his pace, came behind Lu Shen and Little Jelly, and looked at the village in front of him. Oh, what a beautiful village. Lu Qing fixed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed. As Lu Qing looked at it, he saw that in the small valley in front of him, a village composed of small courtyards with black tiles and white walls with the characteristics of the south of the Yangtze River, located in the valley halfway. In the waste, a row of terraced fields spread down from the small village, just forming a picture of a beautiful village in the south of the Yangtze River. The location where Lu Qing and his group were located is at the mouth of the mountain, and they just have an unobstructed view of the beautiful village in the valley in front of them. That's why Lu Qing and his group are so amazed. Baba, Baba, my little jelly sister and I want to take pictures too. Lu Shen saw that other adults were taking pictures of their children, so she turned around and pulled Lu Qing's trouser legs. Well, little jelly wants to take a picture with sister Xingxin. When little jelly heard this, she immediately followed Lu Shen and nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem, Baba will take a picture for you right away. When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile. Then he took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and turned on the camera to take a picture of Lu Xinxiao jelly. Baba, Baba, let's take a photo with the three of us. Lu Shen saw that Lu Qing had taken so many photos of her and little jelly sister, but she had not taken them herself, so she could not help but suggest. Hee, okay. When Lu Qing heard this, he happily agreed. Immediately, he came behind Lu Shen and Xiao Jelly, squatted down, set the camera to selfie mode, then held the camera in his right hand and Lu Shen and Xiao Jello in his left hand. When everyone was inside, and the small mountain village behind also saw it, Lu Qing quickly pressed the shutter. I took a few pictures in a row. Lu Qing, who was not satisfied with it, hurriedly called Yuan Baba to help take pictures, because Lu Qing could only take pictures of their heads in this selfie, and there was no picture below the head, so I had to find someone to help. Come on, Xingxin Baba, and Xingxin, little jelly, I said 1, 2, 3, the three of you said eggplant, and I pressed the shutter. The round Baba held Lu Qing's mobile phone and looked at the three people in front of her with a smile. Okay, I saw Lu Qing, who was holding Lu Shen and Xiao Jelly in his arms, smiled and nodded, and Xiao Jelly and Lu Shen nodded in unison. Eggplant, Lu Qing, Lu Shen and little jelly said neatly and happily under the guidance of Yuan Baba. When the round Baba heard this, he immediately pressed the shutter of the camera, and saw a photo of the three of them being happy, which was fixed in the camera and captured. After that, many pictures were taken in succession, and the three of Lu Qing stopped. Thank you, Yuan Baba. Taking his mobile phone from the round Baba, Lu Qing thanked him with a smile on his face. Hey, why are you being so polite? When the round Baba heard this, she hurriedly smiled and waved her hand, saying that you are not welcome. Baba, look, there's an old grandpa over there. At this moment, Lu Shen saw an old man in his early 60s and less than 70 years old walking down the mountain pass, with a wrinkled face, gray hair, a rickety back, and a slightly lame foot. Lu Qing, who was looking at the photos inside with his mobile phone, was stunned for a moment, then put down the mobile phone, followed Lu Shen's gaze, and saw the old man with a rickety back in front of him, and suddenly thought of Longjing village, the one in the photo. These are the old people in the photo. When he saw the hunched back of the old man in front of him, Lu Qing suddenly remembered the back of the old man in the first picture when teacher Tutu introduced the photos of the destination of this summer camp in the WeChat parent group. I don't know what the meaning of arranging this old man is. Lu Qing was a little puzzled. We welcome all kinds of children and parents and friends to come to our remote small mountain village to hold this summer camp. I am the village head of Longjing village, and my name is Zhao Mingzi. Laozi came to the front of the crowd and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Grandpa Zhao, can I ask a question in my heart? Lu Shen looked at the old man Zhao Mingzi in front of him and asked without fear. Of course you can, kids. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he replied with a smile. That's right, Grandpa Zhao, why is this village called Longjing village? As soon as Lu Shen heard this, he expressed his doubts. Oh, that's the problem. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, heard Lu Shen's question, nodded with a smile on his face, and said, then let me tell you the origin of this village's name. It is said that a long time ago, a dragon flew by here, but it flew for a long time, so when it was thirsty, it had to stop to look for water to drink. When it passed by, it happened to find a clear spring here. So I ran to drink the water. I didn't expect that after drinking the water, the dragon was covered in golden light, and then it transformed into a human being. So the people at that time came to drink the water when they saw it, and then everyone gave it to it. It is named Longjing, and our village is built around this Longjing, so it is named Longjing village. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, explained in detail with the interest of some fairy tales. It is so. When Lu Shen and little Jelly heard it, he couldn't help nodding his little head. Grandpa Zhao, can we go and see this well now? Lu Shen was attracted by the story told by the old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, and couldn't help but continue. When the children on the side heard it, they all expressed their desire to see it. That's not good, little boy, I'm here with a mission, Grandpa. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he immediately shook his head and refused to speak. When you have completed the task, Grandpa is taking you in to see it. The old village chief Zhao Mingzi continued with a smile on his face. What task, Grandpa Zhao? Hearing this, Lu Shen immediately stared at the old village chief Zhao Mingzi with big watery eyes, and asked with some doubts. When Lu Qing heard this, he immediately looked at the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi, with some doubts. My children and parents, please take the luggage you prepared for this summer camp with me, and when you arrive at the destination, you will know what the mission is. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, did not answer this question directly, but said something mysterious. Let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's go get our luggage. Lu Qing listened to what the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi, said, and looked at Lu Shen and little jelly in front of him. Okay. When Lu Shen and little jelly heard it, they nodded and said yes. Immediately, the three of Lu Qing walked to the parked bus and took out their luggage. Lu Shen and little jelly did not carry any luggage, but carried a small school bag each, with toothbrushes, towels, cups, etc., which were not heavy. As for Lu Qing, there are a lot of things, such as the clothes and trousers that the three of them have changed and washed in the past few days, as well as the tent, sleeping bag, moisture-proof pad, raincoat, etc. that were bought at the outdoor equipment store yesterday. Fortunately, the work of the takeaway rider, and the magical pool of water in the carry-on space every day, so this weight is almost nothing to Lu Qing. Let's go, Xingxin, little jelly, let's follow. I saw Lu Qing put the luggage on his back very easily, and looked at Lu Shen and Xiao Jelly in front of him. Lu Shen and little jelly listened and clicked. Then Lu Qing, 3 other children from the kindergarten, and their parents followed behind the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi. Grandpa Zhao, are you taking us there? The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, walked at the front and led the way, followed behind and asked Lu Shen with some doubts. Hey, kid, you'll know when you arrive. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he said with a smile. At the end of the road, the old village chief Zhao Mingzi led everyone into a small road, but this small road was not crowded with weeds. After arriving on this weed-covered path, the old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, broke a cane and patted the grass on the road as he walked, as if he was chasing something in the district. Grandpa Zhao, what are you doing? Seeing this, Lu Shen asked with some doubts. It's nothing, kid. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he replied with a smile on his face. However, when I followed behind, I knew that the old man was driving away snakes in the grass. After all, it is summer, and these snakes like to hide in the shade to enjoy the shade, so the old village chief Zhao Mingzi did this for everyone, especially the children in front of them were worried that they would be frightened. Wow, Baba, look, there's a creek here. After walking for a few minutes, Lu Shen was very pleasantly surprised when he saw a trickling stream that suddenly appeared in front of him. When Lu Qing heard it, he nodded, saying that he had seen it. There's actually a concrete bridge here. After walking across a bridge with the old village chief Zhao Mingzi who was leading the way, Lu Qing was immediately surprised. After all, half-height weeds are everywhere in this wilderness, and a modern cement bridge suddenly appeared. How could Lu Qing not be surprised? After crossing the bridge and walking along the creek for more than half an hour, the old village chief Zhao Mingzi, who was leading the way, led everyone to a place similar to a small plain, and suddenly stopped. Okay, our destination has arrived, all the children and parents. After reaching the destination, the old village chief Zhao Mingzi turned around and looked at the crowd in front of him. Yeah, it's finally here. Lu Shen and little jelly, who had been walking a long time ago, jumped up happily when they heard it. By the way, Uncle Zhao, I'm asking you about this. Why is a bridge suddenly built here in this wilderness? Thinking of the bridge just now, Lu Qing said with some doubts. Hey, lad, don't you see what's different here? The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, did not answer this question directly, but asked instead. Listening to you, something is really different here. Hearing this, Lu Qing looked around and nodded involuntarily. Okay, I won't sell it to you. The 3,000 acres of land in front of you are farmland that was reclaimed a long time ago. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, said directly and clearly without giving up. Is this farmland? Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but stare, looking at the wasteland overgrown with weeds, and said in disbelief, because it has nothing to do with farmland at all. It's farmland. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, saw Lu Qing's disbelieving expression and said with certainty. Actually, this place used to be a forest at first. Later, after a logging farm was built here, the forest was cut down cleanly. Later, after the logging farm was closed, our village saw such a large vacant land. I found the above application and was assigned to our village. You also know that a few decades ago, at that time, every household could not have enough to eat and wanted to grow a few pieces of land, and our village happened to have more people and less land, so the above agreed. Later, when this land was drawn to our village, it took nearly 1,000 people in the village to reclaim it for several months. However, with the rapid development of technology, the output of grain increased, and the people who used to farm all went out to work, and after making money, they all moved out with their families. Year after year, over the past few decades, the able people have basically moved out, leaving only some old people like us who have no money and no ability to survive in this village. You also know that the land in the village was too much for monks and not enough porridge for everyone, but over the past few decades, nearly 1,000 people and their families have moved away, and there are still dozens of people left in the village, so there is more land for everyone to grow. When I got up, and basically they were all in front of my house, I couldn't walk for 2 minutes, so the farmland reclaimed by this logging farm was gradually abandoned by everyone and it became what it is today. The old village head Zhao Zhaomyangja explained in great detail. Well, that's what it is. Hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, understood why there was a bridge built with cement. It should be to transport these trees that were cut down in the past. Seeing that Lu Qing understood, the old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, turned his head to look at the crowd and said, okay, since everyone has reached their destination, then everyone's task is here. What task? Grandpa Zhao. Hearing this, Lu Xin blinked a pair of bright big eyes and asked with some anticipation. The old village chief Zhao Mingzi smiled and said slowly, your mission is to build your own camp. Of course there is a time limit to building this camp, otherwise it wouldn't have been a mission. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, looked at the people in front of him with a smile, and then said, how long have you arranged for us, sir? Lu Qing, who was standing in front of the old village chief Zhao Mingzi, heard it and asked aloud. 1 hour. After hearing this, the old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, pointed out a finger and replied, each of your groups must set up their own camp within an hour. As long as each of your groups completes within this hour, they will get a certain amount of rice provided by our Longjing village, homegrown pork, and homegrown fresh vegetables and fruits. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, then introduced it in detail. Grandpa village chief, what if we don't finish it on time? When Lu Xin heard this, he stared at the big watery eyes, looked at the old village chief Zhao Mingzi in front of him, and asked with some doubts. Hey. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he didn't answer directly, but smiled mysteriously, and then said, if some groups fail to finish on time, then congratulations, you will receive the gift of nature in our mountain. A portion of nutritious wild vegetables, of course, the rice provided is the same, as for the pork and vegetables mentioned later. Fruits, etc. are not at all. Wow. After the old village chief Zhao Mingzi finished speaking, the parents present suddenly became noisy. After all, what nutritious wild vegetables are said to be, in everyone's opinion, they must not be as delicious as the vegetables grown at home, and even the meat and no fruit, who can stand it? All right. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi saw this, he looked at the watch on his and said, okay, the timer has started now, everyone, hurry up, it's already 12:30 noon, don't you have any hungry? It's best to set up the camp early, and then cook and eat it. It turns out that the old village chief is the NPC of our summer camp. After listening to the tasks issued by the old village chief Zhao Mingzi, as well as the rewards and punishments, Lu Qing finally understood why the old village chief appeared in the first photo of this summer camp activity. Father Xingxin and Mother Yueyu, let's go, let's act quickly. The round Baba on the side listened to the tasks announced by the old village chief, looked at Lu Qing and Yueyu's mama and said with some urgency. Lu Qing and Yueyu's mama nodded in unison. After all, everyone doesn't want to eat that nutritious wild vegetable, so you must quickly set up your own camp. We have to get rid of these weeds, and we have to deal with them very cleanly, otherwise, it's not fun to set fire to cook for a while. Lu Qing turned around and looked at the half-human high weed road in front of him. Yes, Xingxin Dad, I just took a look, there is not even a larger stone around here, otherwise we can put the tent on it, but we can only get rid of these weeds before we talk about it. The round Baba, who was looking around, nodded in agreement. Then let's get started, Lu Qing said with a smile. By the way, Father Yuanyuan and Mother Yueyu, did you two bring tools? I only brought a military shovel here. Lu Qing then asked. Hey, coincidentally, I also brought a military shovel here. The round Baba heard it and said with a smile. Sorry, I didn't prepare this. When Yueyu's mama heard this, she said a little embarrassedly. Because she didn't know much about these things, she originally planned to call the child's father to participate in this summer camp, but he was busy with work and had no time at all. So Yueyu's mama can only bite the bullet. Fine. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and comforted. Mom Yueyu, it's enough for me and Dad Yuanyuan to eradicate these weeds, you are responsible for collecting them, and we'll cook them later. Well, this can have. When the round Baba heard this, she nodded in agreement and said, in order to participate in this summer camp this time, I specially prepared several pairs of gloves to prevent everyone's hands from being stabbed and scratched. I'll get it for everyone. The round Baba continued. While talking, I ran to the luggage stack and looked for gloves. Then let's get started. After putting on the gloves provided by Yuan Baba, Lu Qing said with a smile. Yuan Baba and Yueyu's mama nodded in unison when they heard this. Then Lu Qing and the round Baba then bent down and buried their heads and started to cut down the draft quickly, clack clack, only to see the hands shovel and shovel down, and large tracts of weeds were swept away by Lu Qing. Seeing this, Yueyu mama in the back, according to the division of labor, hurriedly cut down the weeds, put them in the trap, and waited for them to be used for cooking later. Baba, I want to help too. Lu Shen, who was on the side, saw that Lu Qing was working so hard and wanted to participate, and said quickly. Me too, me too. When little Jelly heard it, she immediately echoed with excitement. Well then, Xingxin, little Jelly, you too, like Aunt Xie, help to tie up these straws, and we'll use it to make a fire for cooking later. When Lu Qing heard it, she said with a smile, as for Aunt Xie, she was Yueyu's mama. Xie auntie, Xingxin and little Jelly's sister are here to help you. After putting on the gloves, Lu Shen brought little Jelly's sister to Yueyu's mama with a smile on her face. Xingxin and little Jelly are so sensible. Seeing this, the round mama praised easily. Then he taught Lu Shen and little Jelly how to tie the hay. Hey. When Lu Qing saw that Lu Shen and little Jelly were really studying seriously, she couldn't help showing a gratified smile on her face. Then, Lu Qing bent down and continued to work. Time passed by minute. 10 minutes later. Enough. Xingxin Dad, you are too exaggerated. When the round Baba, who was bending down and working hard, raised his head and saw that the nearly 40 square meters of weeds in front of him had been cut cleanly, revealing the bare land, he hurriedly shouted out and still buried his head there. Lu Qing, who was wielding a military shovel, stopped. What's the matter, Dad Yuanyuan? Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but be stunned, then turned to look at the round Baba road beside him. I said Xingxin Dad, you are too fierce. The round Baba looked at Lu Qing and praised. Look at the 40 square meters of open space in front of us, I guess I have cleaned up 10 square meters, and the rest is all cleaned up by you, and I just saw it. After a while, we only spent 10 minutes, do you think it's very powerful? 5. Hee, I'm really sorry, Dad Yuanyuan, I just want to cut them off as soon as possible, set up our tent, then take the rice, meat, vegetables and fruits, and make a fire to cook. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and touched his head, and said a little embarrassedly. If nothing else, this is you. When the round Baba heard this, she showed 2 thumbs up to Lu Qing with a smile on her face. Let's go, Xingxin Dad, since we've cleared this site, let's set up the tent quickly. The round Baba continued. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded. Then I came to the pile of luggage, took out the tent and set it up. Baba, Baba, I want to set up my own little tent. Lu Shen, who had already collected and bundled all the grass, saw Lu Qing take out the tent and set it up, and hurriedly said aloud. Okay, you can put up a tent next to Dad's tent. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and agreed. Then she took out Lu Shen's pink tent from her duffel bag and asked her to build it herself. Little Jelly, let's build this tent with my sister. After getting her little pink tent, Lu Shen smiled and greeted little Jelly sister beside her to help. Okay, Sister Xingxin. When little Jelly heard it, she immediately agreed happily. When Lu Qing saw this, he started to set up the tent in his hand. After all, when he bought this tent at the outdoor equipment store that day, he seriously learned how to set up the tent. Lu Qing set up the tent in less than 5 minutes. Set it up, then hold it firmly. Then put the moisture-proof pads, sleeping bags, etc. in it. Good girl, yes. When the tent was set up, Lu Qing looked at Lu Shen, who had set up her pink tent, and couldn't help but admire with a smile on her face. Hee hee. When Lu Shen heard this, he laughed and said happily, this is the tent that my sister and I set up, Baba. Well, yes, yes. Lu Qing took a closer look at the tent set up by her precious daughter Lu Shen. She couldn't help but praised it because it looked so good. Let's go, Xingxin, little Jelly, let's help Auntie Xie and set up her tent. After helping Lu Shen and fixing her tent, Lu Qing turned to look at Yueyu's mama, who didn't know how to start, and said. Well, good. Lu Shen and little Jelly immediately nodded and said. Thank you, Auntie, we're here to help you. The three of Lu Qing came to Yueyu mama, Lu Shen said with a happy smile on her little face. Thank you, Xingxin, little Jelly, Xingxin dad. Seeing this, Yueyu's mama quickly thanked her. When Lu Shen in front of him heard this, some monkeys said anxiously. I saw 3 two-person tents and 1 single-person tent, with their backs against the creek, forming a semi-arc next to each other. When Lu Qing heard this, he said with a smile. Well, let's go, little Jelly sister, go to the village chief grandpa. I saw the 2 little guys running out like 2 cute little elves, and after a while, the old man Zhao Mingzi, the village chief of Longjing village, was called over. Master, look at it, our group has already built our own camp. Let's go, Xingxin dad, let's quickly ask the old village chief to come and have a look, let's build the camp. When the village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he nodded with a smile and said, I'll check it out first. Haha, don't bother you, Xingxin's father and Yueyu's mother, I have already done everything here. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and agreed. The old village chief Zhao Mingzi continued. When Yueyu mama heard this, she nodded and said. Award, well, good, Grandpa Zhao, tell me quickly, what is the special reward? Since your group has done so well, and it is the first to complete it, I will give you a special reward. Only Lu Shen heard the reward, and his eyes suddenly lit up, blinking a pair of big eyes, full of curiosity, and some monkeys said anxiously. When Lu Qing and others heard it, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Hee hee, you go, Xingxin. The round Baba came to Lu Qing and others and continued. Just looking at it while talking. After a brief tour, the old village chief Zhao Mingzi praised with a smile on his face. While speaking, he began to help set up the tent. Haha, yes, your camp is indeed doing very well, the tents are also set up very well, and the completion is very fast. The round Baba on the side hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, Mother Yueyu, the tent has been set up, let's go help Yuanyuan's father. Seeing the village chief Zhao Mingzi coming over, Lu Qing said with a smile. With the addition of Lu Qing and others, it took only 3 minutes for Yueyu Mama's tent to be set up and fixed. Why are you being so polite, Mother Yueyu, we are a team. Seeing Lu Qing nodded and agreed, Lu Shen held little Jelly sister's hand with a smile on his face. I'm going, Baba, I'm going to ask the village chief grandpa to come over. This special reward is. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, heard Lu Shen's question, and then saw Lu Qing and the others staring at him blankly, smiling and saying something contrived. Grandpa, the village chief, just say it. Even the little Jelly was a little anxious, and came to the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi, shook his body, and said in a milky voice. Okay, darling, Grandpa will say it now. The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, saw this and said lovingly, "Hey, well then, I won't sell it to everyone, in fact, this special reward is a new task." Mr. Zhao Mingzi continued. New mission. When Lu Qing, Yuanyuan's father, Yueyu's mother and others heard it, they were all silent, with black lines on their faces, silently reciting in their hearts, "What kind of reward is this?" Generally speaking, in this environment, the reward is nothing more than eating and drinking, then thinking that this reward is actually a new task, so everyone is so surprised. What is this new mission? Old man. After a few seconds, Lu Qing looked at the old village chief Zhao Mingzi and asked with some doubts. "Yeah, sir, just finished talking." Yuanyuan's father on the side agreed and agreed. "Hey, it's not that I don't finish it, it's that I don't know what the new task is." The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, smiled and looked at the two people Lu Qing in front of him. "Hey, look, the new mission is in this card." The old village chief, Zhao Mingzi, took out a folded card from his trouser pocket with a smile and continued. "The mission is in this card." When Lu Qing heard it, he took the card from the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi. "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, go to Aunt Zhao's house at the entrance of Longjing village to help with the farm work." After taking the card, Lu Qing hurriedly opened it and saw Yuanyuan's father and Yueyu's mother, and they also hurried over to see this simple sentence written on the card. Besides, nothing at all. What does it mean? After reading it, Lu Qing and others couldn't help but look at each other with puzzled expressions. "Hey, I can see it, we are on the pirate ship. This summer camp is actually a series of activities and the tasks are one after another." Yuanyuan's father sighed after reading it. When Lu Qing and Yueyu's mother heard this, they nodded in unison, thinking that Yuanyuan's father was right. "Hee, if you don't like this mission, you can choose to give up." When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he said with a smile, "Hey, I'm just joking, old man, we've taken this quest, maybe there will be some good rewards for us to complete the quest tomorrow." Seeing this, Yuanyuan's father hurriedly said with a smile on his face, "I also think it's possible. After all, it's a quest, and it's a new quest reward when it's impossible to complete." When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go to Aunt Chu's house tomorrow morning to find out what the task is. Right now, let's go get the rice, meat, vegetables and fruits, and make the rice and eat it, because I'm already hungry." Lu Qing went on to say. Because it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they hadn't even eaten lunch yet. "Baba, I'm hungry too." When Lu Shen next to him heard this, he touched his shriveled belly and said, "Little Jelly too, I'm so hungry." Seeing this, Little Jelly followed suit. "Haha, let's go, I'll lead you to get rice, meat, vegetables and fruits." When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard this, he said with a smile on his face. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded. Then he took Lu Shen and Xiao Jelly to collect supplies behind the old village chief, Mr. Zhao Mingzi. "Hey, old man, your preservation can be done well." When he came to the material distribution office, Lu Qing first saw 2 huge parasols, and then under the umbrellas were all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruits, and bulk rice, as well as a foam preservation box, which was filled with ice cubes, and the meat was placed there. On the ice cube, Lu Qing couldn't help sighing when he saw this. "Go get it, this meat is a big fat pig that was killed early in the morning in our village, and these vegetables are also picked from our own vegetable field in the morning." Pipe exclamation mark. When the old village chief Zhao Mingzi heard it, he introduced it with a smile. "Of course these are all bought by your kindergarten." The old village chief Zhao Mingzi continued. Lu Qing nodded and nodded. In fact, there is no need for the old man to call his name. Everyone knows that these things are not free. While speaking, Lu Qing began to receive things belonging to his group. "Baba, let me get some for you." Lu Shen, who was on the side, saw that Lu Qing was raising meat, vegetables and fruits, and said quickly, "Millet, Little Jelly should help too." Seeing this, Little Jelly stared at Lu Qing with big watery eyes, and said in a milky voice, "Okay, take this vegetable, Shinksan, and take the fruit, Little Jelly." Hearing this, Lu Qing spread the things in his hands to the 2 little guys in front of him with a smile on his face. As the first group in the entire summer camp to complete the camp construction, although Lu Qing and the others only got a new task, in addition, they received more rice, vegetables and fruits than other groups. Let's go back and start cooking. After the distribution, Lu Qing smiled and looked at the two little guys in front of him. It is good. When Lu Shen and little Jelly heard it, they nodded and said yes. Then Lu Qing took them back. Auntie Xie, Uncle Zhang, we are back with the full moon and moon. When Lu Shen returned to his camp with the vegetables in his hands, he looked at the busy people in front of him and greeted with a smile on his face. Xingxin, come and see, Baba said we caught a good thing, and it's in this bucket. When Yuan heard this, her little face waved to Lu Shen with a smile. Yes, come and see, Daddy Xingxin, we have fula tonight. Yuan's father stood aside and agreed. Really, Yuan, what is it? When Lu Shen heard this, her eyes lit up, she asked curiously, and then she took little Jelly's sister and ran quickly to Yuan's father and daughter. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but quickly followed. Baba, what is this? Arriving in front of Yuan's father and daughter, Lu Shen looked at the strange things in the bucket, and couldn't help but ask Lu Qing who was standing behind him. I saw a bulging, 2 large eyes, 2 large pincers, many legs, and a red cyan creature crawling diagonally in the bucket. Oh, what a big mountain crab. Lu Qing, who had just approached, heard it, looked into the bucket, and couldn't help exclaiming. It turns out that the creature in the barrel is actually a crab, a kind of crab that lives in the mountains, forests, rivers, and streams, so it is called the mountain crab. Baba, what is a mountain crab? When Lu Shen heard this, he asked with some doubts. Xingxin, what's in this bucket is actually a crab, it belongs to a type of crab, it's called a mountain crab. Lu Qing heard Lu Shen's question and replied with a smile. It's really a good thing, Dad Yuan, where did you get this mountain crab? Lu Qing looked at the round father in front of him and continued. Because this mountain crab is especially delicious for stir-frying, it makes you want to eat it. Upon hearing this, Yuan's father touched the head of his daughter, Yuan, and replied with a smile, Hey, this little girl came with me and found it in the stream next to me to draw water. Oh, so it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and understood. Hey, Xingxin Dad, shish, keep your voice down, this is a good thing, you see everyone is busy setting up their own camp, I haven't found this thing in the creek next to me, I just looked at it, there are a lot of mountain crabs in this creek. Let's go catch them after dinner, and have a big meal at night. Seeing this, Yuan's father made a silent gesture, and then said in a low voice with a smile on his face. Haha, well, I haven't eaten this for a long time. When Lu Qing heard this, he agreed with a happy face. But Yuan Dad, we don't have enough seasonings to make this mountain crab. Lu Qing went on to say. After all, this mountain crab is stir-fried in oil or something, there is not enough seasoning, and the things made are not fragrant, and Lu Qing's portable space is not prepared for these things. I didn't expect that we would make this kind of dish, I only bring a little of chili, prickly ash and star aniseed. Seeing this, Yu's mother nodded in agreement. Hey, Xingxin Dad, Yu Mom, you two can rest assured. Seeing this, Yuan's father smiled mysteriously, and quickly comforted him. While talking, Yuan's father went back to his tent, fumbled for a while, then took out a few packets of seasoning packets of different colors and showed them in front of Lu Qing and Yu's mother. Dang, you see, what is this? Spicy pot base. When Lu Qing saw the seasoning bag Yuan's father was holding, his eyes lit up and he said in surprise. I saw that Yuan's father was holding a large package of spicy hot pot ingredients. In addition, there were boiled fish, sauerkraut, fish hot pot and other ingredients. Haha, Dad Yuan still has a hand. Lu Qing then praised. Actually, I brought these seasonings blindly. I didn't expect to accidentally hit and bump, and the blind cat met the dead mouse, and I came to use it on the first day today. Yuan's father explained with a smile when he heard it. With this thing, you two can rest assured, let's start cooking now, and we'll catch it after we finish eating. Yuan's father continued. Okay, Lu Qing and Yu's mother nodded and said yes. Then everyone started busy with today's lunch. Baba, little sister Jelly and I will also help. Seeing that Lu Qing was building the stove with a military shovel, Lu Shen took little Jelly's sister by the side and said eagerly. But after all, this is a work of strength, and it will be bad if you bump into it. When Lu Qing heard this, she turned around and saw Yueyu's mother picking and washing vegetables, so she smiled and looked at Lu Shen and Xiao Xiao in front of her. Jelly said, "Hey, you two go help Aunt Xie wash the vegetables. Look at Aunt Xie, you are too busy alone." "It is good." Lu Shen and little Jelly nodded after hearing this. Then, with a happy smile, she ran to Yueyu's mother beside her, and said as she ran, "Auntie Xie, Xingxin and little Jelly's sister are here to help you." Ha ha. When Lu Qing saw the two little guys helping Yueyu's mother, she shook her head with a smile, and then continued to sell and dig a hole to build a stove. In just 10 minutes, under the busy work of Lu Qing, a soil stove made of mud and stones was built. "Hey, Xingxin Dad, I didn't expect you to have such skills. This stove is really good." At this moment, Yuan's father, who had picked up some dry branches from a distance, came back, and when he saw the imposing stove in front of him, he gave Lu Qing a thumbs-up compliment. "Hey, Dad Yuan, I made this stove according to the memory of my second uncle cooking the stove for my house. I am from a rural area in Sichuan province, and every household uses this kind of earthen stove, and the second uncle specializes in cooking stoves, and the stove in front of him is made of gourds and painted scoops." When Lu Qing heard this, he explained with a slightly embarrassed smile. "What's so embarrassing? I think your stove is really good," Yuan's father said indifferently when he heard it. "Father Xingxin, since the stove is ready, let's start cooking." "Okay, Baba, I know." After having lunch, everyone cleaned up the dishes, chopsticks, pots, etc., and set out to catch crabs as a team. When little Jelly heard it, she nodded her head. "Then I saw two little guys sitting obediently in front of the stove. You have a handful of firewood and I have a firewood, adding them to it." Yueyu's mother looked at the guys who were eating deliciously with a smile on her face and said, because the dishes at noon today were all made by Yueyu's mother. Afterwards, everyone ate lunch with laughter and laughter. On a floor mat, everyone is sitting on it, happily eating lunch. "Hee hee, come on, little sister Jelly, but you listen to what sister Xingxin has to say. Let's go, let's go, let's go catching crabs." After speaking, Lu Qing Yuan's father and others set up a fire and started cooking. "Delicious. How is it, Xingxin, little Jelly, and Yuan, are the dishes made by Auntie Delicious?" When Lu Shen heard this, he replied very obediently. "But you must pay attention to safety, don't put your hand into the stove." Especially Lu Shen, who was walking at the front, carrying a small red bucket, couldn't wait to catch crabs, and said with a smile, Baba, I'm going to make the fire too." And the pot on the stove was stuffy with rice, and it was ready in a few minutes, so when Lu Qing heard Lu Shen's request, he nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, come on." Time passed minute by minute, and after half an hour, the meal was ready. Then he imitated the way Lu Qing added firewood just now, and he set fire to the fire. When the adults heard it, they burst into laughter, especially Yueyu's mother. Her smile became even brighter when she heard the affirmative answer. Sister Xingxin, Nuo Dehao, and little sister Jelly will also come to make a fire." As for Lu Qing, he didn't go there. He always paid attention to Lu Shen and little Jelly who were seriously burning fire. After all, they were burning fire, so Lu Qing must always pay attention to their safety. The little Jelly on the side looked at Lu Shen's burning energy and wanted to participate, so she couldn't help but said anxiously. Yuan's father continued. Lu Shen, who brought little Jelly's sister and Yuan out for a walk, saw Lu Qing in front of the stove was adding and dismantling, and couldn't help but be eager to try. Lu Qing then reminded, "It is good." Lu Shen's little Jelly and Yuan couldn't help answering in unison. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, "Mom Yueyu has already cut up the meat and vegetables." When Lu Shen heard this, he smiled and said like a little adult, "I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."